Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 47, Rokuhara Ren vs. Kusanagi Gata Part 1. Ayagashima is a small volcanic island located approximately 358 kilometers south of Tokyo, part of the Izo Islands. With an area of only about 5.98 square kilometers, the island has a unique topography, a large caldera within the main caldera, creating a dramatic landscape. Its history records a major eruption in the 18th century that nearly wiped out its entire population. Today, although there is a small settlement in the northern part of the island, Ayagashima's population is no more than 200 people, making it an almost uninhabited place. For non-human entities like Campione, this is an ideal location for battle. There are no skyscrapers or billion-yen infrastructures that could be destroyed in an instant. Even if the Campiones' powers run wild, the only things affected would be rocky terrain and volcanic craters. Additionally, access to the island is difficult. There are only two ways to reach Ayagashima from Tokyo. First, by plane and helicopter, flying from Chofu Airport to Hakejojima, then taking a helicopter to Ayagashima. Second, by ferry, requiring a 10-hour journey from Tokyo to Hakejojima, followed by a 2 to 3 hour sea voyage to Ayagashima, with the possibility of failing to dock if the sea is rough. With a minimum travel time of 2.5 hours by plane and helicopter, it is nearly impossible for ordinary people to reach Ayagashima without thorough preparation. This ensures no civilians could be dragged into their duel. In the center of the island, Ren and Gata stood facing each other on rocky ground surrounded by 200-meter-high caldera walls. Strong winds blew in from the sea, carrying a faint sulfurous scent. 500 meters away, Erika and Hayasaka stood on the edge of a hill, observing the battlefield. Knowing Hayasaka was just an ordinary person, Erika cast eagle-eye magic on her, enhancing her vision to witness the Campione duel as clearly as possible, even from a distance. Hayasaka blinked a few times, feeling her vision suddenly sharpen. She could see the details of Ren and Gata's expressions and even the fine dust lifted by the wind around them. The sensation felt surreal. So this is magic. Amazing. Hayasaka murmured in awe. First time experiencing magic on your body? Erika asked with a smile. Hayasaka nodded. Could I also learn magic? So far, she had only played the role of a maid, and although she had mastered some self-defense techniques, they were only effective against ordinary humans. But in a world filled with supernatural powers, mere martial arts were not enough against mystical practitioners. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Gata scanned the surroundings, then looked at Ren with approval. I have to admit, you picked a great spot. At least we don't have to worry about destroying a city or involving civilians. Gata still vividly remembered his crazy fight with Doni in Italy, in the middle of a historic city, without the slightest consideration for the consequences. Ancient buildings collapsed, streets were destroyed, and the Italian government had to spend a fortune on repairs. That's natural. Unlike other Campioni who disregard their surroundings when fighting, I don't want to involve unrelated people. By the way. Deliberately pausing his sentence, Ren raised his finger to the sky. Dozens of military-grade drones hovered in the air, moving slowly in an orderly pattern like invisible spies monitoring every corner of the battlefield. I hope you don't mind our duel being broadcast live. Live broadcast. Don't tell me this is going on national TV. Of course not. This isn't for public consumption. Calming Gata's concerns, Ren looked at one of the drones hovering lower, its light blinking. The viewers are people from my faction. After all, I need to show them they didn't make a mistake in submitting to me. I see. Gata understood his intention. A demonstration of power. For someone in Ren's position, directly showcasing his superiority was the best way to solidify his authority. So, this is kind of a show, huh? You could say that. I need to make sure they truly believe in me. Of course, testing my divine authority is the main purpose of this duel. No matter how Gata interpreted this duel, Ren had already completed all preparations. In fact, these preparations had been made from the start. Before departing, Ren had instructed Hayasaka to report the duel to Ganon. He ordered these drones to be prepared on Ayagashima so his faction members could witness his true power firsthand. It's up to you, Ren. I don't mind this arrangement. Gata shrugged. How about we set a small rule? For the first 5 minutes, we only fight with pure strength. After that, we can use divine authority. Why set such a limit? Gata frowned, not understanding why Ren proposed such a condition. In his fights against Doni and Marquis Vauban, both sides would immediately use divine authority from the start. Ren stretched out his arms, as if presenting his entire body. The purpose of this duel isn't just to fight. I want to test my strength as a Campione. I need to know the upper limit of a Campione's raw power without relying on divine authority. Gata observed him for a moment before finally nodding. That makes sense. After all, a Campione isn't just strong because of the divine authority they possess. Their physiology alone is far beyond that of an ordinary human. Alright, I agree. Thank you for indulging my selfishness. Then, let's begin. Fortunately, it was Kusanagi Gado. If it were another Campione, Ren feared they wouldn't be willing to listen. Strong winds blew over the Ayagashima crater. Raising his hand, Ren revealed a coin glinting in the sunlight. We start when this hits the ground. No problem. With Gado's agreement, Ren tossed the coin into the air. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. Erika and Hayasaka, watching from a distance, held their breath. The coin spun in the air, reflecting golden light before finally falling to the ground. Clink. Whoosh. As soon as the faint sound was heard, Ren disappeared from his spot. With incredible speed, he shot forward like a bullet, swinging his fist straight at Gado. Bam. The impact sent a shockwave across the area. The force of Ren's attack was so great that Gado's body was sent flying 100 meters, crashing through several large trees before finally stopping. In the distance, Erika remained calm, confident in Gado. Meanwhile, Hayasaka was stunned. This was her first time witnessing a Campione fight firsthand, and just from the first clash, she could feel how overwhelming their power was. Is this the kind of power humans can possess? She thought to herself. Amid the fallen trees, Gado stood up, brushing off his slightly dirted clothes. The only effect of the attack was a slight numbness in his wrist. He raised his head, looking at Ren with a serious expression. You didn't hold back at all, huh? Chapter 48, Rokuhara Ren vs Kusanagi Gado Part 2. In his previous life, Ren was not the useless young master often depicted in Chinese cultivation or urban novels. Since childhood, he had trained in various martial arts, including Silat, a traditional Indonesian martial art known for its quick movements, locking techniques, and explosive attacks from unexpected angles. On the other hand, Gado had no combat experience before becoming a Campione. Before gaining the power of a devil king, he was just an ordinary high school student who struggled even against street thugs. However, his body had now evolved into something beyond human limits. His fighting instincts were as sharp as a wild beast's, his muscles and bones were reinforced to surpass steel, and his physical strength had reached a level far beyond human logic. Although Gado was inferior in technique, the physiology of a Campione allowed him to put up a fierce fight in this brutal battle. Whoosh! Gado dashed forward, clenching his fist and throwing a straight punch toward Ren. The attack was fast, powered by the immense strength of his Campione transformed body. However, Ren didn't stand still. With the agility of an experienced fighter, he tilted his body slightly, narrowly avoiding the punch before countering with a low kick to Gado's knee. Bam! The kick was sharp and powerful, causing Gado's leg to buckle slightly. But with his naturally enhanced Campione body, he quickly regained his balance and retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at Ren's head. Shwa! Ren raised his arm to block, but the force of the attack pushed him back several steps, leaving deep footprints in the rocky ground. Without wasting a moment, Ren leaned forward and dashed again. He spun in the air, driving his heel toward the side of Gado's head. Dug! The impact created a massive shockwave in the air. The pressure from Ren's kick was so immense that the ground around them cracked, and a fierce wind blew wildly in all directions. Bang! Gado was sent flying sideways, his body crashing into a small cliff that immediately collapsed from the impact. Large boulders tumbled down, creating a thick cloud of dust in the air. However, just a few seconds later, Gado was back on his feet, running out of the dust cloud with a sharp expression. His eyes burned with the fighting spirit of a Campione. That's a good look in his eyes. No matter how naive Gado is, he's still a Campione. When the fight starts, his battle instincts automatically awaken. Ren thought to himself. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Gado leaped high into the air and slammed his fist down toward Ren from above. Ren, still standing on the ground, didn't dodge. He raised both arms in a defensive stance. Boom! The punch landed on Ren's guard, creating a massive crater in the ground beneath them. The shockwave uprooted trees around them, and small rocks flew like projectiles. Ren was pushed back several meters, but he remained standing firm. He took a deep breath, then lowered his stance, centering his weight. Whoosh! He dashed forward at an incredible speed, moving like a shadow, and in an instant, he was right in front of Gado. Using his refined Silat techniques, Ren utilized his flexible body movements to attack from unpredictable angles. He bent his knee slightly, then drove the palm of his hand into Gado's diaphragm. Bam! The attack shattered the air around them, creating a pressure wave that shook the ground. Ugh! Shwa! Bang! Gado was sent flying backward like a projectile, his body crashing through several large trees in a straight line before finally slamming into the side of a small volcano, creating a massive crater on its surface. For a moment, everything was silent. The wind blew through the battlefield, carrying dust and debris into the air. From a distance, Erika crossed her arms with a calm expression, while Hayasaka watched in shock and awe. This was the first time she had seen Ren's power. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield on Aogashima had transformed. The once stable ground was now riddled with cracks and craters, trees lay fallen everywhere, and the air was filled with dust and shattered rocks. But the fight wasn't over. From within the massive crater on the cliff, a rumbling sound was heard. Boom. Then, Gado leaped out with a sharp expression, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Without a word, the two charged at each other again, ready to continue this intense battle. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Shinomiya family meeting room. In the quiet room, only the sound of restrained breathing and the occasional soft noise from the projector could be heard. Everyone stared at the scene on the screen with different expressions, some shocked, some amazed, and some even fearful. Among them, Kaguya was the most affected. Both of her hands gripped her uniform skirt tightly, her eyes wide, her breathing short and uneven. If her father hadn't explicitly stated that this was a live broadcast and not CGI, she would have thought she was watching a superhero movie. Is this real? Humans fighting like this? Without weapons, without tools, just using their own bodies, and they're destroying the environment around them as if it's made of paper. Her eyes followed the movements of the two figures on the screen. They moved so fast that it was difficult for her brain to process. The ground shattered with every step they took, shockwaves were created just from their punches and body impacts. Is this really something humans can do? Since childhood, Kaguya had been taught that the world operated based on certain rules: politics, economics, financial power, social influence. To her, true power was the ability to control others. However, the scene on the screen changed everything. Now, she realized there was another form of power, far more primal and terrifying. A power that couldn't be bought with money or subdued with politics. How can someone defy the logic of reality like this? How can two humans fight at this level? She tried to find a flaw, tried to find a way to reject this reality. That's right. Even if they're strong, aren't they still humans made of flesh and blood? Modern militaries have more advanced weapons. Fighter jets, missiles, nukes, technology should be able to handle brute force like this. So why did father, a pragmatic man, decide to submit to one of them? Kaguya couldn't understand why her father made such a decision. Unlike Kaguya, who could only think in silence, Tsuryu dared to voice his thoughts. With his arms crossed and a dismissive expression, he glanced at the screen before turning his gaze to Ganon. Father. Why should we submit to the young men on the screen? I admit, they're monsters with inhuman strength, even comparable to superheroes in movies. But that doesn't mean they can't be killed with firearms, right? He said in a mocking tone. The Shinomiya family has great influence, connections with the military, even access to high-level weaponry. There's no need for us to lower ourselves before them. Tsuryu thought his father had gone senile for making such a foolish decision. No one responded immediately. Oko and Anyo, who understood the mystical world better, glanced at Tsuryu as if looking at a fool, but they said nothing. After all, they had long known that Tsuryu was too ignorant in this regard. Ganon, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. With a flat expression and a calm, emotionless voice, he said, "You think they can still be dealt with conventionally because you don't understand what a Campione is?" Tsuryu frowned. What do you mean, father? Ganon looked at him for a moment before shifting his gaze back to the screen. They're not serious yet. What you're seeing now is just a warm-up. They haven't used the true power of a Campione, divine authorities. Divine authorities. Kaguya absorbed the words in her mind. The meaning felt abstract, but the tone of her father's voice made her realize one thing: the duel unfolding on the screen was still far from its climax. You'll see for yourself. Ganon said indifferently, not intending to explain further. Chapter 49, Rokuhara Ren vs Kusanagi Gado Part 3. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Under the vast blue sky, Aogashima bore witness to the intense battle between two Campiones. The only sounds were the collisions of their bodies and the howling wind, carrying shockwaves from every attack they unleashed. Whoosh! Ren dashed forward with incredible speed, shattering the ground beneath him with the force of his steps. In a fraction of a second, he was in front of Gado, unleashing a straight punch aimed at his opponent's face. Shwa! Gado, relying on his sharp instincts, tilted his head slightly to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, the air pressure from Ren's fist created a powerful shockwave, tearing apart the ground and uprooting trees behind him. Bam! Without pause, Gado raised his knee, targeting Ren's abdomen. But Ren, with his heightened reflexes, deflected the attack with his elbow before countering with a spinning kick that sliced through the air. Bam! The kick struck Gado's raised arm, which he used to block. The impact sounded like a cannon blast, echoing across the island and creating a shockwave that shattered rocks around them. Gado was sent flying backward, his body skidding across the ground, carving a trench dozens of meters long before he finally dug his feet into the ground to stop his momentum. The animals inhabiting Aogashima felt the pressure of this battle. Land creatures, from reptiles to small mammals, hid in their nests, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, birds nesting in the trees frantically flapped their wings, scattering away from the island that had now become a battlefield. Whoosh! Ren gave Gado no time to catch his breath. With a single leap, he appeared above Gado, his body spinning in the air before diving down like a falling meteor. Quickly reading the trajectory of the attack, Gado jumped to the side. However, Ren's strike had already hit the ground first. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The impact created a massive crater in the ground, shaking the entire island. Trees around the area were uprooted, and a storm of dust and debris scattered in all directions. Buzz. Whoosh. Gado, standing not far from the impact point, had to cross his arms to shield his face from the flying debris. But in the midst of the dust storm, Ren's figure shot toward him again, leaving no room for respite. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Without words, without complex strategies, just a duel between two monsters relying on their pure strength to defeat each other. However, in the midst of the tense atmosphere, Ren suddenly stopped his assault. Gado, who had been preparing to anticipate the next strike, frowned. Why did you stop? Straightening his back, Ren brushed off the dust on his shoulders before looking at Gado with a relaxed expression. 5 minutes have passed. It's time to use our divine authorities. Damn, I forgot about that. Gado had been too immersed in the thrill of the battle, forgetting their initial agreement. But before Gado could lament his oversight any longer, Ren began to raise his hand. A golden aura started swirling around him, forming a shimmering vortex of energy. With a firm voice, he chanted an incantation. I, who have seized the sunlight, the archer who struck down the sky god. Appear, bow of solar majesty. As the incantation ended, a divine bow materialized in his grasp. Raising the bow, Ren stared straight at Gado. Get serious, Gado, or you might die. After giving that warning, he began gathering magical energy, creating a glowing arrow at his fingertips. The light from the arrow was so intense that the air around them vibrated from the energy pressure. In an instant, Ren drew the bowstring. Then, whoosh! The arrow was released. Boom! The air trembled violently, and the sound of a sonic boom echoed as the projectile shot past the speed of sound. Moving like a falling meteor, the arrow pierced through the atmosphere in a straight line, creating a shockwave that split the ground beneath it. Gado's pupils contracted sharply. With his sharp instincts, he tried to dodge, but it was too late. Poochie! The arrow struck Gado's shoulder, piercing through flesh and bone without mercy. Whoosh! Bang! His body was sent flying like a projectile, soaring through the air before crashing hard into the ground, skidding for hundreds of meters. The ground he passed over was torn apart, leaving a long trench as a testament to the sheer power of the attack. Hiss! No matter how many times, I never get used to this pain. Slowly getting up, Gado gritted his teeth as the pain from the gaping wound in his shoulder spread throughout his body. The wound was gruesome and terrifying. Without wasting time, he immediately activated his divine authority, the 10 incarnations, Ram. As magical energy flowed through his body, the wound on his shoulder began to heal rapidly. Torn flesh reconnected, shattered bones reformed, and within seconds, it was as if he had never been injured. Gado took a deep breath, his eyes shining sharply again. In his mind, the rotating plates of incantation spun at high speed, finally stopping at the boar incarnation. Then, he began to chant the incantation rapidly. May his spine be crushed, may his bones be broken, his tendons torn, his hair ripped from his skull, may his blood, spilled over the earth, be churned into a bloody froth. I shall become one who buries fangs into the sinner's flesh, that the will of the Lord be followed, thou shalt be purged. The boar shall ravage you. The boar shall exterminate you. This is my boast of victory over the gods, the paean of my strength. This is my taunt at the gods, who are my foes. This is my declaration of defiance, in order to grasp my god-slaying strength. Shatter her back, pull out her bones, her hair, her brains. She must receive divine punishment, for breaking the contract. As the incantation ended, the ground beneath Gado's feet shook violently, and in that instant, a massive divine beast in the form of a giant boar appeared above him. The boar had a mountainous body, its skin covered in tough fur, and its tusks curved like giant spears. Don't die. With a deafening roar, Gado hurled the boar toward Ren. Go! The boar's roar was so powerful that the clouds in the sky scattered, revealing the previously hidden blue sky. Ren tried to defend himself, but the force of the roar was overwhelming. His body was pushed back by the shockwave, causing him to lose his balance momentarily. However, before his body could be flung further, his eyes gleamed sharply. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Quickly, he raised his bow and fired hundreds of energy arrows, each moving faster than the speed of sound. The barrage of arrows was relentless, piercing through the giant boar's body repeatedly. Although the divine beast had incredible durability, the sheer volume and power of the arrows eventually overwhelmed it. Then, the boar's form dissipated, turning back into particles of light that vanished into the air. However, whoosh! Before Ren could feel any relief, a powerful punch struck his back with tremendous force. Bam! Whoosh! His body was sent flying at high speed, crashing through several trees and large boulders in its path. Ugh! Ren felt the impact of the attack reverberate through his entire body, as if all his bones had been crushed in an instant. He had just been hit by Gado, who had been empowered by the boar incarnation. Gado gained increased speed, defense, and strength, but it could only be used in direct attacks. From a distance, Gado stood with clenched fists, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. "Ren, you're not dead, are you?" he asked with concern. Chapter 50, Rokuhara Ren vs Kusanagi Gado Part 4. Gado stared at the dust gathering in the distance, his breathing slightly heavy after the recent attack. Ren shouldn't be able to stand after that attack. This fight is over. Or so he thought. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From within the lingering dust cloud, a barrage of arrows shot out. Gado's eyes widened as dozens, no, hundreds of glowing arrows rained down on him from all directions, like meteors falling from the sky. However, he wasn't intimidated. The boar incarnation not only gave him speed and strength but also incredible defense. "It's fine, I can handle this." With full confidence, he focused on dodging. But the next moment, Duar. A massive explosion shook the ground as the shockwave from the arrow barrage struck him. Boom, boom, boom. Ugh. Gado felt a sharp pain throughout his body. Although he tried to dodge with his enhanced speed, he was still hit by dozens of arrows. Thud. He was thrown backward, his body shaking violently from the relentless assault. When he looked down, his shoulders, arms, thighs, all of them were pierced by arrows like a porcupine. Damn, I underestimated his power. These weren't ordinary arrows. Each arrow carried an extraordinary destructive energy equivalent to anti-tank projectiles. The arrows that missed his body struck the ground, creating massive craters as if hit by missiles. Gado staggered, his body shaken by the shockwaves created. Around him, the ground was mercilessly torn apart, trees were shredded, and large boulders were shattered into pieces. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yet, the rain of arrows didn't stop. Ren was still hidden in the forest, relentlessly bombarding him without mercy. I can't keep going like this. Ignoring the pain, Gado began chanting another incantation. Every sinner shall tremble before my power. Now is the time that I obtain the toughness of 10 mountains, the strength of 100 rivers, and the power of 1,000 camels. Upon my mighty self, I shall bear the symbol of the raging camel. All evildoers, tremble before my strength. Upon my mighty self, I shall bear the symbol of the raging camel. The stone plates representing the 10 incarnations in his mind spun, the needle pointing to the camel incarnation, one of the most earth-related incarnations alongside the bull. The activation condition. Gado had to suffer a certain level of injury. And right now, his body was battered enough to meet that condition. As the boar incarnation was replaced by the camel incarnation, a new surge of power flowed through his body. His muscles grew denser. His legs became pillars of strength, granting him far greater propulsion. His fighting instincts sharpened, his reflexes became even quicker, and his wounds began to heal faster. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Gado channeled magical energy into his legs. Then, boom! A massive explosion occurred as he kicked the ground with full force. His figure shot forward like a spear, piercing through the air at a speed that shook the atmosphere. The ground he had just stood on immediately collapsed, creating a massive sinkhole due to the incredible propulsion. I'll charge straight at him. He focused on the point where the arrows were being fired, ready to strike Ren with overwhelming force. However, when he landed hard, causing a local earthquake that shook the island, there was no one there. No one. Where's him? Gado's eyes swept across the forest, trying to locate his opponent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of arrows shot from behind. Poochie, poochie, poochie. One arrow struck his shoulder, followed by several others hitting his back and legs. But this time, he didn't collapse, even though the pain was real. The camel incarnation granted him the power of the earth. As long as his feet were on the ground, his body would receive a continuous flow of strength, making him increasingly powerful. The arrows that could previously knock him down were no longer enough to bring him to his knees. With a slight frown, he pulled the arrow from his shoulder and turned around quickly. When did he move behind me? Gado furrowed his brows while continuing to dodge the rain of arrows, each one flying faster than the speed of sound. Every time he tried to track Ren, the figure had already moved elsewhere. The attacks were like a storm of arrows, relentlessly raining down from all angles, making it increasingly difficult to pinpoint his location. This is more troublesome than fighting Doni. It seems his divine authority is a long-range type. According to Erika, Ren only became a Campione a day before me. That means he only has one divine authority. If he only has one divine authority, then I can find a gap in his attack pattern. Realizing this, Gado changed his strategy. Those that are evil, and those that are strong, fear me, for I have wings. For my wings will punish you for your curse. And those that are evil will not be able to touch me. As the incantation was spoken, the plates in his mind spun, pointing to the raptor incarnation, the authority that granted him Godspeed and an extremely light body. However, this ability wasn't something he could use freely. There was an activation condition. The attack that activated the raptor incarnation had to exceed normal parameters, such as bullets, sudden ambushes, or attacks from a skilled martial artist. Without a doubt, Ren's arrow attacks were more than enough to meet the activation condition. However, there was also a side effect. If Gado used this ability for too long, severe chest pain and paralysis would afflict him. But short-term use wouldn't cause any issues. Whoosh! Gado's figure vanished. He disappeared. No, that's Godspeed. Standing on a tree branch, Ren stopped firing arrows, his alertness reaching its peak. In less than 0.1 seconds, Gado had vanished from where he stood. From his perspective, the world moved incredibly slowly. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Ren. Gado deactivated the raptor incarnation to ensure his attack wouldn't miss, then launched a quick strike that caught Ren completely off guard. As a seasoned fighter, Ren's reaction wasn't slow. In a fraction of a second, he made a decision. If I can't dodge, then I'll counterattack. Without hesitation, Ren released his bow and raised his fist. Bam! Two fists collided directly, creating a tremendous shockwave that tore through the air and caused a roaring wind. However, in this physical confrontation, Gado was at a disadvantage. Without the amplification from his divine authority, he was only relying on the basic strength of a Campione, while Ren was superior in combat techniques. As if reading the gap in his opponent's defense, Ren didn't give him any breathing room. His first punch hadn't fully retracted, but his other fist was already flying toward Gado's cheek. Bam! The punch was so fast and powerful that Gado couldn't react in time. His head twisted to the side, pain shooting through his bones, while the sound of flesh and bone colliding filled the air. And before he could regain his balance, a powerful kick landed squarely on his chest. Bam! Gado was sent flying into the air, then crashed hard into the ground. The ground beneath him formed a massive crater, with cracks spreading like a spider web. His body tumbled several times, crashing into large rocks, shattering them into debris. Smoke and thick dust filled the air. Broken stones scattered in all directions. However, before the dust could settle, Gado's loud voice echoed. Another incantation began to be chanted. For I am strongest amongst the strong. Truly, I am one that holds each and every victory. I care not whom challenges me, whether man or devil, I may face all my foes and all my enemies. Regardless, I shall crush all those who wouldst stand in my way. O mighty bull that possesseth the horns of shining gold, grant me your aid. As the one who holds all victory in my hands, I am the strongest. Man and devil, all enemies, all who harbor enmity will be vanquished. Hence I shall smash through all enemies in my way. Chapter 51, Rokuhara Ren vs Kusanagi Gado Part 5. A terrifying aura overflowing from Gado's body pressed down on the surrounding atmosphere. As his incantation concluded, the power of the bull incarnation fully awakened within him. His blood boiled, his muscles tensed, and his body was filled with extraordinary strength, comparable to mythological heroes like Hercules. However, at the same time, Ren had retreated. As soon as the incantation was completed, he vanished into the forest, choosing to avoid direct confrontation. This was not without reason. Ren knew all too well about the 10 incarnations Gado possessed. As an archer, he understood the weaknesses and limitations of his enemy's power. If he forced a close-range battle, he would have no chance of winning. Unlike Salvatore Doni, who possessed the divine authority, Men of Steel from Siegfried, Ren's body was not reinforced by any divine authority. One punch from Gado in his bull incarnation, and this battle would end in an instant. Thus, Ren chose a defensive strategy, moving swiftly through the forest while firing arrows from unexpected angles. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Once again, a rain of arrows shot from all directions, filling the sky like a meteor shower. Seeing this, Gado grumbled inwardly. Does Ren know the specific abilities of the bull incarnation? He immediately hid as soon as I finished the incantation. Although his strength had now increased dramatically, he had lost his speed advantage. The bull incarnation enhanced his body and attacks, but it did not increase his speed. As a result, he could not avoid all the arrows coming at him. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Arrows pierced his body from various directions. Although his bones and muscles were as hard as steel, the penetrating power of Ren's arrows was not something to be underestimated. Gado's body staggered, even being flung backward several times, crushing large trees in his path. Yet, he did not fall. With the bull incarnation, pain was not something that could easily bring him down. If this continues, I'll be in a worse position. Clenching his fists tighter, in one brutal motion, Gado slammed the ground with all his might. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The impact was so devastating that the entire island of Ayagashima shook violently. The ground cracked, shockwaves toppled trees, and landslides occurred in various places. Beneath his feet, a giant crater formed, spanning hundreds of meters in width. However, even though the scenery before him had drastically changed, he did not see Ren anywhere. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After a brief moment of silence, the rain of arrows once again bombarded him from all directions. Still no luck, huh? Gado smiled bitterly. Even after destroying most of the vegetation, Ren remained unseen. Then I'll attack everything. Let's see how you keep hiding. This was the first time Gado had faced an opponent like Ren, someone who maximized speed, distance, and guerrilla tactics. If not for the innate battle IQ of a Campione, the instincts of a wild beast, and adrenaline hundreds of times higher than that of an ordinary human, he might have already fallen by now. But now it was time to turn the tables. Gado activated the ram incarnation first to heal the wounds covering his body. In an instant, his injuries disappeared as if they had never existed. Then, he immediately switched to the goat incarnation. O guardian of the righteous, I invite you and offer sacrifice. O guardian of the righteous, I praise you, and beseech you. One who supports the sky and develops new land, the one who grants victory and grace, I will perform justice, please grant me the right path and light. O lightning. O lightning. I am the conqueror who vanquished 1,000 with 100, vanquished 10,000 with 1,000, and vanquished tens of thousands with 10,000. Now for the sake of I who stand on the side of justice, release bright and shining brilliance, and grant me divine power. As soon as his incantation concluded, dark clouds hung heavily over the sky of Ayagashima. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and the clear sky turned into a raging sea of lightning. The dark clouds continued to spread, covering several kilometers. With the goat incarnation, Gado now had complete control over lightning, as well as psychic sensing abilities. However, this incarnation could not be used casually, he could only access this power if there was someone present who was willing to stand on his side. On Ayagashima, Erika's presence fulfilled this condition. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, Ren hid in the forest, staring at the sky with a serious expression. These dark clouds were not formed naturally, they were a manifestation of divine authority. And if Gado used lightning as an attack? Damn. He's going to attack everything at once. Ren immediately quickened his movements, realizing the danger that was about to come. Crack, zzzzzt. As Ren predicted, lightning began to rain down indiscriminately, shaking the entirety of Ayagashima under Gado's full control. Crackle, boom. Blinding flashes of light lit up the sky before crashing down to the ground with devastating explosions, creating giant craters and toppling trees as if swept by a hurricane. Avoiding this attack was nearly impossible. Unless one possessed a divine authority with Godspeed, dodging lightning strikes was not a realistic option. However, Ren was no ordinary person. Swoosh. Amid the rain of lightning, Ren raised his bow and drew the string to its fullest. Then, with incredible precision thanks to his heavenly eye, he fired an arrow directly at the lightning striking toward him. Zshhhh, boom. The arrow pierced through the lightning, dispersing the electrical current in the air and neutralizing Gado's attack. Yes, Ren shot down lightning. As everyone in mythology knew, Hoi had once shot down 9 of the 10 sons with his archery skills. And now, as the possessor of Hoi's divine authority, Ren shot down lightning as if it were nothing. Zzzzzt, boom. Ren deflected every incoming bolt with extraordinary speed and precision, firing arrows in split seconds without pause. However, his actions revealed his location. Gado's eyes gleamed. I found you. Boom. Now he would not waste this opportunity. He intensified his attack, causing hundreds of lightning bolts to strike simultaneously, all aimed directly at Ren. Crack, crack, boom. Yet, Ren did not give up so easily. With incredible speed, his hands did not stop working, firing arrow after arrow at Gado's attacks. Swish, zshhh, boom. His arrows cut through every bolt of lightning, dispersing the electricity in the air before it could reach the ground. In the pitch-black sky, these two figures fought with power that surpassed human comprehension. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Lord Ren is incredibly resilient. Erika could not hide her surprise. Even after Gado used several incarnations, he still could not defeat Ren. The indiscriminate lightning strikes were not enough to overcome the man's defenses. With only one divine authority, Ren was able to deflect attack after attack. To be honest, I considered Lord Ren the weakest among the 8 Campioni of this era. Previously, she had thought that Ren was the weakest Campione, not comparable to Doni or Marquis Vauban, whom Gado had defeated. But now she changed her mind. Defeating Gado is no easy feat. She had seen Gado defeat Doni and Marquis Vauban, 2 Campioni who were more senior than him. Yet, Ren managed to put Gado at a disadvantage despite having only one divine authority. So this is the power of the 7th Campione. Erika tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. She had made a mistake. I must not underestimate any Campione, even a newly born one. Anyone who could kill a heretic god and steal their divine authority was certainly no ordinary human. Beside her, Hayasaka could not take her eyes off the battle between the 2 newly born Campione. This cannot be called a battle between humans but a natural disaster. Hayasaka's mouth was slightly open, her blue eyes wide, staring at the apocalyptic scene before her with a mix of shock and awe. Lightning raged, the ground shook, craters formed, and trees fell mercilessly. In the dark sky, the figures of Gado and Ren fought endlessly, destroying the surroundings like war gods descending to earth. Far more spectacular than any action movie I've ever watched. So this is the power of a Campione. If not for the protective barrier Erika had set up, she was sure she would not have the qualifications to even stand here. However, compared to fear, there was something stronger in her heart. Ren-sama is truly amazing. Previously, Hayasaka had felt disappointed and reluctant to serve him, especially after Ren took her purity during their first meeting. But seeing him fight, seeing him withstand and deflect attack after attack from Gado, that reluctance vanished. This is the master I serve. Now, Hayasaka no longer felt sold off by Ganon. Instead, she felt fortunate to be able to dedicate her life to a Campione like Ren. Even if Ren often asked for strange and troublesome things, she would accept them wholeheartedly. Chapter 52, Rokuhara Ren vs Kusanagi Gado Final Part. In the Shinomiya family meeting room. The air inside the room was thick with tension. The family elders stared at the large screen in front of them, where 2 monsters, no, 2 Campiones, were fighting. They watched in suffocating silence, their breaths held, bodies frozen, as if afraid that even the slightest sound might disturb the intense duel unfolding before them. They had seen lightning strikes splitting the sky, punches creating giant craters, and arrows piercing through the air with destructive power that defied all logic. This was no CGI movie, this was real. At the head of the table, Shinomiya Ganon appeared calm on the surface. However, inside, a storm of emotions raged. Looking back, I was too hasty. Who would have thought that Japan would give birth to 2 Campiones within a day of each other? When Ganon first heard about Rokuhara Ren, the 7th Campione born in Japan, he immediately made a monumental decision. Without hesitation, he offered the loyalty of the Shinomiya family to the young man. However, the very next day, news of the 8th Campione, Kusanagi Gado, spread across the world. At first, Ganon didn't pay much attention. It was only after hearing about the 8th Campione, Kusanagi Gado, defeating Salvatore Doni and Marquis Vauban that he began to regret his rash decision. If I had to choose between Kusanagi Gado and Rokuhara Ren, I would have chosen the former. Ganon thought, simulating the decision he would have made in the past. Even for a consortium like the Shinomiya family, betting their future on a newly born Campione was a huge gamble. If Ren turned out to be weaker than Gado, the Shinomiya family would be at a disadvantage against the consortia supporting Gado. Ganon thought he had made a mistake, but now all the doubts haunting his mind began to fade. Ren was not only able to hold his own against Gado but even overwhelmed him. With just one divine authority, he was still putting up a fierce fight against a Campione who had defeated Doni and Marquis Vauban. Thank goodness. I didn't make a mistake. Ganon sighed inwardly. Although Ren's name was almost unknown among the other Campiones, the power he displayed today proved that he was not someone to be underestimated, even among the Devil Kings. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The sky above Aogashima was swallowed by dark clouds, forming a dome of lightning that seemed to engulf the world. Thunder continued to roar, deafening the ears, while relentless lightning strikes rained down on the earth, creating explosions that shook the ground. The villagers, unaware of what was happening, hid in their homes, praying desperately. Gods, please save us. Do not be angry with us. They did not know that this natural phenomenon was caused by 2 Campiones, but rather believed it to be the manifestation of divine wrath. On the battlefield. Whoosh. Ren moved swiftly, his body like a shadow darting between lightning strikes. However, no matter how fast he moved, it was impossible for him to avoid all of them. Crack. Lightning struck his shoulder. A sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body. His clothes were tattered, his hair stood on end, and a faint burnt smell emanated from his skin. Yet, his gaze remained sharp, and the hand holding the bow did not tremble in the slightest. Quickly, he drew an arrow from his quiver and continued firing arrows toward Gado. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. On the other side, Gado's condition wasn't much better. His clothes could hardly be called clothes anymore, with burns and bleeding wounds scattered across his body. My magical energy reserves. About 30% left. Although the 10 incarnations were an incredibly powerful divine authority, they had a significant limitation: only one incarnation could be used at a time. This meant that if Gado wanted to heal himself with the ram incarnation, he would have to deactivate the goat incarnation first. When that happens, Ren will definitely not waste the chance to bombard me with a rain of arrows. He thought with a frown, not expecting this level of difficulty to be more troublesome than fighting Doni. At this point, the two of them were at a stalemate. Ren couldn't completely avoid the lightning, and Gado couldn't heal himself without putting himself in danger. But Ren had an advantage over Gado: his magical energy was still abundant. Meteoric Ascent was just a basic archery skill within the Divine Authority, Sun Conqueror, so its magical energy consumption was minimal. If he continued to stall until Gado's magical energy ran out, victory would undoubtedly be his. But would he do something as boring as that? The answer was no. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, Ren stopped firing arrows at Gado. Instead, he aimed all his shots at the lightning still raining down from the sky, destroying bolt after bolt with perfect accuracy. Then, he shouted loudly. Enough, Gado. Let's end this with one final attack. Gado was surprised by the challenge but did not refuse. Honestly, he also wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. He took a deep breath, then raised his head to look at Ren. All right. I agree. Use your strongest attack, and I'll use my strongest incarnation. The two of them locked eyes for a moment, then simultaneously stopped all their attacks. The clouds gradually thinned, the roaring thunder slowly subsided, and the wind stopped howling. But the magical energy around the two men only intensified, forming a substantial aura that blazed like fire, shaking the air and causing the ground to tremble. The wind, which had momentarily calmed, began to blow fiercely again, this time not due to the weather but purely from the pressure of the two Campiones preparing to unleash their final attacks. On Gado's side, the stone slab in his mind rotated, selecting the white stallion incarnation. How is the activation condition for this incarnation met? Isn't the white stallion incarnation only usable against those who have committed great sins against the people? What kind of sin has Ren committed? But there was no time to think. Gado pushed aside his doubts and quickly began the incantation. Come to me, for the victory. Immortal sun, lend me a quick, shining steed. Fire of the sun that dispels the dark, may it engulf you. The next moment, a pseudo-sun manifested above Ayagashima, shining brightly as if a god had descended to the world. On Ren's side, he raised his bow, gazed at the pseudo-sun, and then incantation to activate solar annihilation. You who shine in the sky, bringing light to the world and unbearable heat. Abundant light is a blessing, yet a curse to those who cannot bear its blaze. Even the sun has its limits, and today, that limit has come. With this bow, I pluck your radiance from the sky and let eternal shadow swallow your arrogance. A terrifying aura enveloped the arrow on his bow. Swoosh. At the same time, the pseudo-sun shot a spear of light toward Ren. The flames were equivalent to a solar flare, solar energy that could devour an entire city in an instant. But Ren remained unshaken. He finished his incantation and shouted. From the hands of an archer, the end of the sun is born. This arrow brings destruction to the rulers of light, and with one shot, your arrogance shall vanish. In my name, and in the justice of the heavens, disappear from the sight of the world. Swoosh. Ren fired his arrow. Kaboom. The shockwave from the arrow's launch spread beyond Ayagashima. The arrow and the spear of light collided in midair. Poochie. However, the spear of light was instantly destroyed without resistance. After all, solar annihilation was the antithesis of all sun god powers. The arrow continued to soar toward the pseudo-sun, piercing through its radiance. The next moment, the pseudo-sun was shot down. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A massive explosion occurred. The burst of energy illuminated all of Japan, making the sky brighter than usual, as if the sun were just a few meters above their heads. The people of Japan were stunned, many of them experiencing temporary blindness from looking directly at the sunlight. For 10 full seconds, all of Japan was bathed in light, before it gradually faded away. Chapter 53, After the Duel. A car sped toward Ohananomizu High School, navigating through Tokyo's increasingly busy midday streets. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Ren leaned back with his chin resting on his hand, staring blankly out the window. However, his mind was anything but blank. He was reflecting on his previous battle against Kusanagi Gado. I need additional divine authorities. That was the conclusion he had reached. The divine authority, Sun Conqueror, was powerful. However, its strength was somewhat monotonous. Although this ability had extraordinary destructive power, it involved too many large-scale environmental attacks. As a result, Ren often relied on meteoric ascent as his primary attack, rather than using other, more lethal techniques. If he unleashed solar annihilation or the 9 sun strikes, not only would his enemy be annihilated, but the surrounding area would be reduced to a sea of destruction. In other words, his current power was highly inflexible. Meanwhile, Gado can switch between incarnations and adapt during battle. The Divine Authority, 10 incarnations, has a level of flexibility unmatched by most other divine authorities. TSK, as expected of a protagonist. Their powers are so annoying, Ren thought irritably. Except for his strongest attack, 9 sun strikes, he was quite satisfied with his divine authority. Even the basic attack, meteoric ascent, wasn't weak. After stacking it multiple times, even the manifestation of the divine beast from Boar incarnation was destroyed in seconds. What if I face an opponent with a strong defensive type divine authority? What if my next opponent has an ability that completely nullifies meteoric ascent? Can I still win with just this one divine authority? Ren frowned, pondering that possibility. In his duel with Gado, he realized that one divine authority wasn't enough. I need to kill another heretic god and seize their divine authority. That was the only solution. Campiones weren't just superhumans, they were god-slayers, beings destined to fight heretic gods and take their powers. With additional divine authorities, Ren would have more options in battle. If he could acquire abilities that enhanced his defense, increased his mobility, or even neutralized enemy attacks, his power would grow exponentially. Thinking this, Ren's eyes gleamed with determination. The duel with Gado had shown him his limits, but it had also given him a deeper understanding of his own strength. Now, he didn't just want to fight to win, he wanted to grow stronger. The thrill of battle was there, but the ambition to evolve was even greater. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In the driver's seat, Hayasaka noticed the change in Ren's expression. From a frown, his eyes now shone with sharp determination. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked softly. Ren-sama, you don't seem happy about your victory. Hayasaka's gentle voice broke Ren's reverie. Ren glanced at her briefly, then sighed. It wasn't a victory worth celebrating. I won by a narrow margin, and if I fight Gado again, I'm sure I'll lose. Hayasaka furrowed her brows. Ren-sama, who is usually unrestrained by rules and even reluctant to admit weakness, now considers his victory meaningless. She thought to herself. What do you mean, Ren-sama? She asked, confused. Leaning his head on his hand, Ren gazed out the window with a sullen expression. Among Gado's 10 incarnations, there's one that is the antithesis of all divine authorities. Antithesis. Hayasaka repeated the word hesitantly. The warrior incarnation. Ren answered lightly. What does the warrior incarnation do? And why didn't Gado-sama use it in the duel earlier? Well, the warrior incarnation can only be used if Gado has sufficient knowledge about his enemy or the divinity that is the source of the enemy's divine authority. If that condition is met, he can create countless golden swords. Those swords have the ability to strip away the divinity of any god, turning them into humans and nullifying their divine authorities. After Ren explained the warrior incarnation to her, Hayasaka's eyes trembled. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. That's. Then, in a tone full of complaint, she said, that's too unfair. Against Campiones and heretic gods, that's an unjust ability. That's true. Ren chuckled, then continued, the reason Gado didn't use the warrior incarnation against me wasn't because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. During our fight, he had no information about me. But now, the situation is different. I'm worried Erika has already guessed which heretic god I killed. And if that's true, she's likely already passed that information to Gado. Hearing this, Hayasaka recalled the figure of the beautiful blonde girl who had protected her so she could watch the battle. Lowering her head, she seemed hesitant. There was something she wanted to ask, but she feared it wasn't her place. However, before she could dismiss her doubts. Just ask. Ren interrupted, his eyes glancing at her. His voice was calm but carried the weight of an order. Hayasaka finally opened her mouth and mustered the courage to ask. Which god did Ren-sama kill? Without hesitation, Ren smiled faintly and answered casually. Hou-i. Hou-i. Hayasaka frowned, trying to recall if she had heard that name before. However, nothing came to mind. The name was unfamiliar to her, but from the name itself, she could guess it was a god from Chinese mythology. Not wanting to remain ignorant, she picked up her phone, typed in the keyword Hou-i and pressed search. Instantly, numerous articles popped up. Her eyes scanned the screen, reading the first summary she found. Hou-i is a legendary archer in Chinese mythology. Known as the Heavenly Archer, he was sent by the Jade Emperor to subdue the 9 suns scorching the world. With his bow, Hou-i shot down 9 of the 10 suns, leaving 1 to illuminate the earth. In some versions of the story, Hou-i is a human, but in others, he is a god or a demigod. He is also associated with his wife, Chang'e, who drank the elixir of immortality and ascended to the moon. An archer who shot down the suns. Reading the story, Hayasaka recalled a scene she might never forget. A young man shooting an arrow at the sun and bringing it down. However, before she could read further. Don't use your phone while driving. Ren sighed, his voice sounding like a teacher scolding a careless student. I won't get hurt if we crash, but you're different. You could die. Hayasaka hurriedly put her phone on the dashboard and gripped the steering wheel tighter. Sorry, Ren-sama. Ren didn't respond, simply shifting his gaze back to the window, seemingly letting the matter drop. Chapter 54, Discarding the Old and Embracing the New. The mysterious phenomenon where sunlight shone so brightly that it was impossible to open one's eyes for 10 seconds had become a hot topic across Japan. The scale of the event, which involved the entire archipelago, caused a huge uproar on news stations, social media, and internet forums. Netizens quickly dubbed it Heaven's Flare, referring to the extraordinary light that seemed to come from heaven. Not only the Japanese public, but international media also reported on this anomalous phenomenon. Many speculated it was the result of secret experiments, supernatural events, or even extraterrestrial intervention. Conspiracy theories abounded, ranging from extreme global warming to secret military activities. However, beyond the wild speculations, the impact of Heaven's Flare was very real. The sudden and blinding light caused chaos on the roads, with thousands of traffic accidents occurring simultaneously. Drivers lost control as they couldn't see anything in front of them, resulting in tens of thousands of accidents and hundreds of casualties. Many of the victims were pedestrians hit by disoriented vehicles. In response, the government quickly mobilized experts to issue an official statement. They claimed that Heaven's Flare was merely a rare and not yet fully understood weather phenomenon. However, many doubted this claim. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Ohananomizu High School, 2 p.m. Ren and Hayasaka walked through the gates. Ohananomizu High School had already entered club activity hours, but the atmosphere here was different from usual. Students gathered in small groups, still enthusiastically discussing Heaven's Flare. Seriously, light that bright appeared around noon. So weird. The sun was already bright, but suddenly it was like there was a second sun. I couldn't see anything. I heard some people almost crashed because of it. I read online that there's a theory it was a secret experiment. The government must be hiding something. No. It's a bad omen. The apocalypse, bro. Didn't you see? The birds were flying around in panic when it happened. How would you know about that when no one could see anything? Amid their lively chatter, Ren's presence caught their attention. As soon as some students noticed him, their voices immediately quieted. Some looked at him with hostility, others with dislike, and a few even whispered with mocking expressions. Has my reputation as a scumbag spread to everyone in school? Whatever, if they know, let them. Ren noticed this, but he didn't care. If he had to summarize their expressions in one word, it was disgust. Without concern, he glanced at Hayasaka beside him. AI, you don't need to follow me. Just do whatever you want. But be back before sunset. I need you to take care of Itsuki. Using her Jairu persona, Hayasaka smiled cheerfully. Okay. I'll go make some new friends besides, I don't want to be ostracized for being antisocial. She said, walking toward a group of female students. She doesn't need to use a persona, I'm not Shinomiya Kagaya. AI doesn't need to force herself to build social connections like she did at Shichien Academy. Ren shook his head, watching how quickly Hayasaka switched personalities, as if flipping a page in a book. Let's go. Making women wait isn't my style. Without delay, he headed toward the school's storage shed. Originally, after the exhausting duel with Gadu, he had planned to go straight home and spend some intimate time with Itsuki. But his plans changed when Masha suddenly sent him a message, asking to meet. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. As he walked through the hallway, disdainful gazes followed Ren. Some students even whispered behind his back, clearly talking about him without shame. But none of them knew the truth. They were mocking someone at the pinnacle of humanity. If Ren wanted, he could wipe out the entire school in seconds. But, of course, he wasn't that petty. Ignorance is bliss. Ren thought mockingly of their foolishness. As he got closer to the storage shed, the atmosphere changed. The number of students decreased until there were none in sight. In front of the shed's door, a girl with wavy light brown hair was waiting. When she saw him, she smiled softly. Ren-kun. Her voice was full of affection, different from usual. Since no one was around, Masha used his familiar nickname without hesitation. "Yo, Masha." Ren greeted with a faint smile. Then, they entered the shed. Once the door closed, Masha locked it. Ren was about to ask why she had called him, but before he could speak. "NNN." Masha threw herself into his arms. Her arms wrapped around his waist, her face buried in his chest. She rubbed her face against him gently, as if trying to absorb his warmth. "Renkuin rarely spends time with me. Are you bored of me?" Discarding the old and embracing the new. Masha's voice sounded slightly complaining. Ren wasn't stupid. He knew who the new referred to, Hayasaka AI. Gently stroking her light brown hair, he replied softly, "That's impossible. I've just been busy lately." Enjoying his attention, Masha smiled contentedly. "All right, I forgive you." Her embrace tightened slightly before slowly loosening. After savoring the moment for a while, they finally parted. "So, why did you call me? Do I need a reason to meet my boyfriend?" Without giving Ren a chance to respond, Masha grabbed his hand and placed it on her still flat stomach. "Our child wants to meet their father. So that's it." Ren raised an eyebrow, but he didn't reject this game. Following Masha's lead, he crouched in front of her. With a deft movement, he lifted her school uniform slightly, then shamelessly pressed his ear directly against her stomach. I want to hear their voice." Masha's face immediately flushed, but not out of anger, rather, because of Ren's sudden teasing. Instead of scolding him, she simply chuckled softly. "Renkuin, you really..." With a loving expression, she stroked Ren's hair as he kept his ear pressed against her stomach. Her voice remained gentle as usual, but there was a teasing tone in it. "I'm only a few weeks pregnant. The baby is still in the embryonic stage. So, even if you press your ear like this, you won't hear anything." Raising his head slightly, Ren maintained his mischievous demeanor. "But at least they can feel my presence, right?" Masha smiled softly, her eyes full of affection. "Maybe, but what's more important is how their father will always be there for them after they're born." "Masha, you don't think I'm the type to run from responsibility, do you?" "No, but you are the type to flirt with other women even when two of your women are pregnant." Ren just grinned, not refuting Masha. It was the truth, and he wasn't ashamed to admit he was a scumbag. Masha leaned closer, her body almost pressing against Ren. Her warm breath brushed his ear as she whispered softly but clearly, "I want our baby to meet their father directly." Frowning, Ren tried to understand her words. With a question mark in his mind, he asked, "How?" Masha seemed a little hesitant, but after taking a deep breath, she mustered the courage to say it. "Nanny." Ren's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Masha to say something like that. Honestly, he never thought a girl with such a gentle personality as Masha could be this aggressive. Do pregnant women really undergo such changes? However, he didn't dwell on it. Easily, Ren lifted Masha into his arms, her plump body feeling light in his embrace. Without a word, he gently laid her down on the mat, making sure she was comfortable. As her back touched the mat, Masha slowly stretched out her arms, as if signaling. Her face still adorned with a soft smile, but her gaze was full of anticipation. "Come on, Renkuin. I welcome you," she said in a coquettish tone, her voice almost a whisper. No man could resist such a sweet call. With just those words, Ren felt his heart beat faster. Masha had a natural charm that made people want to drown in her, her soft smile, her warm gaze, and her always calm yet attentive demeanor. There was a reason Masha was nicknamed Madonna by the students at Ohananomizu High School. "Since when did you become so good at teasing men, Masha?" Ren reached out, touching Masha's cheek with his fingertips, gently caressing before running his fingers through her smooth hair. Masha closed her eyes for a moment, savoring the touch, before looking at him again with anticipation. "Renkuin, you're the one who made me like this. You have to take responsibility." "Yeah, it's my fault. That's why you can only belong to me." Satisfied with Masha's coquettish behavior, Ren quickly removed his pants. Then, silence filled the room, only their breaths audible, growing heavier as the distance between them disappeared. Their shadows merged under the dim light, moving with a rhythm that grew faster. Soft moans mixed with the sound of fabric rubbing. There was something primal in the way they came together. The mat beneath them creaked slightly, in sync with the soft, repeated thuds. Occasionally, Masha bit her lip, her hands gripping Ren's arms tightly as if afraid of being separated. They were lost in the moment, time seeming to slow down and speed up simultaneously. Their breaths grew ragged, warming the air between them, creating a space that belonged only to them. Outside, the world moved on as usual, but here, in the quiet shed, there was only them, two hearts united in a wordless dance. Chapter 55, The Presence of a Third Party. The storage room fell silent after 30 minutes had passed, leaving only soft breaths and lingering warmth in the air. The sunlight streaming through small cracks in the walls illuminated the room, now filled with an atmosphere different from before. After pulling up her skirt and putting her panties back on, Masha made a new request to Ren. "Ren-kun, accompany me shopping after I finish my student council work." "Shopping for what?" Ren asked as he tightened his belt. Her fingers smoothing her slightly disheveled hair, Masha spoke with a hint of shyness. "Underwear. It seems the size doesn't fit anymore. My breast size has increased. I think it's because you massage them too often." Cough. Ren choked on air, not expecting such a straightforward answer to come from Masha's lips. He was about to open his mouth to defend himself when the girl continued with a slightly complaining tone. "You know, Ren-kun, something else has changed too." "What do you mean?" "The color of my areolas has started to fade. They used to be pink, but now they're a bit brown. This isn't the areola color a high school girl should have. It's more like that of a housewife." "Ha ha ha. Sorry, I can't help myself when I see your beautiful breasts, Masha." Seeing his awkward expression, Masha smiled softly. She knew from the start that Ren would react like this, and it amused her. "Don't think too much about it, Ren-kun. I'm not blaming you. On the contrary, I consider this proof that you love me very much." After straightening her wrinkled uniform, Masha looked at him with a concerned expression. "Ren-kun, how are you going to respond to the rumors going around?" Ren raised an eyebrow. "Rumors? You don't know." Masha looked slightly surprised. Ren just shrugged casually. "Well, I skipped school today. So, I don't know about any rumors about me." His indifference made Masha sigh deeply. The person at the center of the issue was acting so relaxed, while she, who wasn't involved, was more worried. "There's a bad rumor about you, Ren-kun. They say you're a scumbag who threatens female students to submit to you." "Oh." Hearing Masha's explanation, Ren narrowed his eyes, his expression beginning to change. "Obviously, it's just a rumor without concrete evidence. But, you know how gossip works. The rumor is spreading like wildfire. Almost all second-year students are talking about it, and even first- and third-year students are starting to join in." Masha said helplessly. "So that's the reason for their stares earlier?" Disgust, disdain. Boring people. Ren mocked in his heart. Masha continued with a concerned tone, "Actually, they don't care whether it's true or not. As long as the person being slandered isn't them, they don't care. In fact, some are happy to see others suffer more than themselves." His expression darkened. Ren didn't care about what people said, but "I admit I am a scumbag. I won't deny if I've done something unethical or against norms. However, I won't admit to something I didn't even do." He already had a suspicion about who was behind this rumor. But to confirm, he looked at Masha and asked, "Who was the first person to spread this rumor?" Hesitating for a moment, Masha finally answered, "Tobe-kun. Our classmate." Hearing that name, Ren wasn't surprised. His speculation was correct. Tobe, huh? Just a clown. A sycophant who constantly flatters Hayama Hayato, as if by doing so he could climb to the top of the school's social hierarchy. Does he think he's really on top just because he hangs out with popular people? Does he think I'm afraid of him just because I didn't bother dealing with him yesterday? Ren didn't respond to Tobe's antics earlier because he was too lazy to waste time on someone useless. But now, that clown wasn't just playing with fire, he was pouring gasoline on it. Fine. Since his life doesn't have much impact on the world anyway, let him become nutrients for the fish in Tokyo Bay. As a result, Ren had already decided Tobe's fate. Unaware of Ren's fish conservation plan in Tokyo Bay, Masha looked at him worriedly. "Ren-kun." Realizing that his expression might be a bit scary, Ren smiled and gently patted her head. "Don't worry. Rumors like this won't last long. People will forget about it soon. But trust me. Compared to talking about me, people will be more interested in discussing Heaven's Flare." Masha fell silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. Ren was right. A major event like that was far more interesting to people than some cheap rumor about a high school boy. Though there was still a bit of worry in her heart, she chose to believe in Ren. After all, she cared about this man, just as she cared about her younger sister, Alya. "All right. But if something bothers you, tell me, okay? After all, I'm a member of the student council, I still have some authority at school." Geez, since when did the kind-hearted Masha abuse her authority? "It's only for Ren-kun." Before leaving, Masha reminded Ren to wait for her to finish her student council work. "I'll message you when I'm done, okay?" Ren just smiled, saying nothing. As an answer, he pulled her waist and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. Masha returned it before finally breaking away and leaving with light steps. After her departure, Ren sighed. Now, he had to deal with the mess caused by their passionate actions. The storage room still bore traces of their intimacy, from the lingering scent in the air to the mat that could no longer be called dry. Suddenly, he spoke into the air. How does it feel to watch live compared to just reading magazines or watching videos? I want to hear your thoughts. Silence. No one answered, but he knew someone was there. His perception as a Campione was extraordinary. After using his heavenly eye to check for a third party, he didn't do anything after confirming the other person wasn't secretly recording with their phone, just watching quietly while masturbating. Suisan, peeping isn't a praiseworthy hobby. His gaze shifted to a stack of boxes in the corner of the room. A few seconds later, a soft sigh was heard, and from behind the boxes emerged a girl with an elegant aura, unshaken even after being caught peeping. Yuki. Holding the position of public relations in the student council. A girl with a perfect image in front of everyone, including Ren. With a calm demeanor, Yuki clasped her hands in front of her chest, then looked at him with a sad expression. You misunderstood, Rokuhara-kun, I wasn't peeping. I was checking the newly arrived items. Suddenly, Rokuhara-kun and Maria-san came in. Before I could greet you, I saw you kissing. She let out a soft sigh, adding in a tone as if she truly regretted the situation, feeling like I missed the right timing. I chose to hide, but who would have thought you two would do something immoral in a school environment? So, you stayed out of curiosity. Ren smirked. Technically, this isn't my fault. I just happened to be here first. Besides, if anyone's at fault here, it's you, Rokuhara-kun. Yuki's voice sounded confident. Chapter 56, The True Personality of Yuki. Engaging in indecent acts on school grounds. And it turns out Maria-san has that kind of relationship with you. My, if the other male students knew their Madonna had been taken, you'd become public enemy number one, Rokuhara-kun. Positioning herself on a moral high ground, Yuki maintained a calm expression, though secretly she hid the fact that her legs were slightly trembling from the masturbation she had just indulged in. Are you threatening me, Sui-san? Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. Yuki, who had initially been confident, suddenly felt her heart beat faster. There was something in his gaze that made her hair stand on end, not out of fear, but more from a mix of anticipation and unease. Rokuhara-kun wouldn't rape me while recording a video to blackmail me into keeping his secret, would he? On the surface, she was a young woman from an aristocratic family, full of grace and decorum. But beneath her elegant appearance, Yuki was actually an otaku. As an avid reader of various doujins, her mind quickly drifted to scenarios often found in such stories. She began imagining herself cornered, Ren roughly pulling her tie, whispering threats into her ear. Her face flushed as her imagination grew wilder. And no. My virginity is only for Oni-chan. Yuki immediately shook her head, trying to dispel the strange thoughts that were beginning to eat away at her rationality. But as she returned to reality, she realized Ren was staring at her with a puzzled expression. Sui-san. Sui-san. Ren called her several times, his voice growing increasingly impatient. Quickly, Yuki blinked a few times, trying to regain her composure. What? I just asked if you were threatening me or not. How could I possibly threaten someone, Rokuhara-kun? Responding to Ren's repeated question, Yuki let out a small laugh, though it was slightly stiff. I promise, Rokuhara-kun. What I saw today won't leave my lips, no matter who asks. I swear on the name of the Sui family. Ren stared at her expressionlessly, trying to gauge the sincerity in her words. The Sui family might not match the Shinomiya family in terms of influence and power, but they were still a respected family. Their patriarch, Sui Gensei, was not only a former ambassador to the United States but also an esteemed member of the Rikokai, an exclusive group comprised of Japan's political and business elite. If Yuki wanted, she could have used her family's name to pressure Ren or even tried to turn the tables. But she didn't. Instead, she used her family's name as a guarantee of her sincerity, showing that she had no intention of playing games with this matter. Setting aside this girl's eccentric true personality, she's not a bad woman like Miura Yumiko. If it were Yumiko, she would have undoubtedly tried to exploit this situation for personal gain. But Yuki didn't. Though she was a bit odd and her mind might be too contaminated with wild imaginations, at least she had a sense of morality. Sigh. Letting out a soft sigh, Ren abandoned his intention of using the Shinomiya family to pressure the Sui family. There was no point in complicating something that could be resolved simply. I'll trust you, just this once. Hearing that, Yuki reflexively let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, her imagination had already drifted to inappropriate scenarios. If Ren were truly as bad as she thought, she might have been in a more critical situation by now. However, she quickly lifted her chin, putting on a confident expression as if unaffected. For clarification, this isn't because I care about you, Rokuhara-kun. I just don't want Maria-san's reputation to be ruined. Of course. How could Sui-san care about someone like me? Ren chuckled lightly. An agreement was reached. Rather than prolonging the conversation about the earlier incident, Ren decided to change the subject. Say, Sue-san. Aren't you tired of wearing a mask every day? The corner of Yuki's eye twitched slightly. However, she quickly normalized her expression. What do you mean? She asked as if she genuinely didn't understand. Your acting is very good, I'll admit that. You've managed to fool many people. It's a shame, though, that I'm quite accustomed to international actresses who like to tease me with their acting. Ren shrugged. The international actress he referred to was Nakano Itsuki. Shaking her head, Yuki put on an innocent expression. I really don't understand what you're talking about, Rokuhara-kun. Ren simply smiled faintly, not believing the lie. Casually, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at her with assessing eyes. Sue-san, pretending to be something is easy for anyone. Pretending to be smart, pretending to be strong, pretending to be kind, pretending to know something they actually don't. Everyone wears a mask they think they don't need to take off, but if you get too used to that mask, one day you'll forget that you're wearing it. That's what's called being deluded by yourself. Silence enveloped the room. Yuki fell silent, her eyes slightly widening at his words. For a moment, she said nothing, just staring at Ren, pondering the meaning behind his words. Ha! After a while, she let out a long sigh. The graceful expression she always maintained in front of others slowly faded, replaced by something more natural. A crooked smile appeared on her face, her gaze turning displeased. Fufu interesting. I didn't expect you to see through it, Rokuhara-kun. Usually, people are just captivated by my graceful and charismatic charm. She leaned her body against the wall, one leg crossed in front of the other, her demeanor now far more casual compared to before. If Yuki had previously been an elegant noblewoman, now she more closely resembled a wild young woman. So, what are you going to do with this knowledge? Will you use it to threaten me? Or maybe, you want to play with me like you did with Maria-san. Her soft voice carried a teasing tone. Tisk. Ren clicked his tongue, a mocking expression clearly visible on his face. You're really narcissistic, Sue-san. I'm not interested in flat-chested women. The casual remark immediately made Yuki's eyebrows twitch. With an indignant expression, she puffed out her chest, glaring at him in protest. Oi, oi. My chest is not flat at all. In fact, it's girls like Maria-san and Ogata Rizu who have abnormally large breasts for high school girls. I'm perfectly normal, okay? She said in an annoyed tone. Ren glanced at her chest briefly with a lazy expression, then looked away as if uninterested. Unsurprisingly, Yuki felt looked down upon. She stomped her foot on the ground in frustration. You pervert. You really don't know how to treat a woman. She snorted before quickly leaving the storage room with hurried steps. As Yuki walked away, she tried to appear calm, but inside, she was grumbling. She had stood there for too long, and now she could feel her panty was wet, sticking uncomfortably to her skin. She needed to change it as soon as possible. After Yuki's departure, Ren began cleaning up the evidence. As he approached the spot where Yuki had been hiding earlier, his eyes caught something on the floor, a suspicious puddle of clear liquid. He paused for a moment, then let out a soft snort. Who's the real pervert here? After making sure everything was clean, he left the storage room, looking for a place to kill time while waiting for Masha to finish her student council duties. Chapter 57, Casual Chat with Hiratsuka Shizuka. Sitting on a bench in front of the school building facing the sports field, Ren sipped on a cold yogurt he bought from a vending machine. Beside him, a green tree provided shade, its leaves swaying gently in the afternoon breeze. His gaze was fixed on the baseball club members practicing, but his mind was busy thinking about something more crucial. Athena, Sun Wukong, Susanoo, Lancelot, Perseus, Hanuman. Those are the heretic gods that appeared in the original Campione timeline. However, this world is integrated with dozens of other anime. Not only heretic gods, but also ghosts, yokai, evil spirits, and even aliens. Hoi never appeared in the Campione anime or light novel. So, I conclude that aside from the heretic gods from the original work, there's a possibility other gods will emerge from their myths and become heretic gods. Needing a new divine authority, Ren began considering his options. Athena is currently incomplete without the Gorgon Stone, Sun Wukong is imprisoned in the Netherworld, and the cowardly Susanoo chose to hide there as well. Lancelot's whereabouts are uncertain, always moving around. Perseus hasn't even emerged from his myth yet. As for Hanuman, he will only appear if the King of the End is awakened. In short, even if Ren wanted to hunt heretic gods now, there's no easy target for him to pursue. He can't always rely on luck favoring him, like when he encountered Hoi who came to him as a warning. There's another method, the heretic god summoning ritual. Marquis Vauban once used this method to summon Siegfried. The ritual requires dozens of Harem Miko, and after the summoning is complete, most of them will die as their magical energy is drained, leaving only one Harem Miko alive. No, I shouldn't become a bastard like Marquis Vauban. Indeed, Ren is a scumbag who prioritizes results over the process. He has his own moral bottom line, though it might be lower than most people's, but it still exists. He's not cruel enough to sacrifice so many young girls' lives just to strengthen himself. However, if the sacrifices were men, without hesitation, he would do it. Call it bias or racism. He doesn't care. If a man cares more about men than women, there's something wrong with his sexual orientation. Srup. Sipping his yogurt, Ren let out a soft sigh. If only summoning heretic gods was as easy as summoning heroic spirits in the Holy Grail War. Just use a relic as a catalyst, and it's done. He gazed at the sky for a moment before suddenly jolting. The Holy Grail. Wait, in Campione there's also something called the Holy Grail. So, what if I use it to summon heretic gods? Ren began seriously analyzing the possibility. If I can replicate the Fuyuki City Holy Grail War ritual, then use it to pull heretic gods out of their myths. That would be amazing. But the problem is, I don't know how that magic ritual actually works. Ah, but that's not a big deal. If I can't create it myself, let someone else do it. This world is full of geniuses on the mystical side. There must be someone who can replicate it for me. The only uncertainty is whether the method would work. Ren shook his head, he's not the type to give up before trying. Anyway, there's no harm in trying rather than just waiting for heretic gods who might appear at any time. If it doesn't work, it's just a waste of time, I won't lose anything. Now, it's just a matter of obtaining the Holy Grail. But that's also not a big problem. I know who has it. Formulating a plan in his mind, Ren decided to start next week. Oh, Rokuhara, so you came to school. If you're here, you shouldn't skip class. The semester exams are in 2 weeks, you don't want to take remedial classes while the other students are on summer vacation, do you? Ren was still deep in thought when a mature woman's voice suddenly snapped him back to reality. He turned and found Hiratsuka Shizuka already sitting beside him, one leg crossed in a relaxed posture. Without showing any change in expression, Ren simply gave a brief excuse, there was an urgent family matter. Hearing that, Hiratsuka raised an eyebrow and looked at him with an amused grin. If you're going to lie, come up with a better excuse. Did you forget that you're an orphan? The remark stabbed directly without any pretense, but Ren only responded with indifference. Meanwhile, Hiratsuka casually took a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, pulled one out, and lit it. As smoke began to rise, Ren frowned. Is it okay for a teacher to smoke in front of a student? Hiratsuka blew smoke to the side, then looked at him with a challenging expression. Going to report me? Besides, school hours are over, and I'm smoking outdoors. I'm not breaking any rules. Or do you want to experience the legendary Iron Fist? Staring at her without flinching, Ren waved his hand in front of his face, trying to dispel the annoying cigarette smoke. I really don't understand why sane people enjoy inhaling poison. You'll understand when you grow up. Hiratsuka said casually, blowing smoke into the air. Tisk. Ren just clicked his tongue, uninterested in delving into the lung-destroying habit. Anyway, don't be a problematic student, or I'll throw you into the service club, like I did with Hikigaya. Is the service club some kind of rehabilitation center or something? Aren't you curious about its somewhat ambiguous name? Usually, people who hear service club for the first time immediately think of something lewd. Ren's reaction was somewhat surprising to Hiratsuka. Well, I've heard about that club. Its president, Yukinoshita Yukino, right? She's famous as a beautiful but cold woman who has rejected many confessions. So, are you interested in Yukinoshita? Hiratsuka looked at him with great interest. Not showing any awkward or embarrassed expression like a beta male, Ren instead answered frankly. No. Yukinoshita isn't my type. Her personality is cold, her words hurt people's feelings, and her chest is small. Those are common traits among anime heroines, something unique to make them stand out. It's enjoyable to watch in a show, but in real life, they're more troublesome than useful. Cough, cough, cough. Hiratsuka almost choked on her cigarette smoke. Goodness, Rokuhara, do you have a grudge against Yukinoshita? Your words make sense. I'm just being realistic, Hiratsuka-sensei. Aside from her pretty face, what's good about a woman like that? The world isn't lacking in beautiful women. Tsundere or Ice Queen personalities are outdated. Only masochistic men like women like that. Ren shrugged, not feeling there was anything wrong with his words. What about me? Am I your ideal woman? Hiratsuka asked casually, wanting to hear her student's opinion. Ren glanced at the woman beside him, observing her for a moment before choosing to remain silent. In fact, Hiratsuka was his homeroom teacher during his first year of high school. If this were a generic fanfiction story, perhaps he would try to add Hiratsuka to his harem. But Ren is different. Even a scumbag has his own standards, and Hiratsuka didn't meet his criteria. Smoking, drinking, prone to violence, and already in her 30s. Even in blind dates she's been on, most men back off after learning a bit about her personality. It's no wonder she's still single. Hiratsuka isn't the type of woman suited to be a gentle and virtuous housewife. She's more like a senior at work who often complains about life while downing beer at a bar. On the other hand, if he had to compare, Itsuki fits Ren's standards better. She's still young, only 22, good at housekeeping, can cook, and has a curvy body in all the right places. Her personality is also friendly, far more pleasant than the woman sitting beside him now. Faced with two choices, Ren didn't need to think twice. If he really wanted to find a partner, Nakano Itsuki is clearly superior to Hiratsuka Shizuka. The proof? Itsuki is now pregnant with his child and will give birth next month. Ren sipped his yogurt leisurely, while Hiratsuka stared at him, feeling something was off. For some reason, his silence annoyed her. "You're not thinking something rude about me, are you?" she asked, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. Ren glanced at her briefly before returning to his yogurt. "No. That's just your imagination, Hiratsuka-sensei." Without changing his expression, he lied without blinking. "Humph." Hiratsuka snorted softly. She knew Ren was lying, but what could she do? Hit her own student just because she felt annoyed. Realizing she might lose her temper if she stayed any longer, Hiratsuka chose to leave. "Don't skip class again, or I'll drag you to the service club," she threatened before walking away. Ren just smiled faintly, enjoying his yogurt once more. Chapter 58, UFO. Not long after Hiratsuka left, Ren grew bored of watching the baseball club practice. His eyes then caught sight of Tobe among Hayato and Yumiko's group, walking together toward the school gate. They were probably heading to karaoke or a fast food restaurant as usual. "Enjoy your last day, Tobe. Today will be the anniversary of your death next year." Ren sneered with a dangerous glint in his eye. Seeing Tobe laughing with his friends made Ren chuckle. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and sent a quick message to Hayasaka. The message was brief. He ordered the Shinomiya family to deploy a team to bury Tobe in a barrel filled with wet cement and then dump him into Tokyo Bay after the cement dried. Ding. He didn't have to wait long before the message was delivered. Hayasaka knew what to do. Although technically Hayasaka belonged to him, she also served as the liaison between Ren and the Shinomiya family. Prestigious families like theirs weren't as pure as they appeared on the surface. They had special units to handle dirty work, including assassinations. Ren wasn't naive like Gadu, he understood how the world worked. In his previous life, the Nine Dragons family in Indonesia operated in the same way. The rich and powerful always had hidden hands ready to dirty themselves for the sake of their family. So, getting rid of Tobe wasn't a big deal. Ren was just too lazy to dirty his own hands and didn't want to leave any traces that could be used against him. It was better to leave it to the professionals. After all, as a Campione, he wasn't just an ordinary human. His status was more honorable than any national leader. Even if he killed someone in public, the law of the land wouldn't be able to touch him. However, he also didn't want to draw unnecessary attention just to deal with trash like Tobe. Ren shifted his gaze from Hayato's group and noticed two girls who caught his attention, Yotsuba Miko and Yurikawa Hana. It wasn't their beauty that intrigued him, but the presence of an evil spirit relentlessly tormenting Miko. Isn't that Yotsuba Miko? Poor thing, she can only see ghosts but doesn't have the power to fight back. The ghost was disgusting. Its skin was rotting with black spots spreading across its body. Its eyes were hollow, as if devoid of a soul, while its mouth stretched wide, almost reaching its ears. The most horrifying part was its broken limbs, twisted in unnatural positions, its arms bent backward, and its knees folded like a failed origami. "Can you see me?" The hoarse, hate-filled voice repeatedly echoed in Miko's ears. "Well, that girl is one of the individuals who made me realize this world isn't just a slice of life. There's no harm in helping her once in a while." Without much thought, Ren raised his hand, condensing magical energy into an arrow. Of course, this wasn't meteoric ascent but a version weakened hundreds of times, just enough to erase the evil spirit without leaving a trace. With a casual flick, he launched the arrow toward the evil spirit. Whoosh! Poochie! In an instant, the evil spirit vanished without a chance to react. Miko, who had been trying to ignore the disturbance, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned around, her eyes slightly wide. This wasn't the first time she had seen an evil spirit die. There had been many instances where stronger spirits preyed on weaker ones. However, what confused her was the speed of the event. There was no sound of struggle, no presence of another spirit devouring it. The evil spirit just disappeared. "What's wrong, Miko? Did you forget something?" Hana's cheerful voice snapped her out of her daze. The girl looked at her with an innocent face, completely unaware of how disturbing the world Miko saw every day was. Miko shook her head quickly, regaining her usual blank expression. It's nothing. I just felt a little strange. Without thinking further, Hana started chattering again, and Miko followed her, though her mind was still filled with questions. On the other hand, Ren, who had witnessed the scene, leaned back on the park bench, sipping the last of his yogurt. Now that I think about it, there's someone else like her. He recalled another girl, Ayase Momo. I wonder, has she awakened her psychic powers yet? If Miko could only see supernatural beings without being able to fight back, Momo was very different. That girl had the potential to become an incredibly powerful esper. By the way, I've never seen an alien. So far, after becoming a Campione, Ren had witnessed various supernatural beings, evil spirits, ghosts, heretic gods, even phenomena that surpassed ordinary human understanding. But there was one thing he had never seen, an alien. Instantly, his curiosity was piqued. Lifting his head up, Ren activated Heavenly Eye. In an instant, his perception of the world changed. Layers of reality unraveled. What was hidden in the blue sky became clear. There, hovering above Tokyo, was a disc-shaped object floating silently. A UFO, huh? His heavenly eye pierced through the object's camouflage, revealing a strange structure unlike any human technology. Ren could see the details, an unfamiliar metal frame, a pulsating energy field surrounding it. The UFO was invisible to everyone else. Even with Earth's most advanced technology, this object would evade radar and military satellites. But his heavenly eye couldn't be fooled. He didn't know if the aliens inside were friendly or hostile. After all, in the Dandadan series, there were also friendly aliens. For now, Ren chose not to act. Interesting. So the heavenly eye can see through both magical camouflage and technology. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. 20 minutes later, Masha finally appeared. She was slightly out of breath, likely having rushed over after finishing her student council duties. Sorry to keep you waiting, Ren-kun. The student council work took longer than I expected. Ren didn't mind. After all, he had just been enjoying the surprising view of the sky. No problem. Let's go. They walked side by side toward the school gate. At this hour, most students were still busy with club activities. Meanwhile, those who chose to join the go-home club, students who left immediately after school without joining any extracurricular activities, had already left long ago. That meant no one saw the school's Madonna walking home with a scumbag who had recently been the subject of rumors. After walking for a few minutes, Ren glanced toward the busy road. The shopping center is still quite far. How about we take a taxi? It's faster and saves time. Masha seemed to think for a moment, then nodded. All right. I'll pay for the fare. Why? Ren asked, amused. Taxi fares in Japan are really expensive, right? I know Ren-kun is an orphan, and your family isn't wealthy. I don't want to burden your finances. Masha's consideration was one of the reasons Ren chose her over Alya. It wasn't that Alya wasn't attractive, on the contrary, the Russian-blooded girl had a charm that was hard to resist. However, Alya was too much of a perfectionist, too stubborn, and her feelings often contradicted her words. In short, she was an outdated tsundere. Masha was different. She was gentle, caring, and had a natural sensitivity toward others. Anyone who could marry her would be the luckiest man in the world. Still, Ren was aware that Masha's feelings weren't truly for him. If it weren't for the effects of his hypnotic manipulation, Masha would still be in love with Masachika. But did that matter? For Ren, the result was more important than the process. Knowing the Kujou family was wealthy, Ren saw no reason to refuse Masha's offer. If his girlfriend wanted to spoil him with money, why should he bother refusing? Chapter 59, Women's Underwear Store. Although the underwear store located in the shopping mall didn't restrict men from entering, most men would usually wait outside for their partners. However, Ren wasn't the type of guy to feel awkward in such a situation. As he and Masha stepped into the store, a quiet atmosphere greeted them. There were no other customers except for a young saleswoman sitting on a chair near the cash register, bored and playing with her phone. When she noticed customers entering, the saleswoman quickly stuffed her phone into her pocket and stood up. Welcome, how can I help you? Ren glanced at Masha briefly before responding casually, no, thank you. We can look around on our own. All right. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. After giving a formal response, the saleswoman sat back down and resumed playing with her phone. She was quite lazy during work hours. It seemed she was still young and new to the job. A true veteran wouldn't be so careless. As they looked around, Masha pulled Ren deeper into the rows of racks filled with various types of women's underwear. In front of them, rows of underwear were neatly arranged. There were simple cotton bras in pastel colors, perfect for everyday comfort. A little further in, the racks began to display more luxurious collections, push-up bras with elegant lace, strapless bras for open dresses, and sports bras designed for comfortable support during activities. However, the further they went, the bolder the underwear choices became. There were transparent satin underwear pieces that barely hid anything, complete with embroidered details in certain areas. Some bras were made of thin straps with small lace, looking more like accessories than actual clothing. The panties grew more provocative, G-strings with crisscross patterns at the back, crotchless panties that were open in sensitive areas, and sheer bodysuits that revealed more than they concealed. Masha picked up a bra with delicate lace details, examined it for a moment, then turned to Ren. Ren-kun, do you think a front clasp or back clasp bra is better? Ren, who was observing a sheer black lingerie set nearby, showed no signs of being flustered. He barely needed to think before answering, offering an analysis as if he were an expert in women's underwear. It depends on the shape of the woman's breasts. Front clasp bras have the effect of gathering and accentuating the chest. The clasp is in the center, usually just one, making it very convenient to put on and take off. The only issue is that they don't provide as much support. Therefore, front clasp bras aren't suitable for girls with larger breasts, they're more prone to losing their shape and functionality. Hearing his explanation, Masha looked at him with a mix of admiration and confusion, wondering how the guy who had gotten her pregnant could possess such useless knowledge. I don't know whether to be impressed or weirded out. Where did you learn all this, Ren-kun? Experience. Masha glanced at him briefly, then decided not to dig deeper. Some things were better left as mysteries. In that case, I'll choose a bra with a back clasp. Do you prefer something more plain or something sexier? Ren thought for a moment before answering. I prefer something pure yet sexy, the kind that's both pure and sexy at the same time. There's no such thing as underwear like that. Exactly, it depends on what you feel most comfortable wearing. After all, the most important thing about underwear is that you feel comfortable wearing it. Everything else is just a bonus. That kind of answer really has no reference value at all. Masha muttered softly. Without further delay, she picked out a few underwear sets that fit her size and headed toward the fitting room. Meanwhile, Ren stayed behind, browsing the underwear around him. If he had come alone, his actions would have immediately been labeled as perverted. However, since he was accompanying Masha, the saleswoman didn't pay much attention to his behavior. Not long after. Ren-kun, the clasp on my underwear seems to be stuck. Can you come in and help me? Masha poked her head out from behind the fitting room curtain, her expression slightly embarrassed, but her eyes clearly showed she was hoping Ren would help her. Ren raised an eyebrow, but before he could react. No, both of you. Men aren't allowed near the fitting rooms in our store. The saleswoman who had been engrossed in her phone immediately stood up and approached them, clearly on guard for situations like this. In a professional yet subtly warning tone, she added, because there have been some couples in the fitting rooms recently. So let me help instead. Masha glanced at the saleswoman, and for a moment, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face. However, she didn't object. All right, then please help me, she said with a smile before pulling her head back into the fitting room. Less than a minute later, the saleswoman emerged from the fitting room. She shot Ren a sharp look, as if giving him a silent warning. The look clearly said, don't even think about trying anything inappropriate here. Ren held back a laugh. It seemed this store had a bad history with customers misusing the fitting rooms. Sure enough, the saleswoman sighed softly before muttering, 2 days ago, a couple was caught doing something indecent inside. Ren deliberately put on an exaggerated expression of surprise. Oh. And they got caught red-handed? Yes. The saleswoman replied curtly. Shaking his head, Ren heard the sound of the curtain opening. Masha stepped out of the fitting room fully dressed, carrying a few pieces of underwear she had chosen to purchase. Ren-kun, do you have any recommendations? Are you sure, Masha? My choices might be a bit too wild. Masha smiled slightly, looking at him with confident eyes. I don't mind. After all, you've already made me do embarrassing things before. If this can satisfy Ren-kun, I'll gladly wear it. Hearing her response, Ren picked out a rather bold black underwear set. It was an open-cup bra with a hole in the center of the chest, paired with matching panties that also had a hole in the middle. He handed it to Masha. If you wear this, you won't even need to bother pulling down your panties every time we have sex. This underwear is more embarrassing than being naked. Although Masha complained, she didn't reject Ren's recommendation. She picked out one in her size and added it to her shopping pile. Not content with just buying 1 or 2 pieces, Masha also picked out a few more that she found cute before heading back to the fitting room to try them on. Meanwhile, Ren, who was waiting outside the fitting room, suddenly faced a minor issue. Rokuhara, even though the school is full of rumors about you, I still think you're not a bad student. A familiar voice made Ren turn around. Standing in front of him was Hiratsuka Shizuka, his Japanese teacher. Her expression was deeply troubled, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Running into a student at a women's underwear store was clearly not something she had expected while shopping today. Tell me the truth. What kind of trouble are you trying to cause by sneaking into an underwear store? Depending on the severity of the situation, I'll punish you accordingly. Unlike the formal attire she usually wore at school, this time Hiratsuka was dressed in a plain white long skirt with a black lace-trimmed ribbon at the waist. Her long black hair cascaded down to her hips, and the gently swaying skirt accentuated her well-proportioned legs. Dressed more elegantly like this, she looked far more feminine than usual. However, despite her changed appearance, her personality remained the same. Hiratsuka raised her fist slightly, as if ready to punch him at any moment. This wasn't just intimidation. If she felt Ren was causing trouble, she would genuinely hit him. Who would have thought I'd experience the cliché of running into an acquaintance at a women's underwear store? Wow, has the world acknowledged me as one of its protagonists? I sure hope so. Ren could only laugh inwardly. Chapter 60, The End of Tobe Kakeru. Ren remained calm under the sharp gaze of the female Tyrannosaurus. Even if Hiratsuka were to punch him with all her might, her attack wouldn't have the slightest effect on him. However, rather than letting the situation drag on, it was better to explain things quickly. Hiratsuka-sensei, I didn't come here alone. What? You have an accomplice in your crime. Don't let your imagination run wild. I'm here with my girlfriend. Isn't this a normal couple activity? Oops, sorry, Hiratsuka-sensei. I forgot you don't have any romantic experience. I take back my words, Rokuhara. You are a problematic student. A vein pulsed on Hiratsuka's forehead. Her fists clenched as if ready to punch her disrespectful student. What frustrated her the most? She couldn't refute it. At her age, already in her 30s, she was still single. Not only was she unmarried, she had never even had a boyfriend. Every time she went on a blind date, the men would always back off after seeing her true personality. You're not lying, are you? Proving it is simple. When she comes out of the fitting room, Hiratsuka-sensei will know for yourself whether I'm lying or not. As he spoke, Ren didn't avoid her interrogative gaze. His expression remained calm and relaxed. Just then, the sound of a curtain sliding open was heard. Masha pulled the fitting room curtain aside and stepped out fully dressed, carrying a few pieces of underwear she had chosen. Upon seeing someone she recognized, Masha was startled. Hiratsuka-sensei. I didn't expect to see you here. Unlike before, Hiratsuka immediately dropped her fierce demeanor and put on the face of a kind and friendly older sister. Oh, it's Kujou. Are you dating Rokuhara? Masha glanced at Ren briefly before nodding slowly. Yes, we are dating. Although it was a bit awkward to admit, there was no point in lying. Of course, she kept the fact of her pregnancy a secret. If that were revealed, the problem would become even bigger. Hiratsuka-sensei, can you keep this a secret? Masha asked softly, looking at their teacher with hope. Well, as long as you two don't break any school rules, I don't mind keeping it a secret. Ohananomizu High School didn't forbid students from dating. Hiratsuka had no right to interfere in this matter. After that, Ren and Masha bid farewell to Hiratsuka and headed to the cashier to pay for their purchases. Hiratsuka could only sigh again as she watched them leave. Young people these days sure like to play around, Who would have thought that two students who seemed like ordinary classmates at school were secretly a loving couple? They even shopped for underwear together without hesitation. Wait. Could it be that they've already crossed the line of a healthy relationship? Rokuhara. That kid is full of bad rumors, but he managed to win over a girl like Kujou. Meanwhile, Hiratsuka rubbed her throbbing forehead as if facing a bitter reality. She glanced at her reflection in the store mirror. With her elegant outfit and pretty face, she still looked young in her 30s. But still, the men who approached her always backed off after seeing her true personality. When will the men destined for me appear? I'm not going to be single forever, am I? Seeing her students dating was not good for her mental health and heart. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After leaving the underwear store, Ren and Masha didn't head home immediately. They still wanted to enjoy their time together in the bustling shopping mall. Masha casually held Ren's hand as they walked past various stores. Occasionally, she would stop to look at clothes in boutique windows, try on some accessories, or simply admire the jewelry on display. Ren wasn't particularly interested in shopping, but he patiently accompanied her, offering his opinion when asked. As they passed by a stuffed animal store, Masha suddenly stopped and stared at a display shelf with sparkling eyes. Her hand quickly grabbed a white cat plushie, her eyes softening as she examined it. Oh my, this cat plushie looks just like Alya-chan. She murmured with a sweet smile. Ren glanced at the plushie. Indeed, its cute shape and slightly arrogant expression somehow reminded him of Alya. Since this cat is cute, I'll buy it for myself. Masha continued, hugging the cat plushie tightly. Then, she handed a black rabbit plushie to Ren. And this one is for Ren-kun. Ren looked at the plushie in his hand. A black rabbit with a mysterious expression, different from the white cat that looked more innocent. A rabbit, huh? That's the iconic animal representing a playboy. Masha, you did that on purpose, didn't you? He asked, looking at Masha. Masha covered her mouth with her hand, hiding her mischievous smile. I don't know what you're talking about, she replied playfully before turning around and heading to the cashier to pay for the plushies. Oh well, as long as she's happy, let it be. After all, it's true. Ren smiled resignedly. Without much protest, he followed Masha out of the store, carrying the black rabbit plushie in his hand. As the evening grew later, the shopping mall began to fill with flickering lights. After spending time together, Ren and Masha finally decided to end their date. At the mall entrance, Masha ordered a taxi first. Once the car stopped in front of them, she turned to Ren, still clutching the white cat plushie tightly. Thank you for spending the day with me, Ren-kun. This date was really fun. She said with a soft smile. Don't forget to let me know when you get home. See you tomorrow, Ren-kun. Masha kissed his cheek before getting into the taxi. After making sure the door was closed, Ren stood still, waiting until the car disappeared into the distance. Only then did he order a taxi for himself. It didn't take long for the next car to stop in front of him. As he got in and leaned back in the seat, he glanced at the black rabbit plushie he was still holding. A small smile appeared at the corner of his lips. A rabbit, huh? He murmured softly before turning his gaze to the window, watching the city lights flicker in the distance. The taxi drove off, taking him back to his home. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Tobe walked lightly on the sidewalk with his hands in his jacket pockets. The night air was cool, and the streets were relatively empty, with only the occasional vehicle passing by. However, his attention wasn't on his surroundings but on the conversation he had earlier at the karaoke place. Ebona-san talked to me a lot today. Isn't this a good sign? He smiled slightly, remembering how the girl he liked seemed comfortable chatting with him. If I confess my feelings now, would she accept it? Tobe kept imagining various possibilities, how Ebona would blush upon hearing his confession, how they would start dating, and then he could finally lose his virginity with Ebona at a love hotel. Ehehe. Too lost in his sweet fantasies, Tobe didn't notice the presence of a black van slowly driving behind him. Its headlights dimmed, following him quietly. As he entered a quieter street, the vehicle suddenly stopped beside him. Before he could turn around, the van's sliding door opened, and two burly men quickly stepped out with swift, trained movements. Tobe jolted, but before he could scream, one of the men swiftly covered his mouth, while the other tightly grabbed his legs. Panicked, he tried to struggle, but their grip was too strong. His breath quickened, his heart racing in fear. What's happening? Who are they? He tried to fight back, kicking, biting the hand covering his mouth, even swinging his arms with all his might. However, his resistance meant nothing against his kidnappers, who were far stronger. In an instant, his body was lifted and thrown into the vehicle. The sliding door was immediately shut tight, muffling any sound from inside. The van quickly drove off, disappearing into the darkness of the night without a trace. Tobe, who just moments ago was lost in sweet daydreams about his love life, now found himself trapped in a situation he had never imagined. Inside the shaking van, Tobe could only writhe in panic. His mouth was gagged with thick cloth, his eyes tightly blindfolded, and his hands and feet bound tightly. He couldn't see, couldn't speak, could only feel his body trembling violently in fear. This is just a dream. This must be just a dream. But the sound of the van's engine and the tight ropes around his wrists felt all too real. His body felt weak, but his breath was ragged, as if his lungs were lacking air. Tears began to flow from behind the blindfold, mixing with snot that he couldn't control. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. It was unclear how long the van had been driving, but eventually, he felt the vehicle come to a stop. Soon after, someone roughly pulled him out. Tobe wanted to resist, but his efforts were futile. His body was too weak compared to his kidnappers. Suddenly, the cloth covering his eyes was removed. Blinding light pierced his senses, forcing him to squint for a moment before he could see clearly. What greeted him was an abandoned warehouse, its walls dull and cracked, the floor dirty and littered with debris. But what was more terrifying than that were the 10 burly men standing around him, staring at him expressionlessly. Fear gripped his chest even tighter. With a trembling voice, he mustered the courage to speak. What do you want from me? No one answered. Did you get the wrong person? I'm nobody. My family isn't rich. It's useless if you want ransom money. Still no response. Tobe felt his body go limp. Even begging for mercy seemed pointless. Without a word, one of the men approached, easily grabbing him as if he were nothing more than a rag, and lifted him into an upright metal drum standing on the warehouse floor. Tobe began to scream. What are you doing? Please, let me go. I'll do anything. However, his fear turned into uncontrollable horror when he saw someone bringing a large bucket filled with thick gray liquid. Cement. Without needing an explanation, his mind immediately grasped what was about to happen. This was a scene he had often seen in crime movies. They're going to bury me alive in cement. Absolute fear took over him. No. Don't. His screams echoed through the vast warehouse, bouncing off the walls. Please. I'll do anything. Don't do this. His cries grew more desperate. His body thrashed with all his might, but the metal drum was too narrow for him to move freely. Yet, the men remained silent. Not a single one showed any mercy. The cement began to pour, flowing slowly into the drum, covering his feet. Cold and sticky. And at that moment, Tobe realized something. He was really going to die. The cold, sticky cement continued to flow, slowly enveloping Tobe's body until it reached his neck. The cold pierced his skin, hardening more and more, as if locking his body in an impenetrable prison. Tobe cried and screamed, struggling in vain. His breath was ragged, his chest tight with fear that choked him. Please. I beg you, let me go. But his screams only echoed without response. No one cared about his pleas. No one smirked or showed satisfied looks. They were just silent, like professional executioners simply carrying out their duty. In the midst of his despair, one of the men stepped forward. Unlike the others, his gaze wasn't filled with hatred but with absolute indifference. He looked at Tobe, trapped in the hardening cement, before finally speaking in a flat voice. Clown, don't spread rumors about others carelessly. You never know who you might offend. In your next life, be a good person instead of a sycophant. Those words struck deep into Tobe's heart, deeper than the fear that gripped him. That's a message from the person you provoked. The man added indifferently. At that moment, Tobe felt as if the world had collapsed. It didn't take long for him to understand the meaning behind the man's words. Rokuhara Ren. That name flashed in his mind like lightning in the darkness. He remembered how he had spread rumors about Ren, talking about things he hadn't even confirmed just to make himself look better in front of his friends. He had done all that out of baseless envy. And now. Regret, too late, gripped his heart. Why? Why was he so stupid? Why did he have to provoke someone like Ren out of jealousy? Tobe opened his mouth to speak, to try to defend himself or at least beg for mercy one more time. But his voice caught in his throat. There was nothing more he could say. There was nothing more he could do. He could only stare at the men in front of him with wide eyes, his body trembling even as it was almost completely locked in the hardening cement. And so, the man named Tobe Kakeru became nourishment for the fish in Tokyo Bay. Chapter 61, Sibling Duo. Night. Opening the door to his apartment, Masachika noticed a pair of school shoes on the floor. He already had an idea of who they belonged to. Sure enough, in the living room, his younger sister, Suiyuki, was lying face down on the sofa, casually reading a manga. The super short shorts she was wearing could barely be considered pants. The slightly raised hem revealed the thin line of her underwear, while her smooth, white thighs swayed freely up and down. Of course, Masachika wouldn't feel any sexual attraction toward his own younger sister, but Yuki's appearance was truly inappropriate. If any other men saw her like this, they would definitely be aroused. Without turning her head, Yuki spoke, her voice sounding lazy. Welcome. Did you really make sure Elisa-san got home safely? Why are you here? Because I'm staying over. Why didn't I know about this? Because I just told you now. Masachika simply maintained a flat expression. He was already used to Yuki's arbitrary behavior. Soon, Yuki returned her focus to her manga, her expression serious. Oh, I see. So the mysterious handsome guy walking with the heroine. It must be an older brother and younger sister. Looking at it, this guy is definitely her older brother. Besides, it's already obvious that they're siblings. Why is the heroine so oblivious? Masachika overheard his sister's commentary and disagreed. You don't need to dictate their relationship. You just want a childhood friend at school, right? No need to comment so much. Huh. Yuki turned around, glaring at him with a frown. This isn't dictating. Do you even know what a childhood friend trope is? Someone who's known you since childhood. Masachika answered spontaneously. Exactly. In other words, older brothers and younger sisters are also childhood friends. Childhood friends, otaku friends, or siblings, they can coexist. Masachika was slightly taken aback by her excessive enthusiasm. That's a bit of a stretch. Getting up from the sofa, Yuki stood close to her brother, looking at him confidently. It's not a stretch. It's just a metaphorical explanation. Ha. Unable to respond to his sister, who appeared perfect in public but turned into a hardcore otaku when with him, Masachika could only let out a tired sigh. Wait. Yuki sat back down on the sofa, reading her manga with a surprised expression. The guy with the heroine is her older brother. Of course. Masachika replied without surprise. Hadn't they just discussed this speculation earlier? But he kissed his younger sister. Turning to Masachika, Yuki looked shocked. Seriously? Masachika frowned. He hadn't expected the plot to take such a turn. Seriously? This is definitely going to be a masterpiece. With sparkling eyes, Yuki continued reading her manga with great enthusiasm. Masachika could only shake his head. Well, that's impossible. Logically, that means they're not blood-related, right? Hearing this, Yuki, who couldn't accept it, grabbed her brother's collar and shouted. You idiot. The fact that they're siblings is what makes the story even more interesting. The reason she loved the sibling romance genre was that she secretly hoped her older brother would cross the boundaries of their relationship. Unfortunately, Yuki was destined to be disappointed because her brother had nerves of steel. No matter how much she teased him, Masachika would never do anything indecent to her. Masachika looked at her flatly. You're way too deep into this fandom. Yuki snorted, releasing her grip, then looked at him with a sly smile. By the way, Oniai-chan, I saw something amazing today. What was it? While filling a glass with water from the dispenser, Masachika drank it casually. I saw 2 of your classmates having sex at school. PFFTTTT. Instantly, Masachika spat out the water he had just drunk after hearing her words. You're not lying, are you, Yuki? Sadly, this is the truth. And you know what's even more shocking? What? Masachika looked at his sister with immense curiosity. From the conversation I overheard, it turns out the girl is pregnant. Masachika fell silent for a moment, trying to process the information. If this was true, then the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. This could turn into a scandal if the school found out. Don't they know about condoms and birth control pills? Who are they? Masachika asked, curious if he was familiar with the classmates Yuki mentioned. He knew the names of all his classmates. However, only a few had any meaningful friendship with him. Most were just acquaintances with little interaction. I can't tell you. I promised the guy I wouldn't tell anyone about what I saw. Yuki smiled smugly, enjoying her brother's curious expression. Masachika paused for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. Wait, that means you got caught by the guy. Hearing this, Yuki scratched the back of her head, then stuck out her tongue slightly, with a clearly forced cute tone, saying, tee-hee. Oi, don't act like this is a small matter. It's dangerous. What if the scenarios in those doujins actually happened to you? What if he tried to threaten you to keep the secret? Masachika scolded her with a serious tone. Hearing this, Yuki turned her body toward her brother and looked at him with a dismissive expression. Ha! Oniai-chan, you've been reading too many doujins. Masachika glared at her with an annoyed expression but couldn't refute it. After all, he had indeed read scenarios like that. But still, this was the real world, and he couldn't ignore the possibility of something bad happening to his beautiful and cute sister. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. In her spacious and neatly organized room, Aya had just finished her study session. So tired. Raising both hands above her head, Aya stretched her stiff body after sitting for too long. Her tense muscles relaxed slightly, and she let out a soft sigh. Since she was at home, Aya was wearing casual clothes that were more revealing than usual. A thin tank top without a bra clung snugly to her upper body, revealing her slender waist and smooth, flat stomach. The shorts she wore were even shorter than her school gym uniform, exposing most of her smooth, white thighs. Her silver hair cascaded freely, giving off an unintentionally alluring vibe. Her eyes then landed on a white cat plushie lying on her bed, a gift from Masha some time ago. Aya picked up the plushie, staring at it with a pout. Humph, it doesn't look like me at all. She muttered softly, seemingly dissatisfied with her sister's choice. However, even as her mouth complained, her hands gently squeezed the plushie, even pulling it into a hug. The presence of the small object brought a strange warmth to her heart. Secretly, Aya was happy about her sister's attention. Ding, dong. Suddenly, the doorbell echoed throughout the house. Aya, who was still lying on her bed hugging the white cat plushie, frowned. After a few seconds passed without anyone answering the door, she realized that no one else could do it except her. Why isn't Masha answering the door? Reluctantly, Aya got up and put on a thin satin nightgown that only reached mid-thigh. Casually, she tied the belt around her waist, though it still left a slight gap revealing her soft, white skin. Descending the stairs to the first floor, Aya noticed the sound of running water from the bathroom. Masha was taking a shower. That's why no one had answered the door. Since it was already nighttime, she didn't open the door right away. Instead, she pressed the intercom button to check the visitor through the security camera. Who is it? She asked cautiously. On the screen, a delivery man in a uniform with a hat and mask stood holding a package. I'm a delivery. There's a package for Maria Mikhailovna Kujou. He replied briefly. Masha bought something online. That's unusual. Alya thought, puzzled. However, after confirming that there was nothing suspicious about the men, Alya finally opened the door. The cool night breeze touched her skin, making her shiver slightly. Whoa, this is the first time I've seen a Russian girl. She's so beautiful. Please sign here. Thinking this, the deliveryman handed her the package, and Alya signed the receipt on behalf of her sister. Meanwhile, the man subtly glanced at Alya's chest, which slightly peeked out from the gap in her nightgown. The porch light accentuated the beauty of the girl's figure, which, though she was unaware, was enough to catch any man's attention. After receiving the package, Alya immediately closed the door without further ado. She didn't notice the lingering gaze that had briefly fallen on her or the man's expression before he turned and left. After closing the door, Alya stared at the package in her hands with curiosity. Her eyes read the item name listed on the delivery slip. Female Indonesian high school uniform. Her brow furrowed. Why did Masha buy this? As far as she knew, Masha had no connection to Indonesia, let alone any need for a school uniform from that country. Before Alya could think further, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Masha, her body wrapped only in a white towel with her hair still wet, appeared with a slightly tense expression. Ah, thanks for receiving the package, Alya-chan. She said quickly, taking the box from her sister's hands. Masha, who was usually calm and gentle, now seemed in a hurry. She immediately hugged the package tightly as if afraid of being found out, then, without waiting for Alya's response, she hurried up the stairs to her room on the second floor. Alya watched her sisters retreating back with a suspicious gaze. Masha looks panicked. Very suspicious. Normally, Masha wouldn't react like this just because of a shopping package. Something's off. Alya didn't know what Masha was planning, but her gut told her that something was being hidden from her. Chapter 62, Pregnant Woman Craving Meat Buns. Meanwhile, at the Rokuhara family apartment. The bathroom door creaked open, releasing a puff of steam as Ren stepped out. His hair was still damp, droplets of water occasionally trailing down his neck and disappearing beneath his plain white t-shirt. The cotton shorts he wore were comfortable, perfect for lounging at home. As he stepped into the living room, a scene of the two women interacting warmly greeted him. On the sofa, Itsuki sat, her pregnant body wrapped in a casual house dress, while behind her stood Hayasaka, her fingers gently combing through Itsuki's long pink hair. Thank goodness they get along. Ren thought with relief. The dreaded Shiraba scenario, a messy, chaotic love triangle common in anime, had not occurred in their household. Instead, the two women had formed a friendship. Ren approached the sofa. Without thinking, he leaned down and pressed his lips to Itsuki's. Itsuki's eyes widened in surprise. Her first instinct was to pull away, after all, Hayasaka was right there, watching everything. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, Ren's gentle persistence quickly dissolved her hesitation. Before she knew it, her initial reluctance turned into enthusiasm as she kissed him back with unexpected passion. Gee. Behind them, Hayasaka stood frozen, her hairbrush suspended in midair. They really forgot I'm here. At least they could have gone to their bedroom for this. She complained inwardly. Though she complained, she couldn't look away. It was rare to observe such an intimate moment from such a close distance, and her eyes remained fixed on the couple despite her cheeks reddening with embarrassment. Finally breaking away from their passionate kiss, Ren moved to the sofa across from them, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Itsuki remained seated, her chest rising and falling with quick breaths, her lips slightly swollen from their kiss. You are too aggressive, hubby. She said, narrowing her eyes accusingly at Ren. Did you forget we have an audience? Though Itsuki protested, there was no real anger in her voice, only lingering embarrassment mixed with the remnants of their shared moment. She glanced at Hayasaka, who continued brushing her hair, though the faint pink spreading across the girl's cheeks betrayed her awareness of what had just transpired. Hayasaka pretended to be fully focused on untangling a particularly stubborn knot in Itsuki's long pink hair, acting as though she hadn't witnessed their intimate display. Her fingers worked with mechanical precision, but the slight tremble in her hands and her distracted gaze told a different story. Ren leaned back against the sofa cushions, his eyes never leaving Itsuki. How could I resist? He said with a casual shrug that contrasted with the intensity of his gaze. When you look that beautiful, it's impossible to hold back. His words hung in the air between them, simple yet incredibly effective. Itsuki's expression immediately softened, her earlier complaint forgotten. A warm sense of happiness spread through her chest, and she couldn't help the small, pleased smile that tugged at the corner of her lips. Flattery won't excuse everything, you know. Though her tone had already lost its edge. She reached out to touch her own hair, her fingers brushing against Hayasaka's as the girl continued her work. Hayasaka cleared her throat softly, finally acknowledging the situation. Your hair is almost done, Itsuki-sama. Thank you for your help, Hayasaka-san. You're really skilled at this. Itsuki said with genuine gratitude. Hayasaka inclined her head slightly, a practiced movement as a maid. It's nothing special, Itsuki-san. It's just part of my duties as Rensama's maid. Itsuki frowned at Hayasaka's response. She shifted her body on the sofa, creating space beside her, and patted the cushion invitingly. Sit with us. I don't see you as just a maid, Hayasaka-san. You're part of our family now. After a moment of hesitation, Hayasaka sat down beside Itsuki. I've been thinking it's time we bought a new house. Both women turned to Ren, momentarily startled by the sudden change in topic. A new house? Itsuki repeated, her brow furrowing slightly. Why? This apartment is still perfectly fine, and the rent is affordable. We've only been living here for a few months. Ren's gaze softened as it fell on Itsuki's rounded belly, visible even through the loose fabric of her house dress. You're due next month. I want the right environment to raise our child. Somewhere with a yard, maybe near a park. A place where our family can grow. Itsuki's expression shifted as she listened to his words. She placed a protective hand over her 8-month pregnant belly, feeling the faint movements of their child within. After a moment of consideration, she looked up with genuine interest in her eyes. Does hubby have enough money to buy a house? If not, we could ask my father for a loan. He definitely. Ren rolled his eyes dramatically, cutting her off mid-sentence. Itsuki-sensei, have you forgotten who your man is? The Shinomiya Consortium, one of Japan's largest corporate groups, has been at my feet since I became a Campione. Money is the least of my concerns. Rensama is correct. The head of the Shinomiya family gave Rensama a black card. That card has an unlimited balance. Hayasaka stated this matter-of-factly, as if discussing the weather rather than an immense fortune. All right, if finances aren't an issue, then I think a new house sounds great. A smile spread across Itsuki's face as she rubbed her rounded belly. The conversation about the new house had just ended when her expression suddenly changed. I just realized. I suddenly really want to eat meat buns from Yamada Bakery, you know, the bakery I used to visit after school when I was in high school. Ren raised an eyebrow, checking the time on the wall. We just had dinner an hour ago. You also ate a lot. Are you still hungry? Itsuki puffed out her cheeks slightly, her hand stroking her rounded belly as she acted sweet. I'm not just hungry. I'm craving. The little one wants Yamada's meat buns. Isn't it normal for pregnant women to crave things? Especially in these final months of pregnancy. Unable to argue with that logic, not when faced with Itsuki's hopeful gaze and the medical facts about pregnancy cravings, Ren nodded in resignation. You're right. Before he could say more, Hayasaka stood and offered to go. Let me get the meat buns, Ren-sama. It's no trouble at all. I can be there and back in 30 minutes. Ren shook his head firmly. No, Hayasaka. This is my responsibility. Then, standing from the sofa, he stretched slightly. I'm the one who put Itsuki in this condition. He added with a hint of pride in his voice. Taking care of her cravings is the least I can do. Ren walked to their bedroom to change, calling out, besides, I know exactly which meat buns she likes best. Itsuki's face lit up with happiness at her husband remembering such a detail. She nodded enthusiastically. A few minutes later, Ren emerged from the bedroom, now dressed in casual clothes, dark jeans and a light jacket suitable for the cool night air. He grabbed his wallet and keys from the table as the two women accompanied him to the entrance. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Ren leaned down to kiss Itsuki's lips softly. His hand gently caressed her belly, a silent acknowledgement of their growing child. After pulling away from Itsuki, Ren turned to Hayasaka. Without hesitation, he leaned in toward her. Hayasaka accepted his gesture naturally, her body relaxing as Ren approached. As his concubine, these moments of affection had become a comfortable part of their relationship. Their lips met with familiar passion, which quickly deepened as their tongues intertwined in a practiced dance. Itsuki watched them with calm acceptance, showing no signs of jealousy. After all, polygamy was legal in Japan, and she had long accepted Hayasaka's position as Ren's concubine. The arrangement was something they had all agreed upon, an unconventional but harmonious household that operated by its own rules. When they finally parted, Hayasaka's face was flushed with pleasure rather than embarrassment. Ren smiled at both women, clearly appreciating the balance they had found together. I'm off. Ren stepped out into the dark night. The door closed behind him with a soft click, leaving Itsuki and Hayasaka standing side by side in the entrance, gazing at the spot where he had been just moments before. The night sky outside was dark and vast, dotted with distant stars barely visible through the city's light pollution. Chapter 63, The Student Council Vice President Scandal. Kabukicho, located in the heart of Shinjuku district, is one of Tokyo's largest entertainment areas. When night falls, the place transforms into a dazzling sea of neon. Large billboards with glowing kanji and katakana characters adorn every corner of the buildings. The pounding music from nightclubs mixes with the loud conversations of visitors passing through the narrow sidewalks. Ren walked calmly through crowds of people filling the streets. His eyes occasionally glanced at the various love hotels lined up along the way, with their striking facade designs and inviting names. At street corners, young girls in minimal clothing stood waiting, their faces heavily made up with glittering makeup under the neon lights. They smiled seductively at passing men, offering escort services in whispers or sometimes quite openly. The atmosphere of Kabukicho at night was indeed like this, full of contrasts of Tokyo's nightlife that never sleeps. Office workers just returning home mingled with curious foreign tourists, lonely men seeking temporary entertainment, young couples looking for privacy, and of course, various types of people with their own agendas. Why do I have to come to a pleasure district like Kabukicho just to buy meat buns? Ren sighed inwardly. The answer was simple, because the legendary Yamada Bakery was located right on the edge of Kabukicho. The shop was famous for its delicious meat buns with a secret family recipe, which happened to be Itsuki's favorite since her school days. As Ren turned onto a smaller street, his eyes caught something that made him stop in his tracks. Among the crowds of people passing by, he saw a very familiar figure. Isn't that Ito Makoto? Well, who's the woman with him this time? Ren squinted to see more clearly. Without a doubt, it was indeed Ito Makoto, his former classmate from his first year of high school. Makoto was known as a playboy who liked to toy with women's hearts. Despite having an official girlfriend, he was notorious for secretly cheating with various women. Unlike Ren, who openly had a harem with the consent of all parties, Makoto preferred to play behind the scenes. He deceived women with false promises and sweet lies. Comparing himself to Makoto, Ren felt he was far more honorable. At least I'm open about my relationships with Itsuki-sensei, Masha, and AI. Not like that bastard who likes to lie and deceive. He thought proudly to himself. Ren was about to continue his journey when his eyes suddenly fixed on the woman walking with Makoto. The woman wore a thick coat covering her body down past her buttocks slightly, her long legs wrapped in black stockings contrasting with her white skin, and a pair of high heels that added elegance to her steps. Her stern yet beautiful face looked familiar. Wait. That's Sarashina-san, right? Ren exclaimed in shock. Sarashina Chisaki, an exemplary student who served as vice president of the student council, captain of the kendo club, and president of the disciplinary committee. Even more surprising, she was the official girlfriend of Kanzaki Toya, the current and highly respected student council president. Chisaki had always been an eye-catching figure. Her short black hair framed a face with a unique combination, facial features that tended to be masculine and handsome, yet also possessed an undeniable feminine softness. From a distance, she could look like a motorcycle gang member with her gallant appearance, but up close, her elegance and beauty could captivate anyone like a professional model. Whoa, I think I've discovered an extraordinary scandal. Ren truly pitied Kanzaki, the honorable student council president, because his perfect girlfriend was secretly cheating with a scumbag like Makoto. As he observed more carefully, he realized there was something strange about the way Chisaki walked. Her steps seemed unstable, occasionally appearing to tremble despite her face trying to remain calm. This was very different from the firm and confident stride she usually displayed when patrolling the school corridors as president of the disciplinary committee. Driven by growing curiosity, Ren decided to use one of the divine authorities of Sun Conqueror that he possessed as a Campione, Heavenly Eye. With light concentration, Ren activated his power. Instantly, an ethereal eye invisible to ordinary people appeared in the sky over Kabukicho, giving him a much sharper and more detailed view. Perhaps I'm the only Campione who misuses divine authority just for peeping, right? What the fuck? What he saw shocked him. The Heavenly Eye had X-ray ability, allowing him to see through any camouflage. Beneath the thick coat worn by Chisaki, Ren gasped realizing that the woman was wearing nothing, completely naked under that thick layer of fabric. Even more astonishing, Ren could see a small vibrator attached to Chisaki's sensitive area, vibrating with varying intensity. No wonder her steps are unstable. Ren then looked at Makoto, who casually held a small remote in his hand, his fingers occasionally playing with the control button. So that's it. Makoto is toying with her in the middle of the crowd. At the same time, Ren saw Makoto deliberately pulling back a small portion of Chisaki's coat while walking, just enough to occasionally reveal part of her buttocks to pedestrians who happened to be behind them. Chisaki's facial expression showed a mixture of shame and desire, an expression Ren never imagined he would see on the face of the vice president of the student council known for being disciplined and stern. Ren couldn't help but acknowledge that Makoto had his own expertise in games like this. Although he himself was a scumbag, he had never done anything this daring to his women. He is indeed a true bastard. But I must admit, that's quite creative. With the help of the Heavenly Eye, Ren could now clearly see the interaction between Makoto and Chisaki. They weren't just walking together, Makoto's arm was wrapped possessively around Chisaki's waist, while the woman seemed comfortable with the closeness. Chisaki's facial expression was also different from what Ren usually saw at school. Instead of a stern and disciplined face, her face now appeared soft and full of affection as she looked at Makoto. No longer paying attention to the two adulterers entering one of the love hotels in Kabukicho, Ren deactivated the heavenly eye. He quickened his pace to Yamada Bakery to buy the meat buns that pregnant Itsuki wanted. While walking to Yamada Bakery, Ren saw another acquaintance entering a love hotel. That acquaintance was none other than Kasumiga Kaka Yutaha, the saleswoman who had served him when he bought a car with Hayasaka the day before. I meet several acquaintances just buying meat buns. This world is very small, huh? Ren stared at Yutaha standing not far from him. Yutaha, still wearing her office lady clothes, had her waist encircled by the hands of a fat middle-aged man. Occasionally the fat man would reach inside her skirt and directly fondle her buttocks, which made the girl bite her lip to avoid moaning. Meeting two acquaintances coming to love hotels while buying meat buns, the corner of Ren's eye twitched. Not wanting to interfere with others, he quickened his steps to Yamada Bakery. Kabukicho always made Ren feel uncomfortable as someone with mild misophobia syndrome, but Yamada Bakery located on the edge of this district was the only place that sold special meat buns with a secret family recipe that Itsuki craved. Yamada Bakery was now in sight. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted into Ren's nose, drawing his attention away from the swirling thoughts. Welcome. Greeted an old man with a white apron as soon as Ren pushed open the store door. Excuse me, are there still meat buns available? Asked Ren. The old man looked at Ren for a moment before smiling. Of course. We just took them out of the oven. How many would you like? 10 please. Considering Itsuki's appetite, that was a normal amount according to Ren. The old man nodded and began wrapping the still warm meat buns. Then, Ren handed over his money and received the package, and left. Chapter 64, Hero Saves the Beauty. The night air in Kabukicho felt cooler than usual. Ren had just stepped out of Yamada Bakery with a bag of still warm meat buns. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from the plastic bag. However, he didn't want to linger in this area for too long. After all, Itsuki was waiting for him at home, and Ren didn't want his pregnant homeroom teacher to start overthinking things. I should head back soon. Maybe it's because of her pregnancy, but Itsuki's mood has been unstable lately. But it seemed fate had other plans. Just as he was about to turn toward the station, his steps came to a halt. Isn't that? His eyes caught a familiar figure in the crowd. This was the third time he had run into someone he knew tonight. But this time, he couldn't pretend not to see her. There, standing with an uncomfortable expression, was Nakano Miku, one of the quintuplet sisters and now his sister-in-law. Miku was wearing a tight white horizontal striped shirt that clung to her ample chest. Her voluptuous figure was accentuated by her slim waist, which contrasted with her wide hips wrapped in brown pants. What made Ren frown was the situation around Miku. She wasn't alone. 3 young men surrounded her, their body language clearly intimidating. The first man wore a gray jacket over a black t-shirt, his hair short, and he was holding a phone. The second man, standing behind her, had short black hair and was dressed in a formal shirt, his posture taller than the others. The third man wore a loose gray t-shirt with a necklace around his neck, his hair light-colored and styled casually. The 3 of them had Miku cornered, clearly not giving her any room to leave. Although Miku was no longer the quiet, reserved girl she had been in high school, back when she was pessimistic and had such low self-esteem that she often belittled herself, Ren could see the fear on her face. Even after shaking her head multiple times, signaling her refusal, the 3 men continued to pressure her, coaxing her to go to karaoke or grab a meal with them. Come on, just for a little while. We can have some fun. With a body like that, you must be good at singing, right? One of them coaxed. A few passers-by walked past them, but no one dared to intervene. At a glance, the 3 men didn't look like the friendly type. Finally, with her shoulders slightly slumped, Mika gave a small nod. Oh okay, but just for a little while. The men's eyes immediately lit up. One of them couldn't even hide his grin. They knew the woman in front of them had a weak will, an easy target. All right, let's go now. One of them said, quickly grabbing Miku's arm. However, before they could move any further, a voice stopped them in their tracks. Ren stood blocking their path, the bag of bread still in his hand. Miku-san, what are you doing here? One of the men, the one in the gray jacket, frowned. Hey, brat. Move aside. This isn't your business. Actually, it is. This woman is my sister-in-law. I can't just turn a blind eye when I see her in trouble like this. Ren replied calmly. Ren-kun. Miku looked both relieved and surprised. Of course, the 3 men scoffed in disbelief. How could they not? Ren looked like a typical 16 to 17-year-old teenager. Sister-in-law. Who would believe such a ridiculous excuse? You think we're stupid? Clearly, you're just trying to play out some hero saves the beauty scenario. That's so outdated. Sneered the men with the necklace. Ren didn't budge. His indifferent eyes stared at the three men without a hint of fear. But before he could respond, Miko quickly stepped forward and grabbed the hem of his shirt, her face filled with worry. Ren-kun, it's okay. Miko whispered, her voice trembling. I'll just hang out with them for a little while. Don't worry. You should go home. Itsuki must be waiting for you. Her fingers tightened on his shirt. Fear was evident in her eyes, but there was something even stronger, concern that Ren might get hurt if a fight broke out. She didn't want anything to happen to him that would make Itsuki sad. Ren glanced at her and sighed helplessly. You're being foolish. Do you really think they just want to hang out with you? His voice was low, only audible to her. Their ulterior motives are obvious from the way they're looking at your body. Biting her lower lip, Miko lowered her head, not denying it. In truth, she hadn't really agreed to the men's offer. Her plan was to ask for help from a passing police patrol to escape. However, her idea was too naive. The three men had already anticipated something like that. They knew exactly which routes the police patrols wouldn't take. One of the men stepped forward, pointing his finger at Ren. Don't interfere. The girl herself doesn't mind. Leave now before you get hurt. Ren stared at the finger pointing at him, then looked into the man's eyes. He didn't want to start a fight in front of Miku. There was another way to end this without violence. Slowly, he took a deep breath. Then, something changed. Buzz. Without warning, Ren released a fraction of his Campione aura toward the three men in front of him. Instantly, their bodies trembled. Their eyes widened, and instinctively, they took a step back. An overwhelming sense of danger washed over them, their hairs standing on end. When faced with a predator far stronger than themselves, living beings naturally feel a primal threat, a warning from their most basic survival instincts. The essence of a Campione's existence was far above that of a mortal human. And the three men felt it, a fear rooted in the primitive instincts of humanity. Leave. Just one word from Ren, but to the three men, it sounded like an absolute command. As if they had been granted amnesty, the three turned and fled in panic, stumbling over their own feet, not daring to look back. Mika stood frozen, her eyes wide as she watched the three men who had been so intimidating moments ago now running away in fear from just one word from Ren. Miku-san, what are you doing in Kabukicho? This isn't a safe place for a woman to wander alone. Hearing his question, Miku's face immediately turned red. She looked down, fidgeting with her fingers awkwardly. I actually got lost. She answered in a soft voice, clearly embarrassed to admit it. I was meeting a friend in Shinjuku earlier, and on my way back, somehow I ended up here. You didn't use the GPS on your phone? Ren asked. Her face turned even redder. Miku bit her lower lip before answering in a near whisper, actually. I followed the GPS directions. And ended up here instead. Ren fell silent for a moment, at a loss for words. Only now did he remember that Miku had a severe sense of direction. Even modern technology like GPS didn't seem to help much. I see. Well, let me walk you home then. It's not safe for you to walk alone. Thank you, Ren-kun. Sorry for the trouble. The two of them began walking side by side toward the station. Miku occasionally glanced at the plastic bag Ren was carrying. The warm aroma of bread wafted faintly, making her stomach growl slightly. Is that meat buns from Yamada Bakery? Miku asked, trying to break the silence. Ren nodded. Yeah. Itsuki wanted to eat meat buns. She said she's been craving them lately. Miku smiled faintly. Pregnancy cravings, huh? That's so typical of Itsuki to want something simple like that. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. They continued their journey with light conversation about Itsuki's pregnancy and the mood swings she'd been experiencing. 30 minutes later, they arrived in front of a small cafe with warm decor. Thank you so much for walking me home, Ren-kun. And thank you for, earlier. No need to thank me. It's only natural for family to help each other, right? Miku nodded. After thanking him once more, Ren said his goodbyes and began walking away, the bag of meat buns swaying gently in his hand. Itsuki is really lucky to have found such a kind man like Ren-kun. For a moment, an unreadable emotion flickered in her eyes. But it quickly disappeared, replaced by a small smile. With one last sigh, Miku turned and pushed open the cafe door, greeted by the soft chime of the bell and the comforting aroma of coffee. Inside, Nakano Nino, one of the quintuplet sisters, was busy serving a few customers. You're late. Did something interesting happen? Nino said as soon as she saw Miku enter. Miku smiled faintly, tying her apron deftly. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. That night, after Mika finished her shift at the cafe and returned to the apartment with Nino, she immediately headed to bed. The exhaustion and stress from the earlier events made her fall asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Dreams are the only place where impossible desires can come true. In her dream, the events in Kabukicho repeated. Ren saved her from the 3 men who had harassed her, just as it had happened earlier. But this time, the story took a different turn. After walking Miku home, Ren didn't leave immediately. The 2 of them talked longer in front of the now-closed cafe. What started as an awkward conversation turned into a warm exchange. As the dream continued, their relationship grew closer, crossing boundaries. Secret meetings began to happen, initially just for chatting and sharing stories, but gradually, seeds of love began to grow between them. Her dream shifted into more intimate scenes. Eventually, she became his mistress. The 2 often sought opportunities to secretly meet at small hotels on the outskirts of the city, far from the eyes of those who knew them. In her dream, Miku felt the sensation of Ren's body over hers, his teasing whispers in her ear, and the heat of their unrestrained passion. Every touch felt real, every kiss burned. The 2 of them were lost in a sea of forbidden desire, unconcerned about consequences or guilt. When Miku woke up the next morning, sunlight was already streaming through the thin curtains of her room. She shifted slightly and felt something unusual. To her shock, she realized her underwear and bedsheets were damp from the erotic dream she had experienced throughout the night. Her face immediately turned as red as a tomato. She covered her face with both hands, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame even though no one had seen her. What just happened? She whispered to herself, her voice trembling. Why did I dream something like that? And why did it have to be Renkuin? Trying to steady her uneven breathing, Mika wondered if she was sexually frustrated to the point of fantasizing about her sister's husband. This isn't right. She murmured softly, shaking her head. I shouldn't be thinking like this about Renkuin. He's Itsuki's man, my own sister. But even as her lips uttered rejection, her body still felt the echoes of the pleasure from the dream. A sensation so real, so satisfying, and so forbidden. Chapter 65, Bathing Together. The next day, morning. Sunlight peeks through the gaps in the window curtains, illuminating the still dark room. Ren wakes from his deep sleep when he feels a strange sensation in his groin area, a familiar yet unexpected tingling. His consciousness slowly returns, and he realizes there's suspicious movement under his blanket. Ren blinks, still not fully aware, when suddenly a head with blonde hair appears from behind the blanket. A pair of blue eyes look at him with a mischievous glint. The girl is none other than Hayasaka Ai. Good morning, Ren-sama. Hayasaka greets with an enchanting smile. Her lips are slightly wet and her cheeks flushed. Do you like my way of waking you up? Huffed. Exhaling a long breath, Ren looks directly into her eyes. With your skills, no one would believe that 2 days ago you were still a virgin, Ai. Clearly, Ren enjoys the morning service from Hayasaka. He extends his hand and pats the blonde girl's head as a form of praise. His fingers gently comb through her soft strands of hair. Hayasaka's face reddens even more at the compliment. She looks down shyly, but there's a hidden smile of satisfaction on her lips. This is all Ren-sama's fault, making me learn such obscene knowledge. I never used to think about doing things like this. After saying that, without waiting for his response, Hayasaka dives back under the blanket. The blanket begins to move abnormally, rising and falling with an increasingly rapid rhythm. Strange sounds can be faintly heard from beneath it, suppressed moans and inexplicable wet noises. One could clearly imagine what Hayasaka is doing down there. Closing his eyes, Ren enjoys the sensation Hayasaka gives him in this still quiet morning. His hand remains perched on her moving head under the blanket, occasionally giving gentle guidance. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After satisfying her master's desires, Hayasaka rises from the bed with graceful movements. She fixes her slightly disheveled blonde hair and puts on a thin robe hanging beside the bed. What would Ren-sama like to eat this morning? Anything you make will be delicious, Ai. Ren answers, still lying comfortably in bed. Understood. Hayasaka smiles slightly before bowing respectfully and leaving the room. She never forgets her status as both maid and concubine, even though Ren always treats her with affection. After enjoying the morning silence for a while, Ren finally decides to get up. He walks toward the bathroom located at the end of the corridor. The sound of running water can be heard from inside. Someone is taking a shower. Ren opens the door and sees the silhouette of a woman's body behind the frosted glass of the bathroom. Without hesitation, he slides open the glass door and steps in. Warm steam immediately welcomes his naked skin. With a quick movement, he embraces the woman from behind, Nakano Itsuki, his woman. Kaya. Itsuki exclaims in surprise, her body startled. Hubby, you surprised me. I want to shower with you. Is that not allowed? Ren whispers in her ear. Feeling something hard touching the back of her body, Itsuki's face immediately turns red like a tomato. Geez, hubby, wasn't last night enough? Itsuki protests, her voice trembling while holding back the sensation beginning to spread. You even slept with Hayasaka after making love to me. And now, so early in the morning. Shameless. Is it not allowed? Ren asks again, his fingers starting to move in places he knows will arouse Itsuki. Ah. Hubby. Itsuki leans her head against Ren's chest, her eyes closed. Her body trembles lightly as she feels something large beginning to enter her. Why are you always like this? Like what? Ren teases, his hand movements becoming more intense. Itsuki pinches his waist, but not too hard. You always ask even though you never listen to my opinion. Doesn't Itsuki-sensei like it? Ren accelerates his movements. The shower water continues to flow, drenching their bodies now moving in an increasingly rapid rhythm. The steam grows thicker, covering the bathroom glass with condensation. Hubby, slowly. Itsuki pleads, her hands gripping Ren's arms wrapped around her waist. Remember, the baby. I know the limits. Ren answers, slowing his movements but not reducing their intensity. How is it? Feels good. Don't ask so much. Itsuki weakly protests, but her body moves according to Ren's rhythm. You always know what I want. The bathroom walls become silent witnesses to the passionate mourning. The sound of water falling from the shower mixes with their moans and groans. The increasingly thick steam serves as a curtain covering their intimacy from the outside world. Hubby. I'm almost. Itsuki cannot finish her sentence, her breathing ragged. Together. Ren whispers in her ear, his voice deep and full of passion. Moments later, they both reach their peak together. Itsuki's body trembles violently in his embrace, while Ren tightens his hold, supporting her weak body. You. Always like this. Itsuki mutters after her breathing becomes regular. Ren just smiles, gently kissing her shoulder. Itsuki-sensei enjoyed it, right? Hearing that, Itsuki turns away, refusing to admit it. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. At the dining table, Itsuki and Hayasaka sit side by side, while Ren sits alone across from them. Warm steam still rises from the freshly served breakfast dishes, rice with miso soup, tamagoyaki, grilled fish, and several other side dishes. Wow, this is delicious, Hayasaka-san. Itsuki praises after putting a piece of tamagoyaki in her mouth. Her eyes sparkle showing satisfaction. Thank you, Itsuki-sama. I'm glad you like it. Truly, many girls these days can't cook. But Itsuki-sama's cooking is also delicious. Especially your curry. Itsuki's cooking does have a special touch. Ren joins the conversation between the two girls. How long does it take to make a passport with the Shinomiya family's connections? Less than a day, Ren-sama. If you want to travel abroad, the Shinomiya family can prepare a private plane according to your needs. Satisfied with Hayasaka's answer, Ren nods lightly. Then prepare everything. We'll go to London tomorrow. Yes, Ren-sama. Hayasaka responds respectfully. Itsuki frowns, unable to contain her curiosity. London. Why do you suddenly want to go to London, hubby? I need to meet someone to discuss something important. Ren answers frankly. Something important? Yes. While I'm gone, I want you to stay with Nino and Miku. I contacted Nino last night, she agreed. You contacted Nino? Since when have you been planning this? Considering the bad relationship between Ren and Nino, Itsuki is surprised they made an agreement. Last night. Sorry for not telling you earlier. The decision was sudden. Itsuki sighs, but doesn't appear angry at Ren. All right, I understand. Besides, even if you invited me, I couldn't go in this condition. She caresses her large belly. But Ren-sama, wouldn't it be better if Itsuki-sama was looked after by the Shinomiya family servants? They are better trained for emergency situations. Hayasaka speaks up. No, I want Itsuki to be with her family. Besides, Nino and Miku's cafe isn't far from the hospital. Then I will prepare everything needed for our journey tomorrow. Without questioning Ren's decision, Hayasaka obeys his arrangement. Turning to Itsuki, Ren asks gently, is that okay? Just for a few days. Itsuki smiles although there's a bit of worry in her eyes. Of course. I'll be fine with Nino and Miku. Just be careful, hubby. Of course. I'll be back before you know it. Ren reassures her. After breakfast, Ren and Hayasaka leave for school. Chapter 66, School Swimming Pool. The second period for Class 2B was physical education. Today, their class was scheduled to swim in the school's indoor swimming pool. Their physical education teacher was a tall man named Naruzo Machio, who was very popular among female students due to his handsome face and bodybuilder-like physique. In the men's changing room, the atmosphere was lively with chatter and laughter from the male students who were changing clothes. "Hey, today we get to see the girls in swimsuits," one student said enthusiastically. "I can't wait to see Yokohama-san," replied another student, while nudging his friend. "You know what I mean, right? Ha ha ha." Loud laughter echoed throughout the room. Almost all the male students joined in the conversation, except for Ren, who seemed indifferent while putting on his swimming trunks. As one of the students in Class 2B, Ren wasn't interested in joining teenage boys who could only fantasize, whereas he had already tasted the forbidden fruit, not just once, but several times. "No matter how many times I see your six-pack, I'm still amazed. Are you sure you're not taking creatine or something?" Masachika complained when comparing his body with Ren's athletic build. Closing his locker with a clinking sound, Ren gave a simple answer. "This is the result of training, not drugs. If you want to look like this, you need to exercise regularly." "I do exercise regularly. But my body never looks as good as yours," Masachika complained. "Because you're not consistent. Let's hurry, Machio-sensei doesn't like students who are late," Ren replied, starting to walk toward the exit. The two chatted casually while walking to the swimming pool. Once there, they saw their physical education teacher, Machio, already standing by the pool with a stopwatch in his hand. "Good morning, everyone. Please line up by the pool," Machio greeted in a loud voice. After a while, a total of 23 students from Class 2B gathered around the pool. The male students lined up on one side, while the female students lined up on the other. "Alright, before we start swimming, let's warm up first. Follow my movements," Machio instructed. During the warm-up, quite a few male students secretly glanced toward the female students. After all, behind the school swimsuits were breasts without bras. So, the shape of their nipples was vaguely visible, which aroused the male students. The woman who was piqued at the most was Maria Mikhailovna Kujou, or Masha to those close to her. Her more voluptuous and feminine body shape was especially visible in her prominent curves. Her large breasts and full hips gave her an alluring figure. Every warm-up movement she made always attracted many eyes. What they didn't know was that their Madonna, Masha, was Ren's secret girlfriend. Who knows what kind of expression they would show if they knew that Masha, who always seemed to have a gentle and mature smile, was actually in the early stages of pregnancy. After her belly became visibly swollen and could no longer hide her pregnancy, Masha would take a long-term leave. At least that was the plan they had prepared. While Ren remained calm seeing Masha being lustfully stared at by his classmates, Masachika felt annoyed. He was upset every time he heard vulgar whispers from the male students around him. Can't they respect Maria-san a little? They look at her like hungry wolves. Masachika grumbled quietly. Just let them be. They can only look, nothing more. Ren just smiled slightly, staying focused on his warm-up movements. Without any special effort, his sense of sight was naturally sharper than other students. Since becoming a Campione, God Slayer, all his senses had improved significantly. Even without activating his heavenly eye, he could see details invisible to normal people. His gaze casually swept across the entire pool area. Not far from Masha stood her sister, Ayase Mikhailovna Kujou, or more commonly called Alya. The male students also didn't miss giving special attention to Alya. After all, this Russian-Japanese mixed-race sister duo were the school's stars. Nevertheless, Masha remained more popular thanks to her gentle and friendly nature, in stark contrast to Alya, who was known for being cold and tsundere. However, it wasn't just the Kujou sisters who attracted attention. Hayasaka Ai, a transfer student from Shuchiin Academy who came from a prominent family, also didn't escape the curious gazes of the male students. They all wanted to know what the body of a girl from an elite family looked like. Not to be left out, the popular trio among female students, Yokohama Yui with her cute appearance and big breast, Ebona Hina who wore glasses, and the blonde-haired Miura Yumiko, also received excessive attention. Ren only glanced briefly at these girls, not particularly interested. However, his gaze stopped when he saw Alya. Thanks to his sharp vision, he could see something that made his eyebrows slightly raise. A few strands of silver pubic hair, the same color as the hair on her head, slightly protruded from behind the girl's swimsuit. This is somewhat unexpected. I thought she would be like Masha, who naturally doesn't have pubic hair. Ren thought, realizing his assumption was very wrong. After a 10-minute warm-up session, Machio blew his whistle again, drawing the attention of all students. Today we will be grading your 50-meter freestyle swimming. We'll start with the male students according to your roll numbers. Those who aren't swimming, please wait for your turn at the poolside. Female students can watch from that side. The male students immediately lined up according to their roll numbers. Ren, who was number 17, still had to wait for a while. While the male students began swimming one by one, the female students didn't remain idle. They gathered on the other side of the pool, observing and occasionally whispering while laughing softly. No different from the male students who judged their body shapes, the female students did the same. Look at Rokuhara-kun's body. Perfect six-pack. Unlike most boys in our class who are either skinny or even fat. Yeah, Rokuhara-kun is really different. I heard he's been regularly training at the gym since middle school. No wonder his body looks like that. Those whispers of course reached Ren's ears. However, he chose to ignore them. For him, such praise meant nothing. Masachika, who stood beside him, nudged him gently. Did you hear that, Ren? They're talking about you. Cues, better focus on your swimming grade. Last session your score was almost failing. I did that on purpose. If I wanted to, getting the highest score wouldn't be a problem. If others heard this, they would think Masachika was bragging, but Ren knew it was true. Masachika was a true genius who hid his extraordinary talent due to family issues. Compared to Hayama Hayato, Q's Masachika was superior. Unfortunately, Masachika chose to keep a low profile, which is why Hayato was the most popular guy in Class 2B. Chapter 67, The Closeness of Masachika and Alya. One by one, all the students finished their swimming tests. Finally, it was the turn of the female students to swim according to their roll numbers. Just like before, the male students didn't miss the opportunity to watch and evaluate the skills and appearances of their female classmates. Right after all the students completed the 50-meter freestyle swim, Machio blew his whistle to get everyone's attention. Great job, everyone. For the rest of the class, you're free to use the pool. But remember, follow the safety rules. No pushing or dunking your friends. He exclaimed enthusiastically. Hooray! Thank you, Machio-sensei. Cheers of joy immediately erupted from the students, who quickly spread out to various areas of the pool. Some immediately jumped into the pool, creating splashes of water in all directions. Others chose to sit by the edge of the pool, chatting with their friends. On one side of the pool, Hayasaka AI, a transfer student from Shuchiin Academy, was surrounded by several female students from Class 2B. With her blonde hair tied to the side and her friendly demeanor, she seemed very familiar with her new friends despite having only transferred to Ohananomizu High School a few days ago. Hayasaka-san, you really have such great skin. What's your secret? One of the girls praised. Ah, there's no secret. I just use sunscreen regularly, seriously. You can do it too. Hayasaka replied with a thick Gyro accent. But Shuchiin Academy is an elite school. The beauty treatments must be expensive. Another female student chimed in. That depends on the individual. Hayasaka waved her hand while laughing. Not everything has to be expensive to be good. I'll tell you some great brands later. The girls seemed even more fascinated by Hayasaka's friendliness and humble attitude. Not far from them, Miura Yumiko, who had long been known as the queen of Class 2B, stood with a sour expression. Beside her were only Yokohama Yui and Ebona Hina. TSK, how annoying. What do they see in that girl? Just because she's from an elite school. Yumiko clicked her tongue, blaming Hayasaka for the exclusion she was experiencing from her classmates. Yumiko. Yokohama tried to calm her down, but honestly, she knew the reason for the rapid change in social dynamics. In just a few days, Yumiko's position as the center of attention and the top of the hierarchy among the girls of Class 2B had been shaken. However, considering Yumiko's short-sighted character, she chose not to say anything. Don't worry. It's just the new student effect. They'll come back soon. Ebona patted Yumiko's shoulder. I hope so. But Yumiko couldn't hide the hatred in her eyes as she watched Hayasaka laugh freely with the girls who used to follow her like ducklings. On the other side of the pool, Masachika sat alone by the edge of the pool, his feet slowly swinging to touch the surface of the water. His eyes observed the social drama unfolding among the female students. Conflicts among women are terrifying. There's no physical fight, but the psychological battle is much more brutal. He muttered to himself. By the way, why hasn't Ren returned yet? It's been almost 15 minutes since he excused himself to the restroom. Does he have a stomach ache? I wanted to challenge him to a swimming competition. BLUP. Right at that moment, ripples appeared near his feet. A moment later, a head with silver hair emerged from the water. Alya took a deep breath, then with a graceful movement, lifted herself out of the water and sat next to Masachika. Water dripped from her slender body. Her soaked school swimsuit clung to her body, accentuating every curve and contour clearly. Gulp. As a normal teenager going through puberty, Masachika couldn't take his eyes off the sight before him, especially when he could clearly see the two protrusions on Alya's chest indicating that her nipples had hardened from the cold. With the instinct of a woman who noticed a lecherous gaze, Alya immediately crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her eyes glared sharply at Masachika. What are you looking at, Kuzkouen? You pervert. Ahem, it was an accident. Masachika cleared his throat, trying to defend himself. His face turned red from being caught in the act. Seeing his flustered reaction, the corner of Alya's lips twitched slightly, forming a faint smile that was almost invisible. Tai tekoi truslivi malchik. Kochia ya ne vas razalabai, yesli by ito byl tai. You're such a coward. Though I wouldn't mind if it were you. She said in Russian. Alya didn't realize that Masachika, who had studied Russian in his childhood through movies and self-study, actually understood Russian quite well. Her thoughts and words are completely opposite. Is this what they call it tsundere? Masachika complained in his heart. Of course, he kept his Russian language ability a secret. If Alya ever found out that all her feelings expressed in Russian could be understood by him, she would be extremely embarrassed. By the way, Kuzkouen, have you seen Masha? Alya looked around, trying to change the subject. Maria-san. No, I haven't seen her since earlier. Maybe she went to the restroom. Masachika shook his head. Alya frowned. Weird. It's not like her to disappear for so long. Meanwhile, behind a wall not far from the pool, a pair of young people were lost in their own world. Hidden from public view, but still at risk of being discovered at any moment, Ren and Masha stood facing each other, breathing heavily. Masha's back was pressed against the cold wall of the storage building. Her wet brown hair was disheveled, some strands sticking to her flushed cheeks. In front of her, Ren stood with one hand on the wall, while the other explored places he shouldn't be touching on a girl. Ren-kun, we shouldn't. What if someone sees? Masha whispered in a restrained voice, her eyes alternating between looking at him and scanning the surroundings worriedly. Ren didn't answer with words. His lips greedily found Masha's, silencing the girl's worries in a deep and demanding kiss. No one will come here. And if you can keep your voice down, no one will suspect anything. He whispered after releasing the kiss, his lips now moving to her neck. His fingers skillfully slipped under her swimsuit, touching sensitive areas that made the girl bite her lip hard to suppress her moans. Masha's body trembled slightly, caught between the coldness of the wall and the heat of Ren's body pressing against her. But Alya-chan must be looking for me. Masha tried to weakly protest, though her body instinctively responded to every touch from Ren. 5 minutes. I've been waiting for this chance since I saw you in that swimsuit. Masha finally gave in to the sensations overwhelming her body. Her hands, which were initially hesitant, now actively circled his neck. As the man's hips moved more intensely, Masha had to bite his shoulder to muffle her voice. Unbeknownst to them, the time for the physical education class was running out, and someone was indeed looking for them. Chapter 68, Suiyuki Secret. Kirisa Mafuyu is one of the 5 popular young female teachers at Ohananomizu High School, along with Nakano Itsuki, Hiratsuka Shizuka, Tachibana Hina, and Minagawa Akane. Mafuyu is a woman in her mid-20s with striking pink hair and green eyes. Thanks to her background as a professional figure skater, she has a slender body shaped by years of training. At school, Mafuyu always appears professional in her signature suit, black stockings, and dark red high heels. Her beauty is often a topic of conversation among her male colleagues and students. However, her cold and blunt personality leads many to perceive her as unfriendly. Her fellow teachers consider her too rigid, while her students feel she is too strict in her teaching. During lunch break, the door to the teacher's room was knocked. Mafuyu, who was reviewing student files, looked up and saw Rokuhara Ren standing at the doorway. Excuse me, Kirisa-sensei. May I have a moment? Ren asked politely. Mafuyu nodded and gestured for Ren to enter. How can I help you, Rokuhara-kun? To her, Rokuhara Ren was a problematic student, notorious for his relationship with Hayasaka Ai, a female student who transferred from Shuchiin Academy to Ohananomizu High School, a decision that surprised many, given that Shuchiin Academy is an elite school for influential families. The fact that an ordinary student like Ren was involved with a girl from Shuchiin Academy naturally drew a lot of attention. Unaware of Mafuyu's negative opinion of him, Ren sat down in the chair in front of her desk and pulled out a letter from his bag. I'd like to request a week's leave. There's something urgent that requires me to go to London. Mafuyu frowned. Leave. Now. Rokuhara-kun, exams are approaching. This is a critical time for students. Can't you go after the exams are over? Kirisa-sensei, this is an urgent matter. Please, I can't miss it no matter what. Ren pleaded with a serious expression. It was a lie. In truth, he had no important business. Ren simply prioritized the trip to London over his school exams. Unlike the majority of students who study to get into good universities and secure a bright future, Ren was already at the top of his life. With the support of the Shinomiya family, he would never lack money. In short, he had achieved financial freedom, which made him less concerned about academic performance. Mafuyu stared at him intently, trying to gauge the sincerity of his request. After a moment, she sighed. Very well, but remember to return as soon as your business is done. After thanking Mafuyu, Ren left the teacher's office with a light step. In the hallway, he ran into Suiyuki. Good day, Rokuhara-kun. What were you doing in the teacher's office? Yuki asked in her typical formal tone. Yuki's surprise was fleeting before she resumed her demeanor as a young lady from a noble family, an attitude she always maintained in the school environment. Just taking care of some leave paperwork. By the way, Sue-san, it seems you've kept your promise. Ren smiled lightly, referring to the incident the day before when Yuki accidentally saw him with Masha having sex in the storage room. Yuki had promised him she wouldn't tell anyone about it. Of course, I'm not one to go back on my word. Yuki replied firmly, though her face turned slightly red at the memory. As a token of gratitude, I have something for you. Ren pulled a flash drive from his pocket and handed it to her. What's this? Yuki asked, confused. Ren patted her shoulder and said in a low voice, it's my collection. It might be useful to you. Without waiting for a response, he continued on his way, leaving Yuki puzzled by the sudden gift. Collection. This isn't what I imagined, is it? Rokuhara-kun doesn't have that kind of hobby, does he? As a hardcore otaku, Yuki had wild speculations about the contents of the flash drive Ren had given her. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Curious about the contents of the flash drive, Yuki decided to go to the school's computer room. As a member of the student council, she had the privilege of borrowing keys to any room in the school. After arriving at the empty computer room, she locked the door from the inside to ensure no one would enter unexpectedly. With slightly trembling hands, Yuki turned on one of the computers and plugged in the flash drive. After a few moments, the screen displayed the contents of the flash drive. Her eyes widened as she saw only 3 folders with names she knew very well, Nakano Itsuki, Maria Mikhailovna Kujou, and Hayasaka AI. Oi oi oi. Don't tell me the collection he mentioned is videos of him having sex with these women, right? Even Nakano-sensei's name is here. When alone, Yuki always shed the persona of a young lady she displayed in front of others, returning to her true self, an otaku with eccentric and childish tendencies. Let's check Maria-san's folder first. Yuki decided after some thought. After all, she and Maria were both members of the student council. Besides, she had already seen Ren and Masha having sex in the storage room the day before. With her heart pounding, Yuki moved the mouse and double-clicked the folder. Her eyes widened as she saw dozens of video files inside. After swallowing hard, she put on the headphones available at the computer and played one of the videos. Her speculation was correct. The video showed Ren and Masha in an intimate situation in what appeared to be a hotel room. Yuki was transfixed, unable to look away from the screen despite her face turning red with embarrassment. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. She quickly closed the video and switched to the folder named Nakano Itsuki. Don't tell me. Rokuhara-kun is the one who got Nakano-sensei pregnant. Oh my, that guy is more of a scumbag than I thought. Once again, her speculation was confirmed. The video clearly showed that the naked woman with Ren was Itsuki, the homeroom teacher of Class 2B, who was currently on maternity leave. There was even a video of them having sex showing Itsuki with a visibly pregnant belly. Yuki sat frozen in her chair. A strange feeling began to emerge within her, something she had never felt before. This is weird. Why do I feel aroused watching Rokuhara-kun having sex with other women, when I don't feel anything watching other adult videos? She muttered in confusion, touching her slim lower abdomen. A long-held dream now seemed to mock her. Her body, which refused to mature like other girls her age. Her heart, still tied to her physical condition, part of her still innocent like a child. A fact not many people knew was that Yuki suffered from a medical condition that caused amenorrhea. Her puberty did not progress properly, and her body did not develop as it should for a woman. She was in a physical state that made it impossible for her to carry out normal reproductive functions. At her current age, she had not even experienced her first menstruation. Due to this condition, Yuki's chances of infertility were very high. It could be said that her body was almost incapable of reproduction. This also caused her appearance to be more tomboyish and childlike compared to her female peers. Until now, even when trying to watch adult content, Yuki had never felt any arousal. However, she was shocked to feel her body reacting when she saw Ren and Masha having sex like animals in the storage room the day before, leading her to masturbate while watching. And now, the same sensation returned as she watched the videos on the flash drive. Why do I only get aroused by Rokuhara-kun when he's with other women? Then, Yuki pulled down her panties, her hand slipped under her skirt, and she started masturbating while watching the perverted video on the screen. Chapter 69, Going to London. The evening began to creep in, painting the sky with a warm orange hue. In front of an apartment building, Ren stood with a suitcase full of clothes in one hand. Gently, he held Itsuki's other hand, helping her walk slowly. "Be careful with your steps," he said with concern. Itsuki smiled, one hand supporting her swollen belly, now in its 8th month. Her steps were slow but steady, guided by Ren, who remained faithfully by her side. In front of the building, a sleek black car was waiting. Hayasaka, with a professional demeanor, stood by the open door. As soon as she saw them, she quickly rushed to take the suitcase from Ren's hand. "Let me handle that, Ren-sama." Then, Hayasaka placed the suitcase in the trunk. Meanwhile, Ren helped Itsuki into the car, making sure she was seated comfortably before he got in and sat beside her. Hayasaka took her place behind the wheel, and the car drove off toward the apartment where Nino and Miko lived. Inside the smoothly moving car, Itsuki let out a sigh as she rubbed her swollen belly. Being a pregnant woman is not easy. Now I understand what my mother went through when she was carrying the 5 of us. It must have been much harder than what I'm experiencing now. She paused for a moment, her eyes gazing out the window. She had to take care of herself because that trash of a father left as soon as he found out she was pregnant with quintuplets. Her voice trembled slightly. Imagining her mother's struggle, carrying 5 children alone, giving birth to them, and raising them without a partner's support, weighed heavily on her heart. Ren gently pulled Itsuki's head to rest on his shoulder. Softly, his fingers stroked her long pink hair. "Even though your mother was a single parent, I'm sure she never regretted giving birth to all of you. You are her happiness." His words warmed Itsuki's heart. She buried her face in Ren's chest, seeking comfort in his embrace. "I'm so grateful that you're the man I love, my hubby," Itsuki whispered sincerely. "I love you too, Itsuki-sensei." Ren replied, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. Among the 3 women in his life, Itsuki was the one he cherished the most. Unlike Nakano Itsuki, Ren's relationship with Maria Mikhailovna Kujou was obtained through less honorable means. Ren had conquered Maria through hypnosis, manipulating her feelings, which were originally meant for Kyu's Masachika, and redirecting them toward himself. Now, Maria was pregnant with his child, the result of repeated unprotected intimacy. As for Hayasaka Ai, she became his woman through a transaction. The Shinomiya family became part of his power in exchange. Although their relationship had become more fluid, there was no love involved. "Hubby, how many times have I told you not to call me sensei? It's embarrassing," Itsuki protested, her cheeks reddening. She felt like an immoral teacher, pregnant with her own student's child. He. Ren simply chuckled, enjoying teasing the usually serious and rigid Itsuki. "I have to go to London for 3 days, sensei. We won't see each other. How about we do something fun before I leave?" Understanding the implication of Ren's words, Itsuki pinched his waist. "Pervert. We're in a car, there's no way we can do anything. Are you really clueless, or are you just pretending not to know?" Ren put on a convincingly pleading expression. Ugh. Her heart melted at the pleading look of the man she loved, the father of her unborn child. Ren glanced at Hayasaka, who was focused on driving. "But don't be shy, Itsuki-sensei. After all, both of you are my women. It's only a matter of time before the 3 of us do something more enjoyable." Ren smirked. Not only was Itsuki embarrassed, but Hayasaka, who was driving, also felt a wave of unease creeping through her body. "You. Your only flaw, hubby, is that you're too perverted." Itsuki sighed, giving in to his persuasion. With slightly trembling hands, she reached for his zipper and pulled it down. Itsuki looked up at his face, seeing the desire burning in his eyes. Her breath quickened, feeling a wave of heat spreading through her body. Without hesitation, she bent down, her mouth approaching to MHM. Slurp. Soft moans escaped her lips, restrained yet full of passion. Itsuki felt the vibrations of Ren's body growing stronger, indicating immense pleasure. Then, Ren's strong hands gripped her hair, pulling her closer, deepening their connection. His masculine scent filled her senses, making her even more intoxicated. Itsuki felt sensations she had never experienced before, a mix of shame, immorality, passion, and overwhelming satisfaction. She grew bolder, exploring every inch with her tongue, searching for the sensitive spots that made Ren's body tremble intensely. Her restrained moans mixed with Ren's heavy breaths, creating a symphony of passion that burned within the increasingly stuffy car. Still focused on driving, Hayasaka occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror. She heard the soft moans growing louder, and though she tried to stay focused on the road, her mind wandered to the scene unfolding in the back seat. She knew something hot and passionate was happening there. Biting her lip, she suppressed the curiosity bubbling inside her. The vibrations from the back seat grew more intense, indicating the rising passion. The faint scent of Ren and Itsuki's bodies wafted through the air, adding to Hayasaka's curiosity. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Under Nino's displeased gaze and Miku's contemplative expression, Ren returned to the car. Hayasaka, already seated in the driver's seat, glanced briefly through the rearview mirror before starting the engine. Ren-sama, Itsuki-sama's sisters don't seem too pleased with you. Since it was just the two of them, Hayasaka dropped the formalities with Ren. Well, that's natural. Especially Nino-san, it'll take time for her to accept the fact that Itsuki is pregnant with her own student's child. Ren replied casually. I see. Not wanting to continue the sensitive topic, Hayasaka chose to remain silent. The car smoothly made its way to Tokyo International Airport, passing through the city streets now illuminated by night lights. Inside the car, the atmosphere was relatively calm. After several dozen minutes, they arrived at the private flight area of the airport. As soon as the car stopped, a staff member immediately opened the door for Ren. In front of the prepared private jet, 6 beautiful flight attendants stood in a row, greeting him with professional smiles. They wore elegant dark blue uniforms with white silk scarves around their necks. Welcome, Rokuhara-sama. One of the flight attendants, a woman with neatly tied black hair, greeted with a slight bow. We've been waiting for you. Ren glanced at them briefly before boarding the plane, followed by Hayasaka, who maintained her calm demeanor. Upon entering the first-class cabin, he was greeted by a luxurious interior featuring spacious leather seats, gleaming mahogany tables, and soft lighting that created an exclusive atmosphere. Please take your seats. We will be serving the appetizers shortly, said one of the flight attendants in a gentle tone. Ren took his seat, while Hayasaka sat beside him, her expression still neutral. Shortly after, another flight attendant arrived with a tray of appetizers, a plate of beluga caviar with crispy toast and a bottle of premium champagne. Please enjoy, the attendant said with a charming smile, pouring champagne into the crystal glass in front of Ren. Raising his glass, Ren savored the delicate clinking sound as he swirled it slowly. Not bad, he commented casually before taking a sip. He was quite satisfied with the Shinomiya family's preparations. Everything had been arranged perfectly, from this private flight to the luxurious service provided. After sipping the champagne, Ren picked up a small spoon and tasted the beluga caviar on his plate. As the fish eggs burst in his mouth, he exhaled softly and shook his head. I really don't get it. Why do rich people love eating raw fish eggs so much? Of course, in his previous life, he had also tried caviar. Even after reincarnating into a new body, he still didn't like it. Rich people don't enjoy the taste of caviar itself. What they enjoy is the exclusivity of it. The fact that it's so expensive and unattainable for ordinary people is part of its appeal. Hayasaka said, playing with her champagne glass. I think so too. Rich people are strange creatures. Sometimes they pay a high price not for the quality of the item, but for the psychological satisfaction of being able to own it. Ren nodded in agreement, understanding the mindset of the wealthy. At the same time, the pilot's voice came through the cabin speakers. Passengers, we will be taking off shortly. Please prepare yourselves. With a gentle vibration, the plane began to move, preparing to soar toward London. The private jet shot through the night sky, carrying Ren toward England. With a drink in hand, he was ready to stir up chaos in London to seize the Holy Grail. Chapter 70, The Purpose of the Trip to London. Hayama Hayato is the class president of Class 2B, as well as the captain and star player of Ohananomizu High School's soccer club. He is the most popular student in school, and almost every girl has a crush on him. With his handsome face, friendly demeanor, and exceptional academic and athletic abilities, he is considered the perfect person by many. Additionally, his family comes from an elite background. His father owns a prestigious law firm, while his mother is a doctor. With such a background, it's no wonder so many people admire him. However, behind his warm smile and caring attitude, Hayato always feels the weight of high expectations he must fulfill. He is used to helping his friends and being someone they can rely on. It is currently 8:10 p.m., and Hayato has just finished his homework when his phone rings. Looking at the screen, he frowns. An unknown number. But his friendly nature compels him to answer anyway. Hello, this is Hayama. Hayama-kun. A woman's voice comes from the other end of the line, sounding slightly anxious. This is Kakeru's mother. I'm sorry to bother you so late, but do you know where Kakeru is? Hayato immediately sits up straight, a bad feeling settling in. Tobe. You mean he hasn't come home? Yes, since yesterday. He hasn't contacted us at all. I've already called his friends, but no one knows. That's why I'm trying to call you. Hayato thinks for a moment before replying. The last time I saw him, we were hanging out at karaoke. After that, he said he was going straight home. Maybe he's staying over at another friend's place. I've already asked all his friends he usually visits, but no one has seen him. Tobe's mother sounds increasingly worried. I don't know what to do. Don't worry, ma'am. I'll contact some other friends. If I hear anything, I'll let you know right away. Hayato tries to reassure her. Thank you, Hayama-kun. I really appreciate it. After the call ends, Hayato's expression turns serious. He immediately opens his contact list and starts calling his circle of friends one by one. The first call goes to Uka and Yamato. Yo, Hayato, what's up? Uka's voice sounds relaxed. Uka, Yamato, have you heard anything about Tobe? He hasn't come home since yesterday. Huh? Seriously? Uka sounds surprised. The last time I saw him was at karaoke. After that, I thought he went straight home. I haven't heard from him either. Yamato adds. Maybe he's at some girl's place or something. I don't know, but his mom's been looking everywhere. If you hear anything, let me know. Hayato replies. Alright, we'll try to find out too. After hanging up with Uka and Yamato, Hayato immediately calls Yumiko. The phone rings a few times before Yumiko finally answers. Hayato. What happened? Yumiko's voice sounds a little cheerful, perhaps even hopeful. Hayato doesn't notice her tone and gets straight to the point. Yumiko, have you heard anything about Tobe? He hasn't come home since yesterday. For a moment, Yumiko's happy expression turns disappointed. So, he's only calling because of Tobe. She had hoped Hayato was calling just to chat or maybe ask something about her. But reality was different. Oh. Tobe, huh? No, I haven't heard anything from him. Yumiko lets out a small sigh, hiding her disappointment. I see, all right. Sorry to bother you. Without waiting long, Hayato quickly calls Yokohama. Ah, Hayama-kun. What's up? Yokohama's voice sounds cheerful, but upon hearing Hayato ask about Tobe, her cheerfulness fades slightly. Tobe-kun is missing. I don't know anything either. The last time I saw him was at karaoke yesterday. But after that, I went home early. After hanging up with Yokohama, Hayato tries calling Ebina. As usual, Ebina answers in a relaxed tone. Hayato. It's unusual for you to call me this late. Something important. Ebina, have you heard anything about Tobe? There's a brief silence before Ebina lets out a small chuckle. Fufufu, maybe he's off on a journey to find forbidden love. Ebina, this is serious. Yeah. I get it. But I really don't know where he is. I also went home early after karaoke yesterday. After hanging up, Hayato lets out a long sigh. No one knows where Tobe is. Tobe might be careless and act foolish sometimes, but he's not the type to suddenly disappear without a word. Could he be involved in something serious? With a serious expression, Hayato grips his phone tightly. If there's no news in the next few hours, he'll have to report this to the police. However, what Hayato doesn't know is that Tobe Kakeru has already become food for the fish at the bottom of Tokyo Bay. Even if Hayato reports it to the police, it won't change anything. Tobe will never be found. This case will never be solved. There will be no clues, witnesses, or reliable evidence. Because those responsible for this cleanup are part of the Shinomiya family. As one of the most influential conglomerates in Japan, the Shinomiya family doesn't make mistakes in their executions. Every step is calculated, every trace erased perfectly. Their cleanup team operates in the shadows, ensuring that nothing is left behind. On the surface, the world continues as usual. But behind the scenes, a life has vanished without a trace, and no one will ever know. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The flight time from Tokyo to London on a private jet ranges from 11 to 13 hours, depending on the flight route and weather conditions. Inside the luxurious cabin of the private jet, Ren casually opens his mouth, letting Hayasaka feed him. A tender piece of steak melts in his mouth, followed by the rich aroma of red wine sauce. Hayasaka, who serves as both his maid and concubine, attends to him without hesitation. To her, it's only natural for a woman to serve a man superior to her. Does the meal suit your taste, Ren-sama? She asks while looking at him. Ren nods lightly. Not bad. After ensuring Ren is satisfied with meal, Hayasaka takes the initiative to ask, the purpose of our trip to London this time, does it have something to do with the mystical world? Hearing this question, Ren leans back comfortably in the plush leather seat. He realizes he hasn't told Hayasaka the details of his mission. In a calm voice, he explains, we're going to meet a witch. Hayasaka, who has grown accustomed to the mystical world since serving Ren, doesn't overreact. However, she remains curious. A witch in London. Is she more powerful than the witches in Japan? Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother meeting her in person. Seeing her interest, Ren continues, she has an extraordinary reputation in the European mystical world. Her name is Alice, known as the Sage Princess. She's also considered a rival to the Black Prince Alec, one of the Campione. Now, Hayasaka is genuinely surprised. A rival to a Campione. Doesn't that mean? Raising his hand, Ren stops her train of thought. Of course, I'm not talking about combat power. A witch can't possibly defeat a god's lair. But Alice managed to outsmart Alec in their confrontation. That said, it's only because Alec never seriously intended to defeat her head-on. In the face of absolute power, strategy and intelligence are useless. I see. Still, that's not an achievement just anyone can accomplish. No wonder she's called the Sage Princess. After witnessing the power of a Campione through Ren and Gado's sparring, Hayasaka knows just how absurdly strong Campione are. She can't help but feel a bit of admiration for Alice, even though they've never met. Chapter 71, Conversation Among Scumbags. There are still 3 hours before the plane arrives in London. Ren adjusted his belt after exiting the restroom, leaving Hayasaka slumped weakly on the toilet, her clothes in disarray, her skirt and underwear lying on the floor. Her face was flushed, and her hair was a mess, evidence of an intense and wild lovemaking session. Ren returned to his seat, leaning back against the soft cushion. He pulled out his phone, intending to pass the time by watching a movie. However, before he could open the app, a line notification from Fuji Natsuo, his fellow scumbag, caught his attention. "Natsuo, how's the trip going, buddy? Must be boring sitting on a plane for hours, huh?" Ren clicked his tongue, then replied briefly. "Ren, maybe. But I found my own entertainment." Ding. It only took a few seconds for Natsuo's reply to come, this time accompanied by a photo. A photo? Could that scumbag have sent pictures of his sexual escapades with Tachibana Hina-sensei? Ren guessed. He and Natsuo often exchanged photos of their partners after sex, a habit that satisfied their twisted desire to show off. Curious, Ren opened the line message. The photo automatically downloaded. His guess was half right. Natsuo did send a photo, but not with his stepsister or his homeroom teacher, Tachibana Hina, whom he had impregnated. In the photo, Natsuo was lying on a bed, with 2 beautiful women on either side of him, each holding one of his hands. Oh. Natsuo got new women. And what's more, they're twins. Not bad. I wonder if that scumbag has a fetish for sisters with blood ties. Whether it's Tachibana Hina and Tachibana Rue, who are siblings and now his stepsisters after his father married their mother, or now these twins. His skill in seducing women is no worse than Ito Makoto. After praising Natsuo's hidden talent, Ren observed the twins in the photo. On Natsuo's right lay a girl with short hair. Her hair was shoulder-length, straight, and light brown. Her face looked slightly shy, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes slightly closed as if avoiding the camera. Her expression showed a mix of embarrassment and satisfaction. On Natsuo's left lay a girl with long hair. Her hair was long, wavy, and the same light brown as her twins. She looked more confident, her gaze directly at the camera, and her smile slightly mischievous. Her posture was more relaxed compared to her twin. In short, they were both young and beautiful girls. It was impossible that no guy had ever asked them out. Isn't Natsuo worried about his kidneys failing? Since the photo was uncensored, Ren could clearly see the twins' naked bodies covered in hickeys and bite marks, like a map of their love battle. Bodily fluids glistened on parts of their bodies, adding a sensual and wild vibe to the photo. Moreover, both girls held used condoms in their hands, as if proudly displaying their trophies. Natsuo himself wore a satisfied grin, having conquered the twins. He hugged both girls tightly, as if unwilling to let them go. "Ren, who are they? How did you get them?" Natsuo, the older one is the short-haired girl, her name is Jinguji Rumi. The long-haired one is her younger sister, Jinguji Naori. They're first-year students at our school. Before Ren could ask more, Natsuo sent another line message. Natsuo, originally, they both liked their childhood friend, but unfortunately, that guy was too dense to notice their feelings. It only took me a week to make both of them fall for me, to the point where they were willing to have a threesome with me after I took their virginities one by one the other day. Ren, congratulations, Natsuo. Now you have more women than I do. Compared to Makoto and Natsuo, who had unhealthy relationships with multiple women as if collecting Pokemon, Ren only had 3 women in his harem. Nakano Itsuki, Maria Mikhailovna Kujou, and Hayasaka Ai. There was no other way. Ren's criteria for women were demanding due to his mild misophobia. In fact, if he weren't as picky as Makoto and Natsuo, Ren estimated he would have slept with at least double-digit women. Natsuo, haha, you know I'm not picky. But honestly, this is better than I expected. You should try it sometime, Ren. Twins, they're different. Their synchronization is incredible. Ren, oh. Synchronization. Explain in more detail, bro. Natsuo, you know I won't go into details, but, just imagine. Rumi is shy, while Naomi is more aggressive. The contrast is addictive. Naomi is more dominant, more confident. Meanwhile, her older sister, Rumi, is shyer, but when things heat up, she can go even crazier than her sister. They both enjoyed their lewd conversation. They knew what they were doing was wrong, but they didn't care. They only cared about their own pleasure. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Japan, Yuki family residence. Behind the grand walls of the Sua family residence, the night crept in silently. However, inside Yuki's room, the silence was disturbed by the faint sound from the laptop screen. The clock had long passed midnight, but Yuki's eyes remained fixed on the video playing in front of her. Headphones covered her ears, isolating her from the outside world. Yuki, who had always suffered from amenorrhea, suddenly found herself trapped in a labyrinth of desires she had never known. After watching one video, her concentration shattered, her mind filled with the scenes she had just witnessed. Her fingers fidgeted restlessly over her bare groin, moving in rhythm with what she saw on the screen. Small moans escaped her lips, muffled by the yin-yang union sounds from the headphones. Her body trembled, feeling a strange sensation spreading throughout her. Why am I like this? My body has never reacted like this before to Oniai-chan, but now I'm aroused watching that scumbag sex video. Why does it have to be Rokuhara-kun? Why is my body reacting to a scumbag like him? This doesn't make sense. Never mind, don't think about it too much. Let my future self handle this matter. I in the present just need to enjoy the sensation normal women feel when aroused. Amidst her confusion and inner turmoil, Yuki continued to indulge herself. She irresponsibly threw the matter to her future self. That night, she discovered a new kind of pleasure, one that made her addicted. Chapter 72, Alice Louise of Nafel. The private jet landed smoothly at London's Heathrow International Airport, precisely at 10 p.m. The air was cooler compared to Tokyo, with the summer night breeze gently blowing across the runway. Exiting the aircraft cabin, Ren stepped out leisurely, followed by Hayasaka Ai, his loyal personal maid and concubine, always ready to cater to his sexual desires. Under the bright airport lights, Hayasaka's blonde hair shimmered, and her black and white maid uniform appeared impeccably neat without a single crease. Inside the airport, a sea of people, mostly Caucasians, bustled about. Some wore formal attire, while others looked more relaxed, typical of tourists who had just arrived or were about to depart. Hayasaka walked beside Ren, asking softly, "Ren-sama, would you like to rest at the hotel first before meeting the witch?" "I've rested enough on the plane. No need to waste time." Ren declined. "Understood." Hayasaka nodded obediently. However, before they could proceed further, a group of men in black suits suddenly approached. Their steps were orderly and disciplined, their aura clearly not that of ordinary people. "Oh, interesting." Ren smiled faintly. Among the men, a middle-aged woman walked at the forefront. She stood with an upright posture, her face serious. With silver-framed glasses perched on her nose, she gave off the impression of a strict teacher, or more accurately, a stern housekeeper. Dressed in expensive yet simple formal attire, the woman appeared well-maintained for her age. At first glance, she looked like a woman in her late 30s, though the aura she exuded was more mature and authoritative. Once in front of Ren, the woman bowed slightly in respect, then spoke in a respectful tone. "Welcome to London, King Ren." Ren gazed at her for a moment before asking casually, "Who are you?" Although he could already sense the magical energy emanating from her and the group of men she led, Ren still wanted to hear her answer directly. "I am the protector, housekeeper, and head servant of Her Highness Princess Alice Louise of Nafel. My name is Patricia Vev Eriksson." After introducing herself, Patricia immediately explained the purpose of her visit. "We have come on the orders of Princess Alice, who foresaw your arrival through her prophecy. She has long awaited your coming, King Ren." Hearing this, Ren smiled faintly, slightly impressed by the witch he was about to meet. As I expected, Alice possesses extraordinary divination skills. Even more accurate than most Hime Miko in Japan, he thought to himself. Alice being able to recruit a servant as strong and loyal as you is enough to demonstrate her superiority. Hearing direct praise from the 7th Campione, Patricia smiled slightly but maintained her professional demeanor. "Your praise honors me, King. I am merely..." However, before Patricia could finish her sentence, Ren raised his hand slightly, stopping her. "Enough with the formalities. Since Alice already knows I'm coming, she must also know the purpose of my visit. Let's cut to the chase, take me to Alice." Patricia did not want to offend the Devil King of Earth by delaying. Thus, with an obedient nod, she immediately signaled to her subordinates. "Of course, please follow me, King." With an elegant demeanor, Patricia guided Ren and Hayasaka out of the airport. Outside, a long black limousine was waiting, with several men in suits standing nearby. They were not bodyguards to protect Ren, since Campiones needed no protection, but rather disaster preventers, ensuring no one would inadvertently provoke a dangerous figure like Ren. Without wasting time, Ren and Hayasaka entered the limousine, sitting comfortably on the plush seats. Once the door closed, the limousine immediately left the airport, driving through the still bustling streets of London late at night. Their destination, Greenwich, where Alice Louise of Naples, the sage princess, awaited their meeting. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. As the capital of England, London's reputation rivals that of Milan or Rome. Its beauty cannot be described with simple words. The city is not only economically rich but also steeped in a long history that has shaped it into the center of European civilization. One of the most luxurious areas in London is Hampstead, a district filled with grand mansions and green trees that provide tranquility for its residents. This is where aristocrats, tycoons, and politicians gather, far from the city's noise. Near a serene lake stands a building that resembles a medieval castle. With its vast courtyard, 4 towering floors, and turrets at every corner, the place looks like a palace from a fairy tale. This building is the Silver Dusk Palace, which was once part of the Whitehall Palace before being renovated and turned into a private residence. To the average person, they might assume the owner of this place is an elderly noble from a prestigious family. However, the owner is actually a young woman named Alice Louise of Naples. The daughter of the Duke of Gododin, who was the former speaker of the Witenagemot, Alice now serves as a special advisor. Among European nobility, she is better known by her title as the White Princess or Sage Princess. Aside from her extraordinary beauty, Alice is also known as the most desired woman to marry among European men. Not only because of her angelic face or pure noble blood, but also due to her personality, which radiates grace and intelligence. However, behind all the praise and elegance, Alice is currently feeling pressured. The reason? Because a man is coming to her place tonight, a man known as the 7th Campione, the Devil King of the East. Alice stood in front of the gates of the Silver Dusk Palace, accompanied by a line of neatly arranged maids. Her long, silvery blue dress fluttered slightly in the night breeze. Her emerald green eyes gazed at the road, waiting for Rokuhara Ren's arrival. In her heart, Alice could only hope that this man was as rational as the Black Prince Alec. If he had a personality like Marquis Vauban or Luo Hao, then London would undoubtedly face chaos tonight. Not long after, a black limousine slowly stopped in front of the gate. A butler promptly opened the door, and a young man stepped out calmly. With an upright posture and a dominant aura, Ren stood under the streetlight. His handsome face and sharp gaze could intimidate anyone who looked at him. Behind him, Hayasaka followed loyally. Alice stepped forward, gracefully lifting her skirt slightly, then bowed politely. "Welcome to London, Your Majesty King Ren." Alice's voice was soft and full of grace. A faint smile graced her face, but her eyes were filled with caution. Meanwhile, Ren observed Alice from head to toe. Her shimmering platinum blonde hair, beautiful green eyes, porcelain-like skin, and voluptuous body hidden beneath her elegant dress. She was not only beautiful but also possessed an alluring aura that was hard to describe with words. "Not bad," Ren commented with a satisfied tone. Alice smiled faintly and lowered her head slightly. "Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty." After a brief exchange of formalities, Alice then said, "Let us speak in a more comfortable place." Ren nodded and followed Alice into the Silver Dusk Palace. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Inside the palace, they were led to a luxurious living room adorned with classic European decor. Persian carpets, plush sofas, a large bookshelf filled with ancient literature, and a softly glowing crystal chandelier adorned the room. Alice sat elegantly on the main sofa, while Ren sat across from her casually. Hayasaka stood by Ren's side, maintaining her formal demeanor as his personal maid. Alice turned to the maid beside her and said in a calm voice, "Prepare black tea. 1 set of sweet tea and 1 set of bitter tea." The maid hesitated slightly but nodded obediently. "Understood, Princess." Soon after, the gentle aroma of tea filled the room. "Greetings, King Ren. I wonder why you have suddenly decided to visit my humble abode today." Alice began the conversation politely, yet with a tone full of caution. Chapter 73, The Wrong Decision. Crossing his legs, Ren sat casually. His indifferent eyes observed Alice. Meanwhile, Alice quickly analyzed her guest in her mind. Another Campione from East Asia. Luo Hao, Rokuhara Ren, and Kusanagi Gado. 3 Campiones in total. It's truly remarkable that one continent could produce 3 Campiones in a single era. Although Rokuhara Ren seems to have a laid-back personality, just a few days ago he challenged Kusanagi Gado and even defeated him. From the information Witenagemot gathered, the heretic god he defeated was most likely the greatest archer from Chinese mythology, Hou-yi. I heard he likes women, he's been involved in scandals with his homeroom teacher, classmates, and even a transfer student. Alice hid her anxiety. However, before she could steer the conversation as she wished, Ren's cold voice broke the silence. "Since I am a king in your eyes, and you came to receive me with a fake body, do you not take me seriously?" Alice flinched. Her polite smile froze instantly. Her green eyes widened, shocked that Ren had instantly seen through her trick. Before Alice could even come up with an excuse, Ren stood up and turned around, walking away firmly. "My king, where are you going?" Alice hurriedly lifted the hem of her skirt and followed, her expression turning anxious. Behind them, Hayasaka and Patricia exchanged glances before finally following them. Ren continued walking without hesitation. The sound of his shoes clashing against the marble floor echoed through the halls of the Silver Dusk Palace. "It's your mistake for entertaining a guest with a substitute. I'm not interested in chatting with a fake." Without turning his head, he scanned the entire palace using his heavenly eyes. With this ability, walls and furniture couldn't obstruct his vision. The numerous rooms on each floor didn't hinder him from finding the real Alice, lying on her bed in her room. "Here." Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. Patricia and Hayasaka, who were chasing after him, could only follow in shock, while Alice's spirit body vanished. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. As soon as he entered the White Princess's bedroom, a faint scent of herbal medicine filled Ren's nose. The room was so luxurious that it was more fitting to call it a royal chamber than merely a noblewoman's bedroom. Elegant gold-plated furniture, beautiful paintings adorning the walls, and a large bed that could comfortably fit 5 to 6 people. Beside the bed was a small rosewood table emitting fragrant incense smoke. On the soft bed, a long-haired blonde girl lay in white satin pajamas. Her face was pale, her cheeks slightly gaunt, indicating her fragile physical condition. Slowly, her eyelids trembled before finally opening, revealing a pair of green eyes that still looked weak. Alice blinked a few times before finally gazing at the man who had just barged into her room. "I'm too weak to get out of bed and greet you. I hope King Ren will forgive me." Ren didn't respond. His gaze observed the girl who had only been sending spirit clones to speak with him until now. Alice wasn't a knight or a mage but a witch with a frail body. However, her telepathic abilities allowed her to read the emotions and auras of others, even understanding their psychological activities. But as a result, every time she used her abilities, her body grew weaker. For years, Alice could only lie in bed, served by her maids. Out of boredom, she often sent spirit clones to travel the world. Ren approached the bed expressionlessly. "Except for my maid, everyone leave the room." His command was so firm that it couldn't be argued. Patricia furrowed her brows. This. As the head maid and Alice's protector, she naturally couldn't let her mistress be left alone with a dangerous individual like a Campione. However, before she could voice her objection, Alice spoke up. "Patricia and the other maids, leave." Patricia looked at her worriedly. "But..." Alice smiled weakly. "Don't worry, King Ren wouldn't do anything improper to a weak and helpless girl like me, right?" She tried to pressure Ren with morality. However, the men simply stared at her in silence, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Patricia let out a long sigh before finally bowing her head. "Understood, Your Highness." She then gestured for the other maids to leave the room. Soon after, the door closed. Inside the room, only Ren, Alice, and Hayasaka remained. Alice tried to muster her strength to speak more clearly. "So, King Ren. What brings you here to see me?" However, Ren was not at all charmed by the White Princess's allure. He disliked petty and calculating women like Alice. Therefore, he had no intention of beating around the bush. Without wasting time, he directly stated his purpose. "I want you to do something for me." Alice raised her eyebrows slightly, but instead of answering, she simply looked at him with an intrigued expression. Behind her gentle smile, her mind raced. Sensing an opportunity to test Ren's personality, Alice decided to try something she would soon regret. "What if I refuse?" Silence. The air in the room changed drastically. For a moment, Hayasaka and Alice felt as though the room's temperature had suddenly risen. Then, Ren's laughter echoed, low and intimidating. "Good, good, good." A smile formed on his face, but there was not a hint of warmth in it. "A very bold move, Alice Louise of Nafel. It seems Alexander Gascoigne gave you the wrong impression about the nature of a devil king. Alec has tarnished the reputation of Campiones." Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire room. Ren's eyes glinted with controlled anger, and in an instant, his magical energy surged, crashing like violent waves in an ocean. "You don't want to? That's fine, then the consequence is the destruction of Widnigamote. Starting with the destruction of the Silver Dusk Palace." As if to emphasize his words, a terrifying energy erupted from his body. Shwa. Wind howled wildly inside the room, causing the silk curtains to flutter violently. The teacup on the table cracked under the immense pressure, and even the marble floor beneath their feet began to tremble. Ugh. Alice felt her body grow heavy, as if she had suddenly been placed under a scorching sun. Meanwhile, Hayasaka, who stood beside Ren, remained unaffected except for her maid uniform being blown by the wind. Outside the room, Patricia and the other maids, who sensed the terrifying magical energy, immediately barged in. "Your Highness." However, the moment they crossed the threshold, their bodies froze instantly. It was as if an invisible force was pressing down on them from all directions, making it impossible for them to move freely. Even breathing felt difficult. HHH. Patricia groaned, sweat dripping down her temples. She could feel her survival instincts screaming, warning her that the men before her was something far more terrifying than any monster. No one dared to approach. Without wasting any more time, Alice hurriedly bowed her head deeply. I apologize. Please calm your anger, King Ren. She immediately humbled herself, trying to soothe the anger of the Campione standing before her. I was wrong to be disrespectful, please forgive me, King Ren. Ren observed Alice for a few seconds. Then, suddenly, the terrifying pressure vanished. The air felt light again, and Alice, Patricia, and the others could finally breathe more easily. There won't be a next time. Ren said coldly. Thank you for your magnanimity, King Ren. Alice forced a smile, but in her heart, she deeply regretted her reckless action. Perhaps I've been dealing with Alec for too long, and forgot that Campiones are people who dare to face gods with mortal bodies. Alice laughed at herself. It wasn't that she had never interacted with other Campiones. On the contrary, she had interacted with almost all the Campiones of this era. However, having worked with the Black Prince Alexander Gascoigne for over a decade, she had grown accustomed to using Alec's character as a benchmark for all Campiones. And that was a huge mistake. Some devil kings on Earth had gloomy and cruel natures, making their actions increasingly unpredictable. Take Marquis Vauban, for example. The old man had slaughtered hundreds of witches, knights, and sorcerers who opposed him, only to turn them into death servants. Or the eastern leader Luo Hao, who controlled nearly half of China's mage. Anyone who dared to oppose her would only end up dead without mercy. I thank you for your magnanimity, King Ren. Alice forced a smile. But in her heart, she would never try something like this again. Chapter 74, Be My Woman. After intimidating Alice, Ren's indifferent expression vanished. He returned to the aura of an ordinary high school student, relaxed and as if nothing had just happened. Alice, who was still trembling slightly from the earlier threat, now began to regain her elegant composure. She smiled lightly, a smile that remained etched on her face even though she had just been threatened by a Campione. You should know why I'm here. Ren asked casually. Alice looked at him for a moment, then guessed cautiously, of course, King Ren. I can guess. Campiones only seek Miko or witches like me if they want to summon a heretic god or search for something using spirit vision. So, does King Ren wish to perform a summoning ritual like Marquis Vauban? Hayasaka, who stood behind Ren, tensed up. A heretic god summoning ritual. Although she had only recently become involved in the mystical world, she knew how insane that idea was. Ren didn't answer immediately. He simply stared at Alice with an unreadable expression. Seeing this, Alice let out a small sigh. If that's the case, then I must apologize for letting you come here without results. In my current physical condition, it's impossible for me to leave this place. In fact, I'm afraid I might die before the ritual could even be performed. Her tone sounded calm, but there was a hint of bitterness in it. Hayasaka observed Alice more carefully. Only now did she realize that this woman was truly frail. Despite her perfect, elegant, and captivating appearance, her body was so fragile that even participating in a magical ritual could endanger her life. Alice smiled faintly at the gaze. Miss, don't look at me like that. If you show such a sympathetic expression, I'll only feel sadder. Hearing this, Hayasaka snapped out of it and quickly bowed her head. I apologize for my rudeness, Princess Alice. Ren simply listened to their conversation without saying a word. He knew everything Alice said was true. However, considering the cunning nature of this girl, he decided to tease her a little. Then, how about you become my woman? Silence immediately enveloped the room. Alice, who could usually remain calm in any situation, was now completely shocked. She froze for a moment before a blush appeared on her cheeks. What did he just say? Alice hadn't expected the least likely assumption to actually come true. Unsurprisingly, her face turned red with embarrassment. After all, no matter how great she was as a strategist who had faced the Black Prince Alec, she was still a 22-year-old girl with no romantic experience. Previously, many men had proposed to her, from nobles to geniuses in the mystical world. However, none had made her panic like this. Why? Because the man before her wasn't an ordinary man, he was a Campione. If an ordinary man proposed to her, Alice could reject him with various reasons. But rejecting a Campione? That could end with very dire consequences. Gulp. Alice swallowed hard. She had to think of a way to reject him without offending his pride. Trying to calm her racing heartbeat, Alice gracefully raised her hand and spoke in a soft tone, King Ren, I am unworthy of being part of your harem. Oh. Why do you think so? Ren smiled faintly. If a Campione openly declares that they are forming a harem, there will be many women in this world who would gladly come forward. From Asia to Europe, many women would willingly offer themselves just to bear a child of a Campione. Alice stated the facts. Beside Ren, Hayasaka's eyes widened. Wait. What did she just say? Campiones can openly recruit harems. And women would willingly offer themselves just like that. Hayasaka felt her brain almost couldn't process this information. A Campione isn't just strong like a monster, but they also have a status that allows them to claim as many women as they want. Isn't this something only kings and emperors could do in ancient times? Never mind, don't think too much. From the start, I knew Ren-sama was a flamboyant man who would never settle for monogamy. Hayasaka glanced at Ren. The young man simply smiled casually, as if this wasn't a big deal to him. Alright, let's move on to more serious topics. King Ren, what about the earlier conversation? Of course, that was just a joke. Or what? Do you really want to be my woman? Alice gasped, her cheeks slightly red from the shock. However, she quickly retorted, worried that Ren might change his mind. My frail physique wouldn't be able to satisfy a man like you. That's true. You might faint just a few minutes into bed. Ugh. Alice felt insulted but couldn't retort. As a noblewoman, she had been trained to maintain her dignity and composure in any situation. However, in front of this shameless Campione, her pride was being tested cruelly. Ignoring the girl's slightly trembling expression as she suppressed her anger, Ren got straight to the point. I want you to create a magic for me. Alice blinked a few times, calming her mind. What kind of magic do you want, King Ren? Ren smiled contentedly, seeing Alice finally getting serious. Unlike the heretic god summoning ritual performed by Marquis Vauban, which requires dozens of Miko, I want a method to summon a heretic god using a special medium, the Holy Grail. Then, Ren explained the mechanics of the summoning ritual in the Holy Grail War. Of course, he only focused on the aspect of summoning heroic spirits as servants. As someone who had been a fan of the Type Moon franchise in his previous life, he understood the concept of the throne of heroes and servants. However, this world had something similar to the throne of heroes, though fundamentally different, domain of immortality. Domain of immortality is where gods, heroes, and divine beasts from myths reside. Once they leave domain of immortality and manifest in the mortal world, they become heretic gods, bringing disaster with them. They are truly living, moving natural disasters. Even if they were benevolent gods in mythology, when they become heretic gods on earth, every action they take brings calamity and death to humanity. Therefore, even if heretic gods are killed and return to domain of immortality, they never truly die. So, even if they are killed, they can reappear. After Ren finished, Alice fell silent for a moment, processing all the information she had just heard. I can do it. Creating a summoning formula isn't a big deal for me. However, there's one major obstacle, the existence of the Holy Grail itself. Even Alexander Gascoigne, who has spent decades searching for it, still hasn't found any concrete clues. Hearing that she could realize his idea, Ren knew Alice was the right person to help him. I know who has it. Really? Alice, your task is to find the location of the Holy Grail's owner using spirit vision. I'll take care of the rest. Alice stared at Ren with disbelief. How could Ren know the location of the Holy Grail, something Alec had been chasing for decades? King Ren, who has the Holy Grail? The Divine Ancestor Guinevere. Chapter 75, Guinevere. Night crept slowly through the heart of Belgravia. The wet cobblestone streets reflected the dim glow of Victorian lamps standing proudly along the luxurious district of London. Thick clouds shrouded the moon, leaving behind near-perfect darkness. In one of the grand mansions with towering neoclassical architecture, a luxurious bedroom lay in dimness. Suddenly, on a queen-sized bed draped in maroon satin sheets, a young girl jolted awake. She sat up straight, gasping for breath, as if she had just escaped a terrifying nightmare. The girl appeared to be only around 12 or 13 years old, yet there was something unnatural about her. Her golden curls cascaded gracefully, framing her flawless face, too flawless. Her beauty was extraordinary, almost like a delicate porcelain doll, but there was no childlike innocence in her emerald eyes. Instead, her gaze radiated a maturity and cunning that no child her age should possess. Did you have a nightmare, my dear princess? A deep, gentle male voice echoed from the darkest corner of the room, though no one was visible. The girl turned toward the shadow that seemed denser than the surrounding darkness. Her expression remained calm, showing no surprise or fear at the mysterious presence. No, uncle, Guinevere did not have a nightmare. She replied in a melodious voice that was too mature for her age. On the contrary, I feel something bad will happen to me soon. The beautiful girl named Guinevere spoke while her eyes remained fixed on the shadow in the corner, as if she could see the figure hiding within it. Of course, Guinevere was no ordinary girl. She was the reincarnation of the earth goddess Guinevere, who had reincarnated multiple times, and her divinity was passed down as a divine ancestor. Her power surpassed that of any great knight or great mage, second only to Campiones and heretic gods. Could this be related to the seventh Campione? Guess the figure hidden in Guinevere's shadow. Campiones, also known as god-slayers, were humans who had slain gods and inherited their divine powers. They were the most dangerous beings in the world, feared even by the gods themselves. Guinevere furrowed her smooth brow, looking uncertain. The seventh Campione, Rokuhara Ren, did arrive in London 2 hours ago. He specifically sought out Princess Alice. No one knows what they discussed, not even the mole I planted in the Silver Dusk Palace. The voice from the shadow spoke again, this time in a more soothing tone. No need to worry, my dear. As long as the other party is within a few hundred meters, I can sense their presence. Heretic gods and Campiones are nemesis, they will automatically enter a battle state upon meeting. From this statement, it could be inferred that the figure in Guinevere's shadow was a heretic god, a divine being that had deviated from its original nature, becoming a threat to the world. Sigh. Guinevere let out a soft sigh, her slender fingers playing with the edge of the satin blanket. The eighth Campione, Kusanagi Gadu, is already terrifying. He slew the god King Melkart and the war god Verithragna during his ascension to Campione. Even after that, he defeated 2 other Campiones, the Sword King Doni and Marquis Vauban. The shadow in the corner shifted slightly, as if the figure within it straightened its posture upon hearing the names mentioned. However, in a recent duel against Rokuhara Ren, he was defeated by the seventh Campione, who only possesses one divine authority. Honestly, I was quite shocked. I never expected these 2 newly born Campiones to reach such a level. Truly, no Campione can be evaluated by human standards. Guinevere continued, her tone a mix of awe and frustration. That was understandable. Her previous life was that of the Earth Goddess, and as a divine ancestor in this life, coupled with the plans she had been executing in secret, Guinevere was undoubtedly an enemy of all Campiones and also considered all Campiones as her enemies. Now, 2 Campiones had been born within a day of each other, and both had reached such levels of power immediately after their birth. Naturally, Guinevere felt threatened. The figure in the shadow advised Guinevere in a gentle tone. Never underestimate any Campione, my dear, not even those who have just been born. Every Campione is a fool who dares to challenge gods with a mortal body and create miracles. They are beings beyond common sense. Hearing this, Guinevere's previously tense shoulders relaxed. A faint smile graced her ruby-red lips. Thank you, uncle. Your presence always calms me. Swoosh. Her words were cut off. Suddenly, a flash of silver light shot through the air, piercing the glass window without shattering it. A supersonic arrow streaked toward the mansion, its target none other than Guinevere. Uncle, save me. Guinevere cried, her eyes wide with fear. The girl had no time to react due to the sudden change in the situation, but the heretic god in her shadow moved, though almost too late. Boom. A massive explosion echoed through the quiet night, shaking the entire Belgravia area. The arrow blasted the upper half of the mansion into pieces, sending debris, furniture, and glass flying into the air. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. A few minutes earlier. 10 kilometers from Belgravia, the cold night wind of London carried the scent of impending rain. On the roof of a tall building overlooking the city skyline, a young man stood with a firm posture. His messy brown hair was tousled by the wind, but his eyes remained sharply focused on the distance. Ren stared intently at a luxurious mansion in the distance. With his heavenly eyes, he could see up to 200 kilometers with perfect detail, allowing him to observe Guinevere in her room as clearly as if she were right in front of him. That girl is very good at escaping. If she gets away this time, it will be very difficult to find her again. So, let's use the full power of the heavenly eye. Acting decisively, Ren chanted an incantation. The veil of ignorance falls. There are no more limits to my sight. At the same time, something astonishing happened in the Earth's exosphere. A golden ethereal eye, as large as the moon, manifested, floating among the stars like the heavenly Tao Eye in Xianxia tales. The giant eye shone brightly, surveying the entire European continent and locking onto its target, Guinevere. Not stopping there, Ren chanted another incantation, this time stretching both hands forward. I who sees the sunlight, the archer who fells the sky god. Appear, bow of solar majesty. The air in front of him shimmered gold, and in an instant, a bow appeared in his hands, the same bow used by Ho-E in myth to shoot down the 9 suns. Both the heavenly eye, the bow, and the set of archery skills he possessed were part of his divine authority, Sun Conqueror, the power Ren had seized after defeating the heretic god Ho-E. Buzz. With a graceful yet deadly motion, Ren transformed his magical energy into a glowing arrow, drawing the bowstring to its maximum tension, and aimed at Guinevere, who was still unaware of the approaching danger. Swoosh. Meteoric Ascent, the basic arrow attack that increased the speed and destructive power of all projectiles, made it unmatched in speed and destructive force. The arrow Ren shot streaked through the air at supersonic speed, leaving a loud boom as it split the atmosphere. Boom. From a distance, under the sharp gaze of his heavenly eye, Ren watched as his arrow struck its target and blasted the upper half of the mansion into pieces, as if the luxurious building had just been hit by a ballistic missile. At the peak of the explosion, Ren could see two figures being flung backward amidst the gust of wind and shattered debris. Ren raised his head and narrowed his eyes at the burning ruins of the mansion. TSK, I knew it wouldn't be easy. With Lancelot's protection, it's not easy to seize the Holy Grail from Guinevere. But instead of frustration, a grin full of excitement spread across his handsome face. So what? That makes it even more interesting, doesn't it? I love a challenge. At a glance, Ren recognized the identity of the heretic god protecting Guinevere. There, amidst the billowing smoke and floating debris, Lancelot rode a glowing white horse, holding Guinevere tightly as she spurred her horse to fly into the night sky. Lancelot in this world is female. I wonder why reverse gender from history is so popular in ACG culture. Whether it's King Arthur in the Type Moon universe, or now Lancelot in front of me, their genders are different from what's recorded in history. Lancelot always wore a shining white steel knight's armor under the moonlight, but Ren knew that behind the helmet was the face of a beautiful Caucasian girl with short honey-colored hair and sky-blue eyes. She was in her late teens, with a tall, slender figure and an angelically beautiful face, radiating unmatched purity. At this moment, atop her majestic white horse, Lancelot gripped her lance tightly, silver magical energy flowing throughout her body. Her sharp eyes scanned the horizon, searching for the enemy who had attacked her, but she found nothing. That was only natural. Her enemy was 10 kilometers away, and Lancelot did not possess long-range vision abilities like Ren's heavenly eye. On the other hand, without wasting any time, Ren pulled an object from his pocket, a small sapphire blue crystal glowing softly. A magic item given to him by Alice. With a quick motion, he tossed the crystal into the air and opened a spatial portal, a slowly rotating blue circle. Then, with a firm leap, he stepped through and appeared amidst the ruins of the mansion's room. Tap. As soon as his feet touched the cracked floor, his body reacted instinctively. As a Campione, the natural enemy of gods, all his senses heightened sharply with the presence of a heretic god nearby. Magical energy surged through his body, preparing him for the imminent battle. Still in Lancelot's protective embrace, Guinevere recognized Ren's appearance and exclaimed in shock, "Rokuhara Ren." Her emerald eyes widened in surprise. I didn't expect the 7th Campione to come after me and attack me so sneakily. Why would a king do this? Her voice trembled between fear and anger. Hearing what he considered a ridiculous statement, Ren looked at her with a sneer and said, "Don't play dumb, Guinevere. You are the enemy of all Campiones." His eyes glinted dangerously as he continued, "Other Campiones might not know, but I know your secret. You've been hiding in the shadows while Campiones and heretic gods battle, and after the heretic god is defeated, you steal the divine authority that should belong to the Campione, using your holy grail." Guinevere's expression changed drastically. Color drained from her beautiful face, her eyes wide with fear. She had not expected Ren to know so much about her closely guarded secret. "How is this possible?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the roar of the London night wind. Chapter 76, Rokuhara Ren vs. Lancelot Part 1. In the Type Moon universe, there are many artifacts that claim to be the true Holy Grail, with at least 726 of them having been investigated by the Holy Church. Throughout history, numerous conflicts over these artifacts have occurred worldwide. However, the Holy Grail contested in the Holy Grail War is an artifact said to be capable of granting any wish to the one who wins it. The Holy Grail is essentially a mass of pure magical energy, having absorbed magical energy from ley lines over 60 years. Meanwhile, the Holy Grail in the Campione world is an extraordinary vessel used to store magical energy. To empower it, it must be fed the essence of other heretic gods, particularly the Earth Mother Goddess. Simply put, it steals the life force of the Earth Mother Goddess and stores it as magical energy, with the total magical energy equivalent to several dozen Campiones. Although there are some differences between the Holy Grail of the Campione world and the Type Moon universe, their fundamental nature remains the same. They are vessels that contain vast amounts of magical energy. As a reincarnator, Ren had a crazy idea pop into his head. Since the Holy Grail of the Type Moon universe can summon heroic spirits in the form of servants from the throne of heroes, why couldn't the Holy Grail of the Campione world summon incarnations of gods and goddesses from the domain of immortality in the form of heretic god incarnations after applying the Fuyuki City Holy Grail War ritual formula to it? If this plan succeeded, Ren wouldn't need to frantically search for heretic gods to gain more divine authorities. To achieve this, he needed two things, the ritual formula and the Holy Grail. The ritual formula was Alice's task to create, while the Holy Grail would be obtained from Guinevere. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Back to the present. A tense silence filled the air between them. Still in Lancelot's embrace, Guinevere struggled to hide the anxiety creeping into her chest. However, Ren's sharp eyes could see the faint blush on her pale face and the subtle tremors in her petite body. After a moment of trying to steady her breathing, Guinevere finally spoke in a voice she forced to sound calm. So, is King Ren's goal to kill me? Are you worried I'll interfere with your ritual to seize divine authority after you defeat a heretic god? Ren tilted his head slightly, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. His gaze exuded confidence that bordered on arrogance, a hallmark of a Campione. That's only partly true. My main reason is that I want to borrow your holy grail. Hearing this, Guinevere's eyes widened. Her expression of surprise quickly turned into one of firm refusal. Of course, that's impossible. Without showing the slightest surprise, as if he had anticipated this response, Ren raised his golden bow, his deft fingers forming an arrow of shimmering golden magical energy. He aimed it directly at them. I don't care if you agree or not, Guinevere. I'll take it by force. Guinevere let out a long sigh, her expression showing both exhaustion and irritation. My goodness. Not a single Campione has a good temper. You're all truly tyrants. Swoosh. Without another word, Ren released the arrow from his bow. Like a flash of light, the projectile shot forward at supersonic speed, the air around it vibrating and ringing loudly from the shockwave it generated. Of course, Lancelot didn't stand idly by. With incredible reflexes, she swung her spear to deflect the incoming attack. However, there was one thing she underestimated, the kinetic energy of an object moving at the speed of sound. Clang. A loud clang echoed as the arrow and spear collided. Lancelot's spear managed to deflect the projectile, but the impact was tremendous. Her hand holding the spear went numb instantly, and the shockwave from the collision reverberated through her entire body. Ugh. Cough. Guinevere, however, was in a far worse situation. The shockwave from the impact caused the girl to feel her internal organs shake violently. Her face turned drastically pale, and before she could hold it back, she vomited fresh blood, staining her white nightgown. My princess! Lancelot exclaimed, her face showing deep concern. Realizing that she couldn't involve Guinevere any further in this dangerous battle, Lancelot made a quick decision. With a smooth motion, she leapt down from her horse, landing gracefully on the debris-strewn floor of the mansion. Her spear was pointed directly at Ren, her blue eyes gleaming with determination and anger. I won't let your plan succeed, Devil King. No matter how strong you are, I will protect my princess with my life. Tap, tap, tap. The horse carried Guinevere higher, away from the battlefield, a precautionary measure Lancelot took to protect her daughter. Interesting. Without showing the slightest fear, Ren instead smiled broadly. There was a glint of excitement in his eyes, the excitement of a true warrior who had found a worthy opponent. You know, you're the first heretic god I've fought since obtaining Hou Yi's divine authority. Don't disappoint me. Huh. Lancelot straightened her posture, a powerful aura radiating from her entire body. Her armor gleamed under the moonlight breaking through the clouds. Believe me, this battle might just be your downfall. Lancelot replied coldly. Oh really? Try me if you can. Ren smirked. For a few seconds that felt like an eternity, the night wind blew between them, carrying the scent of smoke and dust from the ruins. Whoosh. Then, as if an invisible signal had been given, they both moved at the same time. Lancelot sought to close the distance. After all, the weakness of an archer is close combat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Clang, cling, clang, cling. However, she had to deflect arrows that shot toward her like machine gun fire, forcing her to split her focus. Despite this, Lancelot easily deflected the arrows bombarding her thanks to her skill called Mind's Eye, which enhanced her senses to the maximum level, allowing her to predict her opponent's movements, track beings with divine speed, anticipate attacks, and block them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. On the other hand, Ren was no conventional archer who would stand still while shooting. He fired arrows while running and maneuvering without affecting his accuracy. His body moved like the wind, while his fingers never stopped drawing the bowstring. Boom, boom, boom. The brief confrontation devastated the mansion. Fortunately, the servants had fled after the first explosion. The walls cracked and crumbled, pillars gave way under the pressure of the inhuman battle, and the once glossy floor was now nothing more than a war-torn battlefield. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. While running and changing positions, his hands never ceasing to fire arrows, Ren tried to psychologically affect his opponent with taunts. What a shame, your beauty is hidden behind that helmet and armor. You must have never enjoyed freedom, let alone a passionate night. Care to try a night with me? Swoosh. Piuchi. In an instant, a mistake occurred. Her focus faltered, and one of Ren's arrows, shot with incredible speed, pierced through the thick armor on her shoulder. Lancelot staggered back, red blood dripping from the seemingly small wound. How did you know? However, the wound was far from fatal. As the goddess of steel, Lancelot's body was protected by the divine authority, steel body, granting her extraordinary resilience against physical attacks. This small wound wasn't even enough to slow her down. No comment. Ren chuckled. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Lancelot deflected the arrows aimed at her vital points. You want to see my face? Very well. I'll grant you the honor of dying while gazing upon it. She brandished her spear, her blue eyes gleaming with the same fighting spirit. And as for your offer, perhaps after I defeat you, we can discuss it. I like your style, Lancelot. Let's see who will kneel by the end of this fight. Ren felt his blood boiling with fighting spirit. They were two warriors who found joy in their battle. And with that, the true fight had just begun. Chapter 77, Rokuhara Ren vs. Lancelot Part 2. The cold night wind swept through the ruins of the once majestic Belgravia mansion. The building was now nothing more than rubble, with flames flickering in some corners, illuminating the area filled with dust and shattered stones. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Boom, boom, boom. The starry night sky was obscured by dark clouds formed by the clash of the warriors' powers, occasionally lit up by flashes of light and deafening explosions. In the dark sky, a white horse flew slowly, carrying a woman with an elegant face and golden hair that reflected the moonlight. The divine ancestor Guinevere watched the battle between the seventh Campione, Rokuhara Ren, and the heretic god Lancelot. This seventh Campione isn't as strong as they say. It seems the information exaggerated his power, or perhaps the eighth Campione was careless in their duel. Maybe he didn't take his opponent seriously and didn't use his full strength, right? Guinevere smiled faintly. She was relieved to see Ren being pushed back, gradually losing control of the battlefield. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the battlefield, the fierce battle continued. Ren, with his speed and agility, moved incessantly, dodging every deadly attack from Lancelot, who charged like a storm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Despite her immense power, Lancelot also began to realize that her attacks only hit empty air or the surrounding rubble. Shwa. With incredible speed, Lancelot dashed towards him. Only a white shadow and a flash of light were visible, and Ren barely managed to dodge. Boom. The divine spear struck the ground where Ren had stood, creating a massive crater that destroyed even more of the ruins. Whoosh. However, Ren had already moved further away, utilizing meteoric ascent to counter. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He drew his bow, firing a solar arrow that shot like a meteor, piercing through the air and exploding right in front of Lancelot. Boom, bang. The explosion created a shockwave that destroyed everything within a several-meter radius. But Lancelot emerged from the blast, her body now in the form of mist with the authority of mist, completely unharmed. It's useless. Once I'm prepared, physical attacks no longer affect me. Tisk. Clicking his tongue, Ren kept his distance, his sharp eyes observing the mist surrounding Lancelot's body. Inside, he felt frustrated. Damn, this compatibility is really bad. Lancelot not only has a steel body, but now she's immune to physical attacks. It's like fighting a Logia user from One Piece. Well, I know mist has a weakness, wind. If I could create a storm, the problem would be solved. But the reality is, I don't even have any powers besides archery. I have to admit, heretic gods serving King of the End are truly different. They're stronger than ordinary heretic gods. It seems I don't stand a chance if I only rely on my divine authority. This isn't even as exciting as dueling Gadu. He might be naive, but at least fighting him is fun. After a few seconds of contemplation, Ren suddenly loosened his grip on the bow in his hand. A golden light enveloped the weapon, and the bow disappeared completely. Seeing this, Lancelot was surprised. Huh? What are you doing? Don't tell me you're giving up because you know you can't win. If so, I must admit, you're truly disappointing. Ren looked at her flatly, then shrugged. Who said I'm giving up? I'm just switching weapons. Switching weapons. As far as I know, you only have one divine authority from Hou-Yi. Could it be that you've gained a new divine authority without anyone knowing? Lancelot speculated. Ren smiled faintly but didn't answer. He reached out into the air, and a sword appeared from the void. Seeing this, Lancelot recognized the type of magic. Storage magic. I didn't know you had a talent for such magic, Campione. Storage magic is a supplementary type of magic that allows the user to store and summon items at any time. Although considered a support magic, only those with rare spatial talents can learn it. What surprised Lancelot was the fact that Ren had learned magic. After all, it's widely known that almost all Campione look down on magic because it's not as powerful as their divine authorities. Well, I'm the type who likes change. I'm not like the other Campione who are stuck in their old ways. Before causing trouble, Ren had asked Alice to test if he had any talent for magic. Surprisingly, the results were quite impressive. He was a genius in the aspect of magic. So, he asked Alice to teach him something simple yet useful. Storage magic was his choice. The proof of his genius was that he learned storage magic in less than 2 hours. That sword. Lancelot observed more closely. The sword had a gleaming silver blade that radiated a divine aura, with ancient symbols engraved on its surface, as if affirming its status as a legendary weapon. Its hilt was bright red, adorned with elegant gold patterns, while the crossguard was shaped like a cross with additional curved ornaments that exuded majesty and power. The holy sword Excalibur. Ren answered with a faint smile. That's just a replica. Lancelot immediately corrected. As part of the Celtic myth of King Arthur, she clearly recognized the legendary sword in its true form. Yeah, you're right. It is a replica. Ren admitted. What are you doing with a replica of the holy sword? Replacing your divine authority with a fake. This is foolish. Responding to Lancelot's sarcasm, Ren merely chuckled. It's worth noting that the Witnagemot was formed by people deeply involved in magic, mage, sorcerers, fairy doctors, and others. Naturally, some of them were creators of magical items. With King Arthur being one of the most famous figures in England, it's no surprise that they attempted to create replicas of Excalibur. And the holy sword Ren borrowed was the highest quality among all the replicas ever made. Relying on a replica to fight me? That's a joke. Lancelot was speechless. The other side was throwing away his advantage and opting for an uncertain method. Pointing the red Excalibur towards her, Ren smiled carefreely. Basically, Campione are foolish people, aren't we? We only know the result after trying. And I'm quite curious how far this fake can hold up against you. Lancelot raised her divine spear, ready to fight again. Very well. Let's see if your replica can match true power. And so, the battle between the reckless Campione with his replica weapon and the Lake Knight from the legend of King Arthur resumed, this time with even greater intensity. Chapter 78, Rokuhara Ren vs. Lancelot Final Part. As the strongest knight of King Arthur's Round Table, Lancelot showed no fear in facing the Campione who challenged her with a replica sword. To her, the divine spear in her hand was more than enough to crush her opponent. Another divine authority. Unnecessary. She wanted to prove her superiority in a weapon duel. On the other side, Ren stood calmly. With a faint smile on his face, he provoked his opponent. Come on, beautiful. Let's see how well you fight without that mist. Whoosh. Lancelot didn't respond with words but instead launched an immediate attack, her spear thrusting straight toward Ren's heart. Her speed was extraordinary. Clang. Ready, Ren raised his sword with precision. The clang of metal echoed as the spear and sword met, sparks flying in all directions. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Their figures blurred to anyone trying to observe. Only the sound of clashing metal and traces of destruction marked their movements. Lancelot attacked relentlessly, her spear moving with a mesmerizing fluidity, like a flowing river bringing destruction. Her strikes came from all directions, thrusts, slashes, spins, all aimed at forcing Ren to retreat. Yet, Ren remained calm. The sword in his hand moved like a dance, deflecting each attack with perfect precision. Boom, boom, boom. The ground beneath them began to crack and crumble. Shockwaves from each collision spread in all directions. Dust and smoke billowed high, enveloping the battlefield. Still, both of them remained visible amidst the destruction, two figures exchanging relentless attacks. Shwa. Ren leaped into the air, his sword spinning in a deadly slash that split the air. However, Lancelot deftly twisted her spear, deflecting the attack with full force. Boom. The next collision was even more devastating. The red energy wave from Ren's sword clashed with the golden energy from Lancelot's spear, creating a massive explosion that shook the battlefield. The blast swept across the ground around them, leaving an even larger crater. Whoosh! Lancelot gave Ren no time to breathe. She immediately lunged forward, her spear slashing horizontally. Ren had only a fraction of a second to raise his sword, blocking the attack. Cling! Sparks flew once more, but the force of Lancelot's strike pushed Ren back several steps. However, Lancelot began to notice something unusual. Although she clearly dominated the confrontation, her opponent showed no signs of defeat. Instead, Ren quickly adjusted his stance, advancing again with new attacks just as precise. How is this man able to fight this far without using his divine authority, relying solely on pure swordsmanship? Lancelot thought to herself as she continued her relentless assault. Clang! Swoosh! She spun her spear skillfully, blocking Ren's slash aimed at her shoulder before following up with a quick thrust toward his chest. Clang! Ren deflected the attack perfectly, though the force of the impact was enough to shake the ground beneath their feet. This man is truly insane. He's using me as a whetstone, which is why his swordsmanship keeps improving during the fight. Even I have to admit, his talent with the sword is extraordinary. Perhaps his talent rivals Salvatore Doni's. Lancelot thought, her eyes scanning Ren's every move sharply. Schwa. She leaped back, creating some distance between them to assess the situation. On the opposite side, Ren stood tall, the sword in his hand still glowing bright red. Sweat dripped from his temples, but the wide smile on his face made him look like a warrior truly enjoying every second of the battle. Indeed, no ordinary human could become a Campione. Rokuhara Ren. Is he the same type as Luo Hao? A Campione whose martial arts can rival the divine authorities of gods. Whoosh! Lancelot dashed forward again, her spear strikes now faster and stronger than before. She wanted to test her theory. Could Ren continue to withstand her increasingly ferocious rhythm? Clang, cling, clang, cling. Ren raised his sword, deflecting each attack with near-perfect precision. His body moved without hesitation, utilizing every moment to counterattack in the small gaps in Lancelot's defense. Perhaps this is the effect of a Campione's adrenaline. Well, their instincts and physiology are indeed extraordinary. But talent is innate, becoming a Campione doesn't enhance one's talent. Unaware of Lancelot's high opinion of him, Ren continued to swing his sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Clang, cling, clang, cling. The energy waves from each clash of their sword and spear continued to ravage the battlefield around them. But neither cared. In their eyes, only their opponent mattered. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Clang, cling, clang, cling. The intense battle lasted for 10 minutes, with the clanging of metal deafening and sparks burning the air around them. However, after what felt like an eternity, the first to grow impatient was Ren. As a Campione, he always enjoyed a challenge, but he wasn't foolish enough to risk everything for pride alone. His main goal was the Holy Grail, not defeating Lancelot. Gaining experience fighting a heretic god was only a secondary objective. That's enough. If I delay any longer, there's a chance of unwanted variables. Besides, England is in Europe. This is the territory of Marquis Vauban, Doni, and Alec. The arrival of a Campione from East Asia might already be known to them, but they haven't directly intervened or observed from the shadows. No, if it were Doni, he'd probably already be on his way from Italy to England to challenge me. Ren thought to himself. After satisfying his desire to fight and realizing he currently stood no chance of defeating Lancelot, he leaped back, decisively creating distance with a light movement. On the other side, Lancelot didn't pursue. Her divine spear remained raised, but she stood tall, her eyes coldly fixed on Ren. A fake will never defeat the real thing. Ren glanced at his sword, the replica Excalibur now riddled with cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. The clashes with Lancelot's divine spear had pushed the replica to its limits. You're right, I agree with you. In the end, a fake is still a fake, it can't match the real thing. Then, he stored the sword back into his dimensional storage magic and casually stepped back. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, a bow materialized. Your divine authority won't be enough to defeat me. Lancelot wasn't being arrogant, merely stating a fact. Though I'm reluctant to admit it, that's the truth. Lancelot, it seems you've forgotten my purpose for coming here. After saying that, Ren drew his bow to its fullest, and in less than a blink of an eye, dozens of arrows shot out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. But they weren't aimed at Lancelot. No, the real target was the woman in the distance, Guinevere, who sat calmly on a white horse flying in the air, watching the battle from afar. Lancelot's eyes widened instantly. Not anticipating that Ren would redirect his attacks toward Guinevere, she felt rage boiling within her. Shameless bastard. Whoosh. Her body shot forward immediately, surpassing the limits of human speed to chase after Ren. Meanwhile, Guinevere looked momentarily surprised, but her face remained calm. That man is truly irritating, she said with disgust. Nay. The white horse immediately maneuvered sharply, spinning, leaping, and diving to avoid the rain of arrows shooting at supersonic speeds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Each arrow carried an immense threat of destruction. Some passed by Guinevere with only inches to spare, leaving trails of heat that burned the air. Boom, boom, boom. Other arrows exploded midair, creating shockwaves that shook the white horse and caused it to lose balance momentarily before stabilizing again. Chapter 79, The Pursuit. Disgraceful. Shameless. Are you even a man? Fight me like a true warrior. Lancelot shouted in fury, trying to provoke Ren into engaging in direct combat with her. However, instead of taking the bait, Ren burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Of course I'm a man. The proof is, I've already impregnated 2 women. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ren moved nimbly, firing arrows while continuously maneuvering to evade Lancelot's attacks, which now threatened Guinevere's safety. At this moment, his archery skills surpassed the limits of any living being. Every shot he released was perfectly precise, forcing the white horse to endlessly dodge in the sky to avoid the relentless rain of arrows. Whoosh! Meanwhile, Lancelot kept chasing him, trying to close the distance between them. However, Ren displayed remarkable agility, making it difficult for her to land a decisive strike. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Piuchi, piuchi, piuchi. The arrows flew without pause, and after a while, a few finally struck Guinevere's white horse, causing it to whimper in pain. Ngik. Guinevere tried to calm her steed, but the momentary distraction was all Ren needed. Mercilessly, he aimed directly at Guinevere, ensuring this attack would hit its mark. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The arrows shot forth with incredible speed, now just 5 meters away from Guinevere, who failed to react in time. But before they could reach her, Lancelot suddenly appeared in front. Clang, cling, clang, cling. With extraordinary skill, she swung her divine spear, deflecting the attack and shattering the arrows into fragments of light. Since you refuse to fight properly, this battle ends here. After saying that, Lancelot spun her spear and mounted Guinevere's now stabilized white horse, preparing to leave. Trying to run. Unfortunately, I've already resolved to obtain the Holy Grail, no matter what. Hearing this, Guinevere felt no fear with Lancelot by her side. So, she dared to sneer at Ren. How foolish. A Campione so arrogant, even when victory is clearly hopeless. Do you truly believe you can take the Holy Grail from me? Not even in your wildest dreams. Ren responded only with a cold, disgusted glare. Not a single word left his lips, but his expression was enough to make Guinevere feel belittled. Let's go. Now ready to depart, Lancelot guided her white horse into the night sky. Like a Pegasus from legend, the steed soared under the starlight, cutting through the air at high speed. However, what the two women didn't expect was that Ren had no intention of letting them escape so easily. With his bow in hand, he pursued them without hesitation, using the superhuman speed granted by his Campione physiology. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows flew once more with tremendous force, aimed at the pair in the sky. With his heavenly eyes, Ren could see up to 200 kilometers without obstruction. Meaning, unless the white horse could cover that distance in an instant, there was no way they could shake him off. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ren continued firing arrows relentlessly. Each shot carried not only immense power but also flawless accuracy. And so, the chase began. With the constant barrage of arrows, the white horse had to maneuver endlessly to evade. Lancelot knew each arrow carried terrifying kinetic energy. She couldn't deflect them with Guinevere beside her, doing so would risk Guinevere being injured by the shockwaves again, just like before. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. The pursuit lasted for hours until the sun began to rise on the eastern horizon. As a heretic god, Lancelot's stamina was extraordinary. But Guinevere wasn't as resilient. Though she was a divine ancestor, the relentless pressure from the seemingly tireless Campione began to wear her down, both physically and mentally. Swish. The white horse's endless maneuvers had long left Guinevere dizzy and nauseous. Her usually well-kept hair was now disheveled, dark circles hung under her eyes, and her face was as pale as colorless cloth. In a voice laced with frustration, she grumbled. Madman. Don't you have anything better to do? So stubborn, like a dog that won't let go of a bone. Guinevere gritted her teeth, then turned to Lancelot. Uncle, I truly don't understand. How can he keep attacking like this? He's been using his divine authority for hours without rest. It makes no sense. Does his magical energy have no limit? Lancelot replied calmly, though a hint of resignation tinged her voice. Most likely, those arrows are just a basic application of his divine authority. That's why the magical energy consumption is minimal, allowing him to sustain it indefinitely. Hearing this, Guinevere acknowledged the logic behind the theory. Ho-E, truly worthy of being called the greatest archer in Chinese myth. Even his basic attacks have supersonic speed and lethal penetration. Facing this endlessly is exhausting. Meanwhile, on the ground, Ren kept running without pause. No terrain could hinder him as he drew his bow and fired arrows without rest. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. His magical energy remained abundant. In fact, he felt he could keep this up all day without tiring. Raising his voice, he shouted at Guinevere high in the sky. I just want to borrow the Holy Grail. I swear I'll return it once I'm done using it for my needs. Hearing this, Guinevere could only respond with anger and frustration. Who would believe such nonsense? Stop this ridiculous chase. Don't you know stubborn men are unpopular with women? PFTTT, ha ha ha. Ren burst into laughter while still running, drawing his bow, and continuing to fire. So now you're giving me love advice. Listen, I don't need lessons from an old virgin with no romantic experience. Unlike you, I'm a Casanova. I know romance from real experience, not just books and movies. Ugh. Ren's words made Guinevere's face flush, not from embarrassment, but from rage. She clenched her teeth, her hands gripping the saddle tightly. In a trembling, furious voice, she retorted, "How dare you, a newborn Campione, insult me like this? I am a divine ancestor, the reincarnation of the Earth Mother Goddess. I've witnessed more love stories than you've years in your measly 2 decades of life." Though Lancelot remained silent, her displeased expression was evident. Clearly, Ren's mockery had deeply offended them both. But Guinevere wasn't done venting. Chasing after a woman who clearly wants nothing to do with you, then calling yourself a Casanova. What a stubborn, selfish, shameless man. Chapter 80, Obtaining the Holy Grail. Guinevere and Lancelot still underestimated Ren's tenacity. But reality soon showed them just how wrong they were. The pursuit had lasted until midday. In what felt like an eternity, they had left England, crossed the Channel, and passed through several neighboring countries. Every time the divine horse accelerated, trying to leave Ren far behind, he always found a way to catch up. With the help of single-use teleportation items, Ren kept closing the distance. What Guinevere and Lancelot didn't know was that Ren had fully utilized his heavenly eyes. The manifestation of a colossal ethereal eye floated in Earth's exosphere, surveilling all of Europe without obstruction. As long as the 2 women remained on the continent, there was nowhere to hide. Backed by teleportation items provided by Alice and the minimal magical energy consumption of meteoric ascent, Ren persisted with seemingly limitless endurance. In contrast, the ones feeling the strain were Lancelot, who had been continuously relying on her divine horse. However, the divine horse wasn't an actual living creature, it was a manifestation of her divine authority. Lancelot had to constantly supply it with her own magical energy to sustain its summoning. Truthfully, Lancelot had attempted multiple times to engage Ren in direct combat. But Ren cleverly evaded each time, as if she were a deadly plague to be avoided at all costs. His focus remained unwavering, Guinevere. Every arrow he fired was aimed at the divine ancestor. "You coward!" Lancelot growled, her fury peaking as her attempts to stop Ren repeatedly failed. But the undeniable truth was, Ren's speed was extraordinary. Unless Lancelot used divine speed, which required thunder to recharge, she couldn't match the young man's pace. Ugh! How long is this going to last? Meanwhile, Guinevere was suffering the most. Though her physical resilience was formidable as a divine ancestor, it paled in comparison to beings like Campiones and heretic gods. Every maneuver of the divine horse and every shockwave from Ren's arrows weakened her further. The dark circles under her eyes deepened, her once radiant skin now looked pallid, and her hair was disheveled from the endless chase. Does that man have no limits? A full day of chasing us non-stop, and he doesn't even look tired. Guinevere rasped in frustration. Lancelot realized their situation was growing dire. Her gaze softened as she looked at the weakened Guinevere on the divine horse. In her heart, an inevitable decision had been made. No, we can't keep this up. I'm the one running out of magical energy. Once that happens, I won't be able to protect Guinevere. Among the hundreds of Campiones she had faced in the past, she now added Rokuhara Ren to the list of the most troublesome and shameless Campiones in history. "My beloved princess, let us grant that madman's request." "What? Are you serious, uncle? The Holy Grail is the most crucial part of awakening our master from his slumber." Guinevere never expected Lancelot to suggest something so absurd. "It's just an act. Princess, have you forgotten? As the orthodox inheritor of the Holy Grail, even if it leaves your possession, you can recall it any time. This is only temporary." "Ah. So we lend him the Holy Grail for now. Once we're sure he can't chase us anymore, I'll summon it back." "Precisely. Better to end this chase now than exhaust ourselves completely. He wants the Holy Grail, not us." Hearing the logic, Guinevere finally agreed. Truthfully, she desperately wanted this nightmare to end so she could rest. "Fine, uncle. Let's proceed with the plan." With that, they swiftly put their plan into action. The white horse suddenly halted midair, hovering gracefully. Guinevere took a deep breath and shouted at Ren in frustration. "King Ren. We surrender. I'll lend you the Holy Grail temporarily." Still on the ground, Ren stopped firing arrows. His instincts told him there was something suspicious about this surrender. "Good. That's a wise decision. But tell me, how can I be sure you're not lying?" Guinevere gritted her teeth, suppressing her annoyance. "What would I gain from lying to you? I've even lost my voice from shouting. If you want to borrow it, take it now and let us go." But before Ren could respond, Lancelot interjected. "Campione, how long do you actually need to borrow the Holy Grail?" To ensure no loopholes, Lancelot added a time condition. After all, if a Campione made a pact with a god, the pact would force them to honor their word. 1 year. Lend me the Holy Grail for a year. Impossible. That's far too long. 3 days is the most we can tolerate. Lancelot resisted the urge to hurl her spear at the absurdly greedy Ren. 3 days. At least give me half a year. Half a year? You're insane. Fine, then how about 3 months? That's a reasonable compromise. No. 3 months is still too long. 1 month. That's my final offer. If you refuse, there's no deal. Tisk. On the surface, Ren feigned dissatisfaction, but inwardly, he celebrated. He knew Lancelot had fallen for his simple bargaining trap. In truth, Ren only needed the Holy Grail for a week. His strategy was straightforward: propose an outrageous demand, then negotiate down while gauging their patience. When Lancelot settled on 1 month, it far exceeded his expectations. Buzz. With visible reluctance, Guinevere finally retrieved the Holy Grail from her storage magic. Her movements were slow before she finally tossed it toward Ren with clear irritation. As a divine ancestor, Guinevere possessed eternal youth, immense magical prowess as a witch, and complete mastery over water. Yet, in the face of a Campione, her abilities seemed insignificant. This fact was yet another reminder of how terrifying Campiones were, beings that defied the laws of nature. So this is the Holy Grail in this world. Far more extravagant than the plain one in Type Moon. Ren caught the Holy Grail effortlessly. He examined it carefully, verifying its authenticity. Even in the original work, its appearance was never described. The chalice glimmered under the sunlight, adorned with jewels and intricate engravings. The magical energy within it was immense, comparable to the combined power of several dozen Campiones. You've gotten what you wanted. Don't follow us anymore. I hope we never meet again, King Ren. Guinevere spat bitterly. Lancelot gave him one last glance before turning away, uninterested in what he planned to do with the Holy Grail. Their priority was clear: leave Europe as quickly as possible before anything else unexpected happened. Don't worry, I have no interest in hunting you further. Until next time, Lady Knight, and your little princess. Ren waved as if bidding farewell to acquaintances. Humph. Guinevere glared at him, her crimson eyes burning with restrained fury. But she held back any further words. Whoosh. Their white horse accelerated at blinding speed, leaving Ren standing alone in the vast plains. Shortly after they vanished from sight, Ren moved swiftly. He retrieved a magic item from his storage. Better safe than sorry. The advantage of being a reincarnator? Information. Ren knew that even if the Holy Grail was in his hands, Guinevere could recall it any time. Thus, he had prepared a countermeasure from the start. The item he held was a dimensional binding seal, an ancient artifact capable of preventing an object from reconnecting with its original owner. I'm sure that petty woman, Guinevere, will be shocked when she fails to recall the Holy Grail. With a satisfied smirk, Ren placed the seal on the Holy Grail. A golden light flickered briefly before fading, confirming the seal's activation. Admittedly, the Witanigamote's collection of artifacts was extraordinary. When Ren requested it to borrow some magic items, its leaders had no choice but to comply with his selfish demands. All right, that settles this matter. By the way, where am I now? He then began walking toward a distant footpath, hoping to find the nearest settlement. As a Campione, Ren had the unique ability to learn any language in a short time, even non-human ones. Combined with his photographic memory, mastering new languages was trivial. Just by observing road signs and local interactions, he quickly grasped the basics of the regional language. So, I'm in Germany. I really chased them too far. Ren mentally calculated the distance he had covered during the pursuit. From London to Germany, he had crossed multiple countries in just 12 hours without rest. No wonder I feel a bit exhausted. He sighed, patting his own shoulder in admiration of his Campione physiology. Ren pulled out his satellite phone, the only reliable communication device in this remote area, and immediately called Alice, his influential subordinate in Europe. Alice, I'm in Germany now. Send a helicopter to pick me up. I'll send the coordinates shortly. On the other end, Alice could only let out a long sigh before responding, of course, King. You truly have a talent for creating massive trouble, just like the other Campiones. I'll take that as a compliment. After sending his coordinates, Ren waited for about half an hour. Soon, the roar of helicopter blades echoed as the aircraft landed a few meters away. The pilot gestured for him to board, and without delay, Ren climbed in, heading to the nearest airport. Upon arrival, a private jet was already prepared to take him back to London. Feeling slightly fatigued after the long hunt, Ren decided to eat and drink in the cabin before resting. Once finished, he settled comfortably into his seat. A short nap sounds like a good idea, he murmured, closing his eyes. A Campione's body could regenerate magical energy rapidly, and even a brief sleep was enough to restore their reserves to optimal levels. Chapter 81, The Yotsugi Family and the Kujou Family's Problems. Kujou Family Residence, 9:15 p.m. In her cozy room, Alya lay curled up on her bed, clutching her stomach as if it were being wrung out. A thin blanket covered part of her body, while the pillow that should have been under her head was now hugged tightly against her abdomen to ease the pain. Ugh. Why does it hurt more than usual this month? Her brows furrowed deeply, creating faint creases on her normally smooth forehead. This wasn't her first period, but somehow, the pain reminded her of her very first menstrual cycle. Ha! Alya let out a long sigh. After several minutes of trying different sleeping positions without finding comfort, an idea crossed her mind. Maybe barley tea will help ease the pain. Giving up on forcing herself to sleep, Alya slowly rose from her bed. Her long silver hair cascaded messily around her shoulders. She adjusted her pastel-colored pajamas before stepping out of her room and heading to the kitchen to make tea. As she descended to the first floor, her steps were slow and slightly dragging. Passing through the dimly lit living room, illuminated only by a small corner lamp and the glow of the television, Alya spotted her older sister, Masha, lounging on the sofa. Masha seemed engrossed in a variety show, casually popping a slice of orange into her mouth with her right hand while her left gently rubbed circles on her own stomach. Seeing this, Alya guessed her sister was also suffering from menstrual cramps. The Kujou sisters had always shared the same menstrual cycle. In the kitchen, Alya turned on the stove and boiled water. While waiting, she took out their favorite ceramic mugs. Once the water boiled, she steeped 2 bags of barley tea and let them infuse for a few minutes. The warm, soothing aroma of barley tea filled the kitchen, calming her nerves. Carefully, Alya carried both mugs to the living room. Sitting beside Masha, she handed the pink mug to her sister. Here, for you, Masha. Thank you, Alya-chan. Slightly surprised by her younger sister's sudden gesture, Masha smiled softly, her eyes shining with affection. She accepted the mug with both hands and took a slow sip, savoring the warmth spreading through her throat. You're having stomach cramps too? Alya asked between sips of her own tea. Masha flinched almost imperceptibly before nodding slowly. Yeah. It's weird. This month feels worse than usual. Alya complained with a slight grimace. I already took medicine, but the pain won't go away. It's like my first period all over again. Masha's hands trembled slightly as she listened to Alya's complaints. Her eyes avoided meeting her sister's innocent gaze. Pregnant women stop menstruating during pregnancy. The thought flashed through Masha's mind, making her even more nervous. The truth was, she was pregnant, a secret she was still keeping tightly under wraps. Her body was now producing human chorionic gonadotropin, HCG, the pregnancy hormone that halted her menstrual cycle. Because she was pregnant, she wouldn't menstruate for the next 9 months. Masha wasn't ready to tell her family, especially Alya. At the very least, she wanted to keep this secret for as long as possible, at least until her belly swelled and could no longer be hidden. With a guilty conscience, Masha forced herself to sound normal and play along with Alya's conversation. Is that so? Maybe it's because we've been stressed lately, studying for next week's exams. Masha offered a plausible explanation while biting her lower lip softly. You might be right, Masha. I have been studying late a lot recently. Completely unsuspecting of her kind and gentle older sister, Alya nodded in agreement. Her attention then shifted to the plate of peeled oranges on the table, and without thinking, she picked up a slice and popped it into her mouth. Instantly, her face scrunched up, her eyes narrowing. The sourness was unbearable, but not wanting to waste food, Alya forced herself to swallow it even as her eyes watered. Hyuk! Masha, these oranges are so sour. How can you eat them like it's nothing? Alya protested before quickly gulping down more tea to neutralize the sour taste. With an innocent smile, Masha chuckled softly. Well. I just felt like something sour tonight. It's refreshing. In reality, it was just a pregnancy craving, one of the side effects she couldn't resist. During her pregnancy, Masha had been indulging in all sorts of sour foods, from limes to pickles to sour candies, things she normally wouldn't touch. Your taste is so weird, Masha. Alya shook her head in disbelief while Masha happily took another slice and ate it with relish, seemingly enjoying it a little too much. Alya-chan, you're going to be an aunt soon, Masha thought to herself, a small smile playing on her lips. She glanced at her sister with deep affection, not daring to reveal the truth, at least, not yet. For now, this little secret would remain hidden in the warmth of the Kujou family's living room, accompanied by 2 mugs of barley tea and a plate of sour oranges that only one of the 2 sisters could enjoy. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Yotsuji family residence, 10:22 p.m. Nakano Yotsuba, now bearing the Yotsuji name after marriage, closed the video call app on her phone with a long sigh. Her call with Itsuki, her youngest sister, had just ended. The girl once known for her signature green ribbon now sat alone in the dimly lit living room, accompanied only by the soft glow of a table lamp in the corner. Her hand drifted slowly, touching her still flat stomach despite being married to Futaro for over a year. An inexplicable unease lingered in her chest. Even though I was the first among the quintuplets to get married, Itsuki is the first to get pregnant, even though she's not even married yet. The next moment, Yotsuba shook her head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the thought. No, I shouldn't think badly of my sister. Getting up from the sofa, Yotsuba adjusted the pink lingerie she had deliberately worn tonight. The slightly transparent sleepwear accentuated her curves, an attempt to reignite her husband's passion. Click. The sound of the front door unlocking snapped her out of her thoughts. Quickly, Yotsuba smoothed her hair and hurried to the entrance to welcome Futaro home. Welcome back, Futaro. Thank you for your hard work. She greeted him with a sweet smile, deliberately standing in a way that showcased her alluring lingerie. Yusuji Futaro, the man who had once been the private tutor for Yotsuba and her 4 sisters, lifted his tired face. His sharp eyes barely glanced at his wife's seductive attire. Oh, I'm home, Yotsuba. His reply was flat. Under normal circumstances, Futaro would have been thrilled to see Yotsuba greeting him like this. But tonight, his expression made it clear his mind was preoccupied with something else. He handed his work bag to Yotsuba, removed his suit jacket, and hung it by the door. Yotsuba couldn't hide her surprise at her husband's indifferent reaction. As Futaro walked past her, loosening his tie, a whirlwind of thoughts stormed through Yotsuba's mind. Am I not attractive to Futaro anymore? Or maybe. Though she didn't want to think the worst, her body moved before her rationality could stop her. With quick but careful movements, she inspected Futaro's jacket, searching for any evidence, lipstick stains, a woman's perfume, or perhaps a suspicious business card. Thank goodness, I was just overthinking. Finding nothing incriminating, Yotsuba sighed in relief. Guilt immediately washed over her for doubting her husband. She hurried to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Futaro, reheating the curry she had made earlier, his favorite meal since his tutoring days. At the dining table, Yotsuba anxiously watched Futaro eat listlessly. The dark circles under his eyes and the stiffness in his shoulders betrayed his exhaustion after a long day as a corporate slave, as he often jokingly called himself. Futaro-kun, did something happen at work? Yotsuba asked worriedly. Futaro hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but decided against it. After a moment of silence, he simply shook his head and continued eating quietly. After dinner, Futaro headed straight to the bedroom. He changed into his pajamas and collapsed onto the bed without another word. Yotsuba, who had been feeling aroused earlier, tried to coax her husband into intimacy. With a seductive motion, she climbed onto the bed and touched his shoulder. Futaro-kun, it's been a while since we, she whispered in a sweet, pleading voice. But Futaro only sighed and replied wearily, sorry, Yotsuba. I have to work early tomorrow. Maybe next time, okay. Disappointment was evident on Yotsuba's face, but she tried to understand. Reluctantly, she lay down beside Futaro, who had already closed his eyes and begun snoring. In the silence of the night, Yotsuba stared at the ceiling, her thoughts drifting. Without realizing it, her lips moved, uttering words that even surprised herself. Itsuki is so lucky. Rokuhara-san seems so strong in bed that Itsuki often complains she can't handle him alone. Yotsuba recalled Itsuki's stories about how her boyfriend, Ren, had incredible stamina in bed. Itsuki had even jokingly said she wouldn't mind if Ren took another woman just so she could share the burden. What am I even thinking? Yotsuba covered her face with her hands, embarrassed by her own thoughts. I should be grateful to have Futaro-kun. With mixed emotions, Yotsuba finally fell asleep beside her husband, hoping tomorrow would bring some change to their increasingly dull married life. Chapter 82, Meeting an Acquaintance in London. Silver Dusk Palace. So this is the Holy Grail. Wow, this is the most magical energy I've ever seen. Observing the jewel-adorned chalice on the table that Ren had brought, Alice exclaimed in awe. The cup radiated magical energy surpassing even that of a Campione. Truly astonishing, even an ordinary person like me can feel its sacred aura. As expected of the Holy Grail. Standing behind Ren as a maid, Hayasaka, who had only recently been introduced to the mystical world, was deeply moved by the sight of the legendary Holy Grail. Alice, when do you estimate you'll finish the magic formula I requested? Ren asked Alice across from him. His voice was calm but carried the authoritative tone characteristic of a Campione. I should be able to complete it before sunset. That fast. Ren had prepared himself to wait several days for Alice to create the new spell he had asked for. After all, the Holy Grail War ritual was magic from the Type Moon world. Has King Ren forgotten? We already have the heretic god summoning magic. Making slight modifications shouldn't be too difficult. Alice replied confidently. As expected of the sage princess. That title suits you well. Ren was certain Alice was being modest. If it were any other witch, even with the heretic god summoning magic as a reference, creating a new spell wouldn't be easy. It had to be said, Alice was in a league of her own when it came to magic, a true genius among mages. By the way, AI, how's your magic training progressing? Turning to Hayasaka behind him, Ren inquired. One of the reasons he had requested a 3-day leave from school was to use the time for Hayasaka to study magic at Witnagamote. She wasn't just his maid but also his mistress, which made him feel the need to equip her with some abilities. Compared to Gadu, who had Erika, a knight of the highest rank and a formidable figure in the mystical world, Hayasaka was still a complete novice. She was an ordinary person who had only just become aware of the hidden world beyond the visible reality. Of course, Ren's intention in letting Hayasaka learn magic wasn't to turn her into a fighter. After all, he himself was a Campione, a godslayer. There weren't many things that could threaten him. He simply wanted Hayasaka to use magic to make daily life easier, perhaps as household aids or simple self-defense. Thank you for your concern, Ren-sama. Everything is going smoothly. I've already mastered a few basic spells. Hayasaka answered, her soft voice tinged with excitement. There was no helping it, magic, which she had once dismissed as mere fantasy, was now something she could actually learn. The hidden world of magic had opened up to her, how could she not be thrilled? Miss AI is a fast learner. If she had been trained since childhood, with her talent, she might have reached the rank of great knight. Alice commented, her tone ambiguous, whether genuine praise or mere courtesy was hard to discern. If Alice says so, then AI's talent must be among the best. Ren responded, though he wasn't entirely convinced of the statement's truth. Uncertain whether Alice was being truthful or just flattering, Ren still praised Hayasaka. To him, enthusiasm and willingness to learn were far more important than mere talent. Thanks to Ren-sama's generosity, I'm able to learn magic. I'm truly grateful. Hayasaka said, bowing her head respectfully. Rather than words, show me through your actions. Understood, Ren-sama. Knowing full well that the master she served was a lecherous figure, a mix of a powerful Campione and a man with insatiable desires, Hayasaka began considering what she should do tonight to please Ren. Alice, give me some money. I want to go out. Ren said it without hesitation, asking for money from the girl he had only met a day ago. This entitled attitude reflected his status as a Campione, a being beyond the normal order of the world. Of course, King Ren. I'll prepare it shortly. If satisfying a Campione only required money, Alice was more than willing to comply without the slightest objection. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After Alice's attendant, Patricia Eriksson, handed him a card with a balance of £100 million, Ren left Silver Dusk Palace. He declined Alice's offer to accompany him. After all, she needed to finish the magic formula as soon as possible. In his past life, Ren had vacationed in London many times. Though this was a different world, London's landscape wasn't all that different from his original one. His destination was Portobello Road Market, located in Notting Hill. It was known as one of the largest antique markets in the world. Besides antiques, visitors could also find vintage clothing, food, and various other unique items. Ren intended to use his innate ability, insight gaze, the power to see an object's information, which had played a major role in helping him find useful treasures during his rise as a Campione. Ren-kun. As he walked along the sidewalk crowded with Westerners, Ren heard a woman's voice call his name. When he turned around, he was surprised to see her in London. Ichika-san. What are you doing here? The woman was the eldest of the Nakano quintuplets and his sister-in-law, Nakano Ichika. Oh my, that should be my question. This is London. How could a high school student like you end up here? Ichika approached, staring at him in bewilderment. Well, I had some business and took time off. What about you, Ichika-san? Not wanting to reveal specific details, Ren redirected the question. The film I'm acting in has a storyline set in London. I see. Ichika was an international actress, so it wasn't surprising she was filming abroad. Where are you headed, Ren-kun? Portobello Road Market. I might find something useful there. Can I come along? Don't you have filming to do? That's scheduled for tomorrow. Today's a free day. Sure. Thank you, Ren-kun. Let's go. As Ichika wrapped her arm around his, Ren could feel the soft sensation of her ample chest pressing against him. Is she doing this on purpose? Not overthinking it, Ren set off with Ichika toward Portobello Road Market. Their journey to the market was filled with Ichika's enthusiasm. Every few steps, she stopped, drawn to shop displays or items set up along the street. Look, Ren-kun. This is a vintage dress from the 1950s. Ichika exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she admired a pale yellow A-line dress in a small boutique. The design is perfect for the costume in the film I'm acting in. Ren glanced at it and then explained details about 1950s British fashion history. During that time, Christian Dior created the new look silhouette, revolutionizing post-World War II fashion. Dresses with cinched waists and full skirts became symbols of post-austerity luxury. Ichika gaped at him, a mix of surprise and admiration in her gaze. Wait. You never mentioned before that you knew so much about fashion history. I used to read a lot. Ren replied casually. Is this not your first time in London? Ichika probed. Yeah, I've been here a few times. Ren answered vaguely. They walked side by side, Ichika occasionally holding Ren's arm or leaning against him, gestures that made them look like a couple enjoying a romantic stroll. Passers-by even glanced at them with smiles, assuming they were young lovers. Little did they know, Ren and Ichika weren't lovers but brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Socially, they should have maintained some distance. Yet Ichika seemed either oblivious or deliberately ignored those boundaries. She was remarkably proactive in her approach to Ren. Every touch, every brush of her body against his felt intentional. She leaned against his arm, linked hers with his, and even whispered close to his ear, all actions typical of infatuated couples. As a scumbag, Ren didn't particularly mind the situation. He was a man, why should he complain? To him, Ichika's soft, provocative touches were just entertainment. After all, he was accustomed to intimate situations with women. If Ichika herself didn't mind, why should Ren bother refusing? They continued walking, with Ichika tightening her grip on Ren's arm, as if declaring to the world that they were a genuine couple. Chapter 83, Portobello Road Market. That afternoon, Portobello Road Market was bustling with visitors weaving between rows of antique stalls. The sounds of haggling, laughter, and the aroma of street food blended together, creating a lively atmosphere. The golden-orange sky cast a warm glow over the rooftops of the old buildings, painting a scene straight out of an impressionist painting. Still clinging tightly to Ren's arm, Ichika matched his calm stride. She glanced up at him with curiosity. What exactly are you looking for here, Ren-kun? Just taking a stroll. Maybe I'll find something valuable. Ren answered lightly. Ichika frowned, eyeing him with slight concern. You should be careful. Markets like this are full of fakes made to look like antiques. Don't end up paying a fortune for something worthless. Ren only nodded slowly, as if her advice didn't fully register. By the way, who came with you to London? Or did you come alone? If Itsuki had come along, Ichika would have felt awkward being so physically intimate with her brother-in-law. She didn't quite understand why her perception of Ren had changed so drastically after learning the truth about the hidden world. The Ren she once dismissed as a scumbag, an irresponsible young man who had gotten her younger sister pregnant, was actually a Campione. What's really going on with me? Is it some primal instinct, a woman's subconscious desire to seek protection from a strong man? Is that why I'm so drawn to Ren-kun? The thought made her cheeks flush slightly, but Ichika quickly diverted her attention. Itsuki lives in Japan. She's about to give birth soon, so I asked Nino-san and Miku-san to look after her while I'm away. As for who came with me, it's AI. Unaware of Ichika's inner turmoil, had he known, he would have dragged her to a hotel and taken her virginity right then and there, Ren answered nonchalantly. After all, he never considered himself an honorable man. In fact, he took pride in being a scumbag. So if his sister-in-law had romantic feelings for him, he wouldn't hesitate to claim her. Hayasaka-san. Where is she now? Why isn't she with you? Though she had never met Hayasaka AI, Ichika had heard plenty about her from Itsuki. The young woman was a maid given to Ren by the Shinomiya family as a symbol of loyalty. AI is studying magic, so I left her behind. Ren replied casually. Magic. Ichika nearly shouted, her eyes widening in shock. But realizing the people around them, she quickly lowered her voice. Still, since they were speaking Japanese, the locals wouldn't understand, yet she remained cautious. You mean like spells from fairy tales? She asked skeptically, her curiosity undeniable. Ren nodded slowly, seemingly unfazed by her reaction. You could say that. All my accommodations were arranged by a local mage association called Widnagamote. While I handle my own business, I let AI learn magic from them. Ichika fell silent for a moment, processing his words. After all, she was just an ordinary person. Had Ren not been her brother-in-law, she would have never known that the world she lived in for 22 years had a hidden side behind its peaceful facade. I'm so jealous I want to learn magic too. You want to be a magical girl like Itsuki? No way. Out of the 5 of us, only Itsuki has childish hobbies like loving magical girls. Ren chuckled softly at Ichika's reaction. Her slightly flushed face, combined with her puffed-up cheeks in a pout, created an amusing contrast with her usually playful and mature personality. Occasionally, Ren would stop at a stall to inspect the merchandise, his eyes glowing faintly as he used insight gaze. Antique pocket watch, crafted in 1912 by English watchmaker Edward Hargrave. Still functional despite being over a century old. Made of pure silver. Analog camera, a popular model from the 1970s used for amateur photography. Still in good condition and usable with the right film. Once owned by an aspiring photographer. Pendant necklace, cheap factory-made jewelry from the 1990s. Purchased as a birthday gift for a young girl. No significant historical or material value. Old coin, currency from the 18th century, used in the Prussian region. Made of silver and holds minor collectible value for numismatists. Sigh. Seems like my luck isn't great today. Ren let out a light exhale after checking several items. Just ordinary objects with no magical properties. It was to be expected. If he could find treasure every time he visited a flea market, he'd suspect the goddesses of fortune from various pantheons were spoiling him. As they walked, a boy around 10 years old in shabby clothes rushed toward them. Ren immediately sensed ill intent. Just as the boy was about to bump into Ichika, Ren acted swiftly. He pulled her into his arms with a deft movement, startling her. Ren glared sharply at the boy, his gaze intimidating despite not uttering a word. Damn it. Realizing he'd been caught, the boy stumbled back before bolting into the crowd, disappearing in an instant. Ren-kun? Ichika asked softly, her eyes filled with confusion and embarrassment. Suddenly pulled into an embrace, her heart raced uncontrollably. The overwhelming sense of safety in Ren's arms, combined with the awkwardness of such close contact with her brother-in-law, made her cheeks burn even brighter. Letting go of Ichika, Ren explained, there was a pickpocket trying to take your wallet, Ichika-san. Be careful in crowded places like this. Many people take advantage of carelessness. Thank you, Ren-kun. Ichika nodded slowly, lowering her head slightly to hide her still flushed face. The experience only made her feelings toward Ren even more tangled, a mix of admiration, embarrassment, and something she couldn't quite define. That poor boy. He's just a child, yet he's already committing crimes. Do you think he'll ever change, Ren-kun? She asked, glancing in the direction the boy had fled. After a brief pause, Ren shook his head. Hard to say. Some people learn from their mistakes and reform. Others never change. The former is rare. The latter is the norm. Maybe one or two might turn their lives around. Ichika was stunned by his words. The way Ren said it, so casually yet so profound, made him feel different from the young man 5 years her junior. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart pounded uncontrollably, an odd sensation flooding through her. She stole a glance at Ren, admiring his handsome profile under the evening sun. What's happening to me? Ichika panicked internally. She quickly averted her gaze, trying to suppress the fluttering in her chest. No way. This can't be. He's Itsuki's lover. Not only that, he's the father of my little sister's child. Yet the harder she resisted, the stronger the feeling grew. A mix of admiration and something else. Something she shouldn't be feeling. Ichika remembered her high school days when she and her sisters had fought over the same man. She had sworn to herself she would never repeat that mistake. But this situation was far worse. It wasn't just about an attractive man, it was her brother-in-law. I can't do this to Itsuki. I can't. Ichika desperately tried to push away the encroaching emotions. Yet, beneath her resolve to stay moral, a small part of her found this thrill exciting. A mix of exhilaration and guilt, like a child sneaking a bite of cake before dinner, unable to resist temptation. Unaware of Ichika's inner turmoil, Ren turned to her with concern. You all right, Ichika-san? You look a little pale. Ichika jolted, then forced a smile to mask her unease. I'm fine. Maybe just a little tired from walking. In that case, how about we take a break? Ren suggested, eyeing a small cafe at the end of the street. My treat for tea. Consider it compensation for dragging you into this crowd. Ichika nodded slowly, trying to regain her composure. All right, I won't say no to free tea. As they walked toward the cafe, Ichika struggled to control her thoughts. This is just a fleeting feeling. I'm just impressed by him. That's all. Nothing more. But deep down, she knew it was something beyond mere admiration. And that terrified her. Chapter 84, Alice's Request. The summer sunset in London always carries its own unique charm. The bright blue sky transforms into a breathtaking painting, adorned with streaks of orange, pink, and gold. In the distance, the River Thames reflects the warm hues of the sky, creating a serene atmosphere despite the bustling city life. You live here, Ren-kun. Ichika couldn't hide her awe as she gazed at the magnificent castle standing before her. The castle looked like something straight out of a movie or fairy tale, with towering spires, sturdy stone walls, and a vast, perfectly manicured garden. Standing beside her, Ren gave a faint smile. Well, the owner of this castle is a noble duchess and one of Europe's most prominent witches. Come on in, Ichika-san. Ichika remained spellbound, her eyes scanning every detail of the castle with admiration. However, Ren's voice snapped her back to reality. Oh, right. she said, quickly catching up to Ren as they walked side by side toward the main gate. As soon as they passed through the grand iron gates, the atmosphere shifted. The butlers and maids working in the courtyard paused briefly, bowing respectfully to Ren. Walking through the flower garden filled with vibrant roses and lavender, Ichika could hear the gentle trickling of water from a large fountain at its center. The breeze carried the floral fragrance, enhancing the elegant ambience. They finally arrived at the castle's main entrance. Stepping inside, they were greeted by an opulent interior, high ceilings with massive crystal chandeliers, gleaming marble floors, and walls adorned with ancient paintings and expensive tapestries. Ichika fell silent once again. So this is the residence of a true noble, she thought to herself. However, her attention was soon drawn to a platinum blonde girl who suddenly appeared out of thin air. Welcome back, King. Did you enjoy your stroll through London? As if you don't already know, Alice. I'm sure you've heard the report from the people you sent to tail me. Don't take offense, King. Alice did that to prevent some fools from causing trouble. Watching their exchange in confusion, Ichika finally mustered the courage to ask. Renkuin, who is she? Is she the noble duchess you mentioned earlier? Before Ren could answer, Alice lifted the hem of her dress slightly, performing an elegant curtsy as she introduced herself with dignified grace. Good afternoon, Miss Ichika. My name is Alice Louise of Nafel, daughter of the Duke of Gottingen. You may call me Alice, as King Ren does. Ah. You know me. Ichika was startled. She hadn't expected a noble like Alice to recognize her. As a Japanese actress just beginning to build her career in the international market, Ichika didn't think she was famous enough to catch the attention of European aristocracy. Alice smiled faintly, glancing briefly at Ren before responding. Of course. As the spokesperson of Witanigamote, we've investigated every Campione of this era, including their personalities, interpersonal relationships, and those close to them. It's necessary to avoid disaster by accidentally offending them. Ichika fell silent for a moment at Alice's explanation. However, her awkwardness quickly dissipated as she tried to lighten the mood with a joke. So, Campione are really that scary, huh? They're like powder kegs ready to explode at any moment. Contrary to her expectations, Alice responded seriously. That's a very accurate description. One wrong move, even something seemingly trivial, could provoke a Campione's wrath. And if that happens, an entire region, or even a country, could be destroyed overnight. Hearing the gravity in Alice's voice, Ichika found it hard to believe. Isn't that an exaggeration? I can't imagine something like that actually happening. Knowing Ichika was still an outsider and less directly involved with Ren, Alice patiently explained to the sister-in-law of a Campione. Miss Ichika, you have no idea how terrifying a Campione's power is. Major incidents involving them are not rare. For example, Marquis Vauban in 1854 brought the port city of Zadar in Dalmatia to the brink of destruction by summoning a storm. Then, there's the more recent case where King Kusanagi Gado and King Salvatore Doni clashed in Rome, Italy, destroying numerous historical buildings and causing billions in damages. Alice paused briefly before continuing, glancing at Ren. And let's not forget King Rokuhara Ren here. Not long ago, he challenged King Kusanagi Gado to a duel. That battle nearly wiped an entire island off the map. These are just a few examples. In short, Campione are walking natural disasters. Gulp. Ichika swallowed hard. Her head felt heavy as she processed the information. Her previously simplistic worldview was beginning to crumble. She didn't recognize names like Marquis Vauban or Salvatore Doni, but Kusanagi Gado was a Japanese name. What shocked her more was the realization that her brother-in-law, Rokuhara Ren, was included in the list of walking natural disasters Alice mentioned. No wonder Itsuki didn't join the civil war over Futaro-kun in high school. Turns out her standards for men defy even the wildest logic. Ichika slowly turned to Ren, staring at him with mixed emotions. There was a deepening admiration, but also a faint trace of fear. Her feminine instincts yearned for a strong man, and now, after hearing everything, her admiration for Ren only grew stronger. Wait. Ichika suddenly realized something. Besides Renkuin, there's another Campione in Japan. Alice raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question. She thought Ichika would know, given her connection to Ren. Of course. King Kusanagi Gado resides in Tokyo, Japan. He's known as one of the more peaceful Campione compared to the others. But even so, he's still a devil king. Ichika shot Ren a look of complaint, as if accusing him of keeping secrets like a husband hiding an affair. Renkuin, you never mentioned this before. Ren, who had been silent until now, simply shrugged casually. I didn't think it was necessary to bring up. Gado prefers a quiet life, and we rarely interact. Besides, I'm not the type to boast. Not wanting Ichika to pry further into his duel with Gado, Ren changed the subject. Alice, is the magic ready? Thankfully, I didn't disappoint you, King. The latest edition of the heretic god summoning magic is complete. Good. Then let's proceed immediately. My intuition tells me trouble might come knocking soon. Could it be the Black Prince Alec? Alice was sharp. After analyzing Ren's premonition, she speculated that Alec was the trouble he referred to. As a rival competing for a decade, she knew the other party's ambition was to obtain the Holy Grail. If Alec learned the Holy Grail was in Ren's hands, he wouldn't hesitate to come and take it. Forgive my presumptuous request, King. Could we perform it at the location I've prepared? Knowing the destructive consequences of a battle between Campione and heretic gods, Alice wanted to conduct the summoning ritual in a remote area. As you wish. Clearly, Ren understood the reasoning behind Alice's request. Thank you for your generosity, King. Alice replied cheerfully, pleased by how easily Ren agreed. Meanwhile, Ichika could only stare at the two of them in bewilderment. The conversation was far too alien for her. Chapter 85, Heretic God Summoning Ritual, Holy Grail Edition. Canvey Island, a small island in Essex, was largely uninhabited, especially on its eastern side. The open terrain, dominated by marshes and wild vegetation, along with its difficult access, made it an ideal location for a battle without witnesses. The quiet, secluded atmosphere at night made it perfect for avoiding human attention. THUP, 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 THUP. The sound of helicopter blades shattered the silence of the night, echoing over the empty landscape illuminated by the faint moonlight. Ren stepped out of the helicopter with steady strides, his hair slightly ruffled by the cold night breeze. Beside him, Alice, in her spiritual form, stood gracefully while calmly surveying the surroundings. As a Campione, his night vision was comparable to that of the greatest nocturnal creatures. Ren could easily discern every detail of the wild landscape before him. Meanwhile, Alice used magic to enhance her own sight. Thank you for indulging my selfish request, King. Alice said sincerely, her face showing deep gratitude. It's nothing. Just a trivial matter. Ren replied lightly. He wasn't an egotistical Campione like Marquis Vauban, Doni, or Luo Hao, who cared little about the destructive consequences of their battles, which would result in the deaths of countless innocent people. It seems the seventh Campione is better than the first impression he initially gave. Alice thought as she observed the young man. She had suggested that Ren's battle with the heretic god take place in a remote location devoid of human presence. Alice knew all too well the destructive power unleashed when a Campione and a heretic god fought to the death. Fortunately, aside from her initial suggestion, Ren was highly cooperative, unlike other Campione, whose stances were difficult to influence. Tap, 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 tap. They began their journey on foot toward the center of the island. The night was eerily silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing across the sandy ground. Sparse trees and tall wild grass complemented the desolate and empty landscape, reinforcing the island's secluded atmosphere. After a short trek, they arrived at a wide-open clearing in the middle of the island, the perfect location for what they were about to do. Ren raised his hand. With a spatial ripple like water, he accessed his storage magic. The Holy Grail and an ancient dagger appeared in his grasp. The rest is up to you, Alice. Rest assured, King. I won't disappoint you. Alice took the Holy Grail and the dagger from Ren. A confident smile graced her face. With a gentle motion, Alice used levitation magic to make the two objects float in the air before her. Then, she began channeling her energy, drawing a massive magic circle on the ground. Intricate patterns with ancient symbols began to form, glowing brightly against the dark night. Alice took a deep breath and began incantation. Let light and darkness be its essence. Let the unshaken earth be its foundation. Let blood be the color I etch upon this fate. Let a wall form, separating destruction and life. Let the gate to eternity open. Let the circle without beginning or end spin. Buzz. As the incantation was spoken, the magic circle emitted an increasingly intense light, illuminating the dark night. The Holy Grail began radiating magical energy, forming a gust of fierce wind that made Alice's hair flutter and the surrounding grass sway wildly. On the other hand, Ren stood calmly, though his body tensed slightly in anticipation. The wind created by the ritual buffeted his figure, but his gaze remained fixed on the glowing magic circle. His trip to Portobello Road Market earlier that day hadn't been entirely in vain. With insight gaze, Ren had discovered a dagger with a unique historical background, making it an ideal relic for the summoning. The dagger, sharp and gleaming black, was made of obsidian, believed to be a sacred material in various ancient rituals. The relic had been used in sacrificial rites to honor the sun god in Mayan mythology, Kinichahau. I hope it works. Ren murmured inwardly, his prayer sincere though brief. Alice began the final phase of the incantation. I declare here, your will bound by my oath, and my soul linked by your destiny. Answer this call, O being that transcends the mortal and divine. Submit to the command and truth I proclaim. The oath I shall now swear. I shall summon courage from across the mortal world, I shall subdue the majesty towering in the high heavens. Yet you shall walk with steps chained by fate. Emerge from the domain of immortality, O God shrouded in destruction. Bustst. Shua. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Meanwhile, in the domain of immortality, where gods of all pantheons resided, the energy wave from the Holy Grail resonated like a bell tolling through their eternal silence. The gods, bound by their respective myths, turned their attention simultaneously, sensing the powerful call from the mortal world. Many of them had long awaited the chance to escape the myths that imprisoned them, to once again walk among humans and assert their dominion. However, though the summoning energy was tempting, only a few could truly respond. The frequency emitted by the Holy Grail was unique, aligning itself only with the essence and stories of specific gods. Thus, most could only feel the call without being able to act, fading back into silence. But for Kinichihau, the sun god of Mayan mythology, the frequency was a perfect match. With a long-suppressed desire, he answered the call without hesitation, leaving his myth behind. Yet, the moment he separated himself from the story that bound him, his form transformed. He was no longer a noble and wise god but a heretic god. As a heretic god, his aura was filled with chaos, ready to bring destruction to the world that had summoned him. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. At the center of the glowing magic circle, the figure of a man began to take shape from the surging energy. The light slowly faded, revealing the form of a god matching the depictions of Mayan mythology. Kinichihau, the sun god, stood tall with a deadly aura. His skin was golden like the blazing sun, radiating a dazzling brilliance, with long hair resembling flickering flames. His eyes shone with a golden yellow intensity, piercing enough to see through souls. He wore ritualistic attire adorned with exotic feathers and jade ornaments, symbols of his authority. In his hand was a long spear with an obsidian black tip, exuding a sinister aura. Kinichihau glanced around, then his gaze locked onto Ren. His face revealed deep-seated hatred. No words needed to be spoken, the relationship between a Campione and a heretic god was destined to be one of hostility. The two could never coexist. Campione. How dare you summon me from my throne to face a lowly mortal like yourself? Do you think yourself worthy of gazing upon the sun? His voice was deep and heavy, filled with wrath. Ren remained calm, his sharp eyes meeting the gods without fear. But before he could respond, Alice's voice broke the tension. Ha ha ha. It actually worked. This is an incredible breakthrough. Alice stood at the edge of the magic circle, panting. Her face was flushed from the immense energy she had expended for the ritual, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. She couldn't tear her gaze away from Kinichihau, the sun god now standing before them. King. Do you see this? I actually summoned him all by myself. This is an unprecedented achievement. She exclaimed cheerfully, her tone contrasting with the gravity of the situation. Ren only glanced at her briefly before refocusing on Kinichihau. Good work. Now, you should leave. The rest is my task. Alice smiled proudly, though her body was growing weak. Of course, King. Be careful. Then, her spiritual body vanished, leaving behind only the magic familiar used to broadcast the live battle to her real body and the women of Ren's faction in London. Chapter 86, The Sun God Kinichihau. In Mayan mythology, Kinichihau is one of the most revered and important deities. As the personification of the sun, he embodies life, energy, and the cycle of the universe. The name Kinichihau itself can be roughly translated as Lord of the Sun, reflecting his vital role in the daily lives of the ancient Maya people. According to Mayan mythological legends, the creation of the world began with the earth as an empty, dark place, devoid of light or life. The first gods gathered at a sacred pool called Xibalba, where they planned to bring light into the world. However, their first attempt failed because the sun they created lacked enough power to shine brightly. After a series of trials, Kinichihau, the mighty and eternal sun god, was born. He was seen as the manifestation of divine fire, bringing light to the entire world. With his arrival, the earth was filled with warmth and life. Plants flourished, animals roamed freely, and humans gained their primary source of energy from his rays. For the Maya, the sun was more than just a natural phenomenon, it was a symbol of power and wisdom. Kinichihau was believed to be the protector of humanity, providing the heat and light necessary for survival. They saw him as the giver of life, for without his radiance, there would be no harvest or vegetation. In Mayan cosmology, the sun's journey across the sky symbolized the cycle of life and death. During the day, Kinichihau appeared strong and dominant as he ruled the heavens. But at night, the sun died and descended into the dark underworld, known as Xibalba. The sun's journey through the underworld was seen as a struggle against darkness and chaos. Every morning, when the sun rose again, it symbolized Kinichihau's victory over darkness, granting humanity hope and new life. To ensure that Kinichihau continued to shine every day, the Maya performed various religious rituals. One of the main practices was sacrifice, whether in the form of valuable goods or human blood. Blood sacrifice, though controversial, was believed to nourish the gods, keeping them strong and capable of fulfilling their duties. These sacrifices were typically carried out by priests or even the king himself. They believed that human blood held magical power that could sustain the universe. According to legend, Kinichihau was not just a distant god residing in the sky. There were stories of him visiting the earth in human form. In this guise, he was depicted as a handsome man walking among humans, granting wisdom and blessings to those deemed worthy. However, Kinichihau's presence on earth did not always bring happiness. In some tales, he grew wrathful when humans neglected their duty to honor him. As punishment, he brought droughts, famine, or other disasters upon them. Kinichihau's wife was Nine Chel, the goddess of moon, love, fertility, and healing in Mayan mythology. The two had loved each other since the dawn of time. Yet, their relationship was fraught with challenges due to their duties. Kinichihau had to traverse the sky during the day to provide light and life, while Nine Chel only appeared at night to watch over the world in darkness. Their relationship, though rarely intersecting, was seen as a balance between day and night, light and dark, male and female. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Although Ren was instantly overpowered after becoming a Campione, he was actually the type of person who considered information the deadliest weapon. Whoever controlled knowledge about their opponent, their strengths, and tactics could dominate the battle. Thus, when he obtained the obsidian dagger at Portobello Road Market, a relic said to summon the sun god of Mayan mythology, he wasted no time in thoroughly studying the history and myths of Kinichihau. Wow, my luck isn't any worse than a protagonist's, huh? Just one trip to a flea market, and I find a relic connected to the sun god. Gazing at Kinichihau, who exuded an intimidating and majestic aura, Ren didn't cower. Instead, his lips curled into a smile. There was no way he wouldn't be delighted. If another god had appeared, his chances of winning might have been only 50-50. But facing the sun god, this was practically a guaranteed victory unless unforeseen variables came into play. As the wielder of the divine authority, Sun Conqueror, Ren was the natural antithesis of the sun god. The power he had stolen from Hou-i, the archer who shot down 9 suns, made him confident that his chances of winning exceeded 90%. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. On the other hand, Kinichihau felt something stirring his anger. The mortal before him gazed at him with excessive confidence, as if he were just an ordinary opponent. An unforgivable insult. Arrogant human. Do you think you can stand on equal footing with me just because you're a Campione? I am Kinichihau, the sun that gives you life, and the one who will bring your destruction. Bzzz. With uncontrollable fury, Kinichihau unleashed his power. A manifestation of the sun appeared in the sky above Canvey Island, casting a brilliant light that instantly swept away the darkness of night. In mere seconds, night turned into day. But this was no ordinary sunlight. The temperature rose drastically, making the air feel heavier. The light expanded for dozens of kilometers from Canvey Island as its center, illuminating every corner with unnatural intensity. The surrounding sea shimmered, reflecting the light with intimidating beauty. So, this is your power. You're making this even more interesting. The smile on his lips never faded, reminding Ren of Gado's white stallion incarnation. You will regret this foolish bravery, human. Kinichihau stepped forward, the solar aura around him blazing even fiercer. The dominating power of a god began distorting the space around them, as if the world itself bowed to his will. Yet, Ren remained unshaken. Instead, his body surged with adrenaline, heightened hundreds of times to match the immense threat before him. Magical energy coursed through him, merging with the determination in his eyes. He raised his hand and began chanting. I who sees the light of the heavens, the archer who felled the gods of the sky. Appear now, bow of solar glory. A flash of golden light erupted around Ren, and the next moment, a simple bow materialized in his hand. This was no ordinary weapon, it was the legendary bow used by Hou-i to shoot down the suns in ancient myth. Don't disappoint me, sun god. With those words, he channeled his magical energy, shaping it into radiant arrows that shone as brightly as the sun itself. Raising the legendary bow, Ren took aim directly at Kinichihau. Meteoric ascent. Asterisk twang. Asterisk. The first arrow was released, moving at meteor-like speeds, surpassing the speed of sound and leaving a trail of light in its wake. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A rapid succession of arrows followed, each striking with earth-shaking force, splitting the air with deadly precision as they homed in on Kinichihau. Chapter 87, 9 Sun Strikes. Facing the incoming assault, Kinichihau swung his radiant spear to parry. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Energy sparks flooded the air each time his spear clashed with Ren's arrows. Unfortunately, he had severely underestimated his opponent. As the sun god, one of the highest ranks in any pantheon, Kinichihau's ego was too great to acknowledge the real danger before him. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Ugh. Unlike Lancelot, who could effortlessly deflect Ren's attacks, Kinichihau paid the price for his arrogance. Every arrow Ren fired was no ordinary projectile, they were designed as the antithesis of the sun god's attributes. Even when Kinichihao successfully blocked them, the residual energy from each arrow struck his body like poison tailored to his very existence. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ren didn't stop. Moving at 400 kilometers per hour, he circled Kinichihao while continuously firing arrows every second. His speed and accuracy turned the battlefield into a lethal hailstorm of arrows. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Thud, thud, thud. Kinichihao deflected most of the attacks, but a few slipped past his guard, piercing his body. The arrows struck his shoulder, thigh, and even his arm, leaving wounds that oozed dark energy, eroding his solar power. Arf. What have you done, Campione? Kinichihao growled as pain seared through him. Leaping back while keeping his bow trained on the sun god, Ren smirked. What have I done? I'm showing you that pride will be your downfall, sun god. Pride was the original sin. Throughout history, countless gifted individuals had been toppled by insignificant people because they overlooked the details. Ren knew that a lion must go all out even against a rabbit. He was a lion, and Kinichihao was also a lion. This isn't over yet, so I haven't lost. Though my injuries are severe, they don't hinder my movements. I am the sun god, capable of overcoming any obstacle. A brilliant golden aura erupted from his body. Kinichihao raised his left hand, and the sunlight blanketing the battlefield gathered around him. In an instant, his body was enveloped in a dazzling healing light. However, his confident smile soon faded as he realized something was wrong. What is this? He muttered in shock. His normally instant regeneration now felt sluggish. The wounds inflicted by Ren's arrows still ached, even after invoking his divine authority to heal. Surprised. I told you, I am your antithesis. Even your divine healing won't work perfectly against these arrows. Ren sneered. Cornered, Kinichihao unleashed his full power. Raising his spear high, the sky above Canvi Island began to change. The artificial sun he had created blazed brighter, its golden light blinding. The battlefield's temperature skyrocketed, causing the ground to crack and burn. I am the force of life and destruction. I am the fire that burns, the light that guides, and the power that conquers all darkness. Buzz. With a single swing of his spear, Kinichihao summoned a raging firestorm. A golden wave of flame surged toward Ren at incredible speed, incinerating everything in its path. Trees around the battlefield instantly turned to ash, and the air reeked of sulfur and scorching heat. Whoosh! Ren leaped back to evade. Despite the extreme heat, his expression remained exhilarated. His bow gleamed as he drew the string. A firestorm. You think this is enough to defeat me? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He fired another volley with meteoric ascent, this time aiming directly at the firestorm. Boom. The arrows pierced its core, triggering a massive explosion that shattered Kinichihao's attack and robbed it of momentum. Not yet. Kinichihao raised his hand to the sky, and 9 rings of light appeared in the air. Each gradually formed a miniature sun radiating divine power. This was one of his strongest authorities, 9 suns of destruction, meant to purge the world of darkness. You take pride in wounding a god. But now, I'll show you true power. Kinichihao said with a cold smile. Ren gazed upward at the 9 miniature suns hanging in the sky. Each emitted such intense heat and light that it was hard to look at directly. Yet, instead of fear, a confident grin spread across his face. Wow, seriously? 9 suns. Are you asking me to reenact Hou-Yi's most famous legend? Fine, I accept your challenge. Humph. Kinichihao hovered in the air, his spear radiating a golden aura. Magical energy swirled around him, turning the battlefield into a furnace ready to melt everything. Campione, you may boast now. But witness how this world bows to the might of a sun god. Yet, Ren didn't retreat an inch. If anything, this grand challenge only made his blood boil hotter. Then I'll get serious too. Since his opponent had chosen to end the battle with a decisive strike rather than a drawn-out fight, Ren decided to respond in kind. Coincidentally, he had been eager to test the strongest attack within his divine authority, Sun Conqueror. Drawing his bow to its fullest, Ren chanted an incantation. Blazing heavens with 9 suns, heed my will. With each shot, I shatter your pride. Fall, and let your ruin be an eternal warning to absolute power. Buzz. 3 emerald green arrows materialized on his bowstring, each brimming with immense destructive energy. Die, Campione. In the air, Kinichihao hurled his 9 miniature suns at Ren. The blazing orbs descended at terrifying speed, generating enough heat to boil and evaporate seawater for dozens of kilometers. Yet, Ren stood firm amidst the scorching battlefield. As the 9 suns closed in, he released his 3 arrows skyward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Mid-flight, the arrows vibrated as if alive, then multiplied into 9. In an instant, 9 gleaming green arrows shot upward, each targeting one of Kinichihao's sons. But the true threat had only just begun. The 9 arrows Ren fired transformed into 9 colossal suns hanging in the sky. These suns radiated even more extreme heat than Kinichihao's, turning the battlefield into absolute hell. The already boiling seawater completely evaporated, creating thick steam clouds. The ground burned to ash, and scorching winds roared, sweeping everything away. This phenomenon wasn't confined to the battlefield. The 9 suns Ren created loomed in the sky like an apocalyptic omen, creating a sight both breathtaking and terrifying. Combined with Kinichihao's 9, a total of 18 suns now blazed in the heavens. Their light was so intense that even regions on the opposite side of the planet were affected. Eurasia, which should have been in nighttime, abruptly turned to day. The blinding glare forced people to shut their eyes, and the heat felt like an oven even from afar. In major cities like Tokyo, Beijing, and Moscow, people rushed outside in panic. They stared at the sky in terror, believing the world was ending. Global media reported the phenomenon as a sign of doom, while prayers for salvation echoed everywhere. Yet, Ren cared nothing for the worldwide chaos his attack had caused. He focused on one thing alone, bringing down the arrogant sun god before him. So it's true. His claim of being my antithesis wasn't just metaphorical. Campione. I admit you are the sun god's worst enemy. Kinichihao's voice was heavy but resolute. Yet, behind his words, he couldn't ignore the genuine threat of 9 sun strikes. Even after deploying his strongest defenses, the sense of impending doom lingered. As Kinichihao's 9 suns clashed with Ren's 9, the world seemed to pause. The tension was palpable, the air itself burning around them. Boom, crack. An unimaginable collision of energies erupted. The shockwave from the 2 divine forces created an energy storm that annihilated everything nearby. Canvey Island nearly sank from the sheer pressure. Yet, the stalemate lasted less than 5 seconds. Boom. With a deafening explosion, Ren's 9 suns triumphed. The antithetical attribute within 9 sun strikes overwhelmed Kinichihao's suns, crushing them mercilessly. This wasn't just victory, it was an undeniable certainty, as absolute as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Swish. Kinichihao staggered back, his once dominant aura fading. The eyes of the sun god, once filled with pride, now held reluctant but sincere acknowledgement. You win. Take my divine authority, and showcase the glory of the sun god Kinichihao. Wield it, and keep winning, no matter the foe. Surrounded by Ren's 9 lingering suns, Kinichihao knew he was defeated. The next moment, 9 sun strikes descended upon the fallen deity. Boom. Dur. Each sun exploded upon contact with Kinichihao's body, creating eruptions so violent that the night sky turned to day. His form was obliterated by 9 consecutive blasts without pause. The explosions were so loud they shook half the planet, resembling endless thunder. The shockwaves shattered glass, toppled buildings, and quaked the earth like a high-magnitude earthquake. Boom. The final explosion was the most devastating. The light from the 9 suns enveloped the world, banishing darkness as if declaring Ren's absolute victory. To those witnessing this defiance of nature, night turned to day in an instant. The 9 suns hanging in the sky slowly faded, leaving behind a world now in ruins from the battle that had just transpired. Chapter 88, Meeting Pandora Again. Ren's body still remained on Canvey Island, but his spirit and consciousness had left the physical world, condensing into a spiritual form that floated in a real space where Earth no longer existed. The world around him was an endless expanse of gray. There was no sky, no ground, just an empty void that stretched out to a horizon without end. As Ren began to become aware of his presence in this place, a soft voice, like the whisper of the wind, brushed against his ears. Oh my, it wasn't long ago that we met, yet here you are so soon. My dear child, come here and give your mother a hug. Before his eyes stood a petite girl with twin ponytails that swayed gently in the empty air. The girl appeared to be about 12 or 13 years old, her face beautiful and adorned with a sweet smile. However, her slim figure showed no signs of mature curves. Upon seeing her, a mischievous thought flashed through Ren's mind. What a flat chest. The thought only lingered for a moment, but the girl in front of him seemed to read his mind. Her eyes flared with anger as she stepped forward, puffing her cheeks like a child throwing a tantrum. Moo, I'm really upset now. You were definitely thinking something rude about me, weren't you? The girl reached out her small hand, tiptoeing with all her might to try and touch Ren's head, as if wanting to scold him. However, Ren's height, which exceeded 173 centimeters, put him well out of reach of the petite girl, who was no taller than 150 centimeters. She tried several times but failed. In the end, the girl gave up, placing both hands on her hips with a pout. Though her figure was modest and unremarkable, she possessed a unique charm. Even Ren, who usually preferred more voluptuous forms, found himself captivated by her distinct allure. Rather than being called beautiful, this girl was better described as cute. Her face held a baby-like softness, framed by long purple hair that cascaded down to her calves, parted on both sides. She wore a thin white dress, and every movement she made radiated cuteness. Yet behind her innocent and charming demeanor lay a maturity and beauty that was anything but ordinary. Why aren't you speaking? Is it because Mommy scolded you? If that's the case, Mommy won't be angry anymore, so how about you talk to me? The girl clasped her hands together in front of her chest as if in prayer, her expression so sweet it was hard to believe she could get angry in such a manner. Ren finally opened his mouth, his voice sounding relaxed despite his full awareness of whom he was addressing. We meet again, Pandora. Pandora. The wife of the Titan Epimetheus, brother of Prometheus. She was the entity overseeing the reincarnation ritual of Campione. Using the circle of usurpation, a divine item that allowed her to transfer the divine authorities of slain gods/goddesses to their killers, Pandora played the role of the mother to all Campione. So, even I am not an exception, huh? This wasn't their first meeting. Ren had encountered Pandora before, after he killed Hou-i, whether by luck or miracle. However, his memory of that encounter had faded. Like other Campione, Ren couldn't recall the process of reincarnation or his meeting with Pandora. Little Ren, why are you pulling away? Mommy is starting to feel a bit sad. Pandora had clearly been acting cute earlier out of worry that Ren might get upset, but now she assumed the role of a mother. Can you stop calling me Little Ren? Ren said helplessly. The nickname sent shivers down his spine. Of course, but Little Ren must call me Mom, or else I won't talk to you. Pandora crossed her slender, white arms while puffing her cheeks. Her adorable appearance was hard to associate with the image of a Greek mythological goddess. Mom. Ren relented. After all, it was an easy task. What if Pandora refused to tell him about the divine authority if she got offended? Moreover, Pandora was hundreds of times older than him. Yay. You're such an obedient and well-behaved child. Compared to my other children, Little Ren is much sweeter. Eehee. Pandora looked delighted. She jumped slightly, then extended her white hands to embrace Ren affectionately. Ren stood still, slightly stiff in the embrace. He knew exactly who Pandora meant by other children, the 7 other Campione. Considering the personalities of Marquis Vauban and Luo Hao, Ren was certain they would never call Pandora Mom even if beaten to death. However, Doni and Gata might do so without much resistance, especially Gata with his kind-hearted nature. The divine authority of Kinichihao has been transferred to me, right? Ren asked. Yes, you managed to vanquish the heretic god in such a short time. And what's more, it was a sun god. Also, Mommy must praise your brilliant idea. Using the Holy Grail to summon a heretic god. No one has ever thought of that. Little Ren is amazing, Mommy is so proud of you. Pandora released her embrace, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Thank you, but I only came up with the idea and provided the Holy Grail. The person who contributed the most to developing it was Alice. Oh, don't be so modest. After all, it was your original idea. Without your courage to try something new, this ritual would never have existed. You know. Heretic god summoning magic isn't a new concept, but you made a groundbreaking innovation. Ren's achievement filled Pandora with pride, much like a mother whose son succeeded in life. Heretic god summoning magic itself wasn't new. For example, Marquis Vauban had summoned the dragon slayer Siegfried using this method a few years ago. Unfortunately, the outcome of that ritual ended in an embarrassing incident for him. His prey was stolen by Doni before he could finish. Since then, Marquis Vauban's hatred for Doni had only deepened. However, the old method of heretic god summoning magic had a significant flaw. The ritual required a high Miko as a medium. Many of them died from exhaustion after the ritual was completed. The cost was too high. In contrast, the new method developed by Ren and Alice, known as the Holy Grail edition of heretic god summoning magic, had no such side effects. No loss of life, no terrifying consequences. The only issue was obtaining the Holy Grail itself. But little Ren will surely forget what happens here. Pandora spoke in a maternal and affectionate tone. Ren shrugged. It's beyond my control. There's nothing I can do about it. But, little Ren, there's something you need to remember. The other children will hear about this sooner or later. They won't stay quiet. They'll come for the Holy Grail. You must be careful. Even without Pandora reminding him, Ren had already anticipated that possibility. Then let them come. I always welcome a challenge. If they can take the Holy Grail from me, it only means I'm not strong enough. In this world, strength is everything, isn't it? Ren gave a faint smile, displaying his characteristic confidence. Chapter 89, Each of the Girls' Thoughts. At Silver Dusk Palace. In the main hall of Silver Dusk Palace, Alice used one of her familiars to project a real-time image of the epic battle taking place on Canvey Island. The large magical projection screen displayed the clash between Ren and Kinichihou, two entities wielding powers that surpassed human comprehension. On another sofa, Hayasaka and Ichika sat side by side, both intently watching the projection screen. The large screen before them projected an astonishing scene. 9 suns of Kinichihou hung in the sky, emitting such immense energy that it caused the seas to boil and the land below to burn to ashes. Am I dreaming? No, this is real. But, how could something like this actually exist? Ichika thought to herself, her hands unconsciously gripping her skirt tightly. She felt goosebumps crawling up her arms. Having lived her life in peace, familiar only with the logical modern world, witnessing something like this shattered her understanding of reality. Yet, her shock didn't end there. When Ren summoned his own 9 suns, 9 massive fireballs radiating an aura of absolute destruction, her heart raced wildly. Oh my god, this isn't CGI or cinematic trickery. This is the power of a Campione. My brother-in-law is incredible. The world I knew, it was so small. This feels like the end of the world. But Renkuin, he looks so calm. Now I understand why Alice calls Campione walking natural disasters. It's not just a metaphor, they truly are literal disasters. They aren't human, they're monsters in human form. As she watched Ren standing tall amidst the battle, a strange feeling crept into her heart. He was Itsuki's lover, her beloved younger sister. And now, Ichika felt something she had never experienced before, a tinge of envy. Itsuki is truly a lucky woman. How did you find someone like Renkuin? He's not just amazing, he surpasses everything I could have imagined. No ordinary men can compare to him. Ichika bit her lower lip as these thoughts swirled in her mind. Ichika recalled the men she knew, colleagues, classmates, even those who had once approached her. Compared to Ren, they all seemed so ordinary. How can I ever look at normal men the same way after this? Ichika smiled bitterly. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Hayasaka sat calmly on the sofa, next to Ichika, who couldn't take her eyes off the projection of the battle on Kanvi Island. However, unlike Ichika, who was still lost in her astonishment, Hayasaka appeared more composed. She simply narrowed her eyes slightly, carefully observing every move of her master, Rokuhara Ren. As expected of Ren-sama, he dominates even against gods. Hayasaka recalled her past before becoming Ren's maid. Back then, she lived in ignorance, believing the world was merely a game controlled by capitalism and political power. But everything changed when Shinomiya Ganon, the head of the Shinomiya family, revealed to her the hidden truths of the world. When she was first sent by the Shinomiya family to seduce the 7th Campione, Hayasaka saw the mission as an insult. She felt like nothing more than a commodity offered as a token of loyalty. Her resentment deepened further when Ren accepted the arrangement without hesitation, even taking her virginity mercilessly during their first encounter. However, those grievances slowly faded after she witnessed the battle between Ren and Gado on Aogashima Island. There, she saw a level of power she had never imagined possible. In the face of such overwhelming strength, her inner complaints felt insignificant and meaningless. I serve a great master. She thought at that time. From that moment on, she decided to fully dedicate herself to serving Ren, not out of coercion, but out of admiration and reverence. And now, Hayasaka was once again watching her master fight. But this time was different. His power far exceeded anything she had seen before. Watching the 9 suns Ren created to confront the heretic god, Hayasaka couldn't help but feel a surge of pride welling up inside her. Ren-sama is the embodiment of true strength. Who could stand before him without trembling? No one. Not a single human, not even a god, can ignore his presence. Hayasaka glanced at Ichika, who was still stunned beside her. This must be the first time she's seen Ren-sama's power. Her shocked expression is just like mine back then. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Alice sat elegantly on the sofa, gazing at the projection showing the extraordinary battle between Ren and Kinichihou. Her face remained calm, but her mind was filled with deep analysis. I've seen many Campione in my lifetime. Each of them possesses power beyond human comprehension. But this is beyond my expectations. Who would have thought a new Campione could be this strong? She thought while observing the 9 suns orbiting Ren's body. Alice recalled all the information she had gathered through the Witnagamote network. From Marquis Vauban's terrifying divine authority of necromancy to Luo Hao's divine martial arts capable of shattering mountains. They were monsters in human form, and now, Ren, one of the 2 youngest Campione, stood among them, displaying power no less terrifying. Controlling 9 suns. So this is the power of Hou-I, the legendary hero who shot down 9 suns in Chinese mythology. Comparing the scale of destruction alone, among the current Campione, perhaps only Marquis Vauban and Luo Hao could match him. No, the 8th Campione, Kusanagi Gado, also wields solar power, so he shouldn't fall short either. With the emergence of 2 new Campione from Japan, Alice was certain the world wouldn't remain peaceful. Especially since both were high school students, young, impulsive teenagers. The battle has ended. It seems King Ren has emerged victorious. As the projection showed a massive explosion when Ren's 9 sons obliterated Kinichihao's 9 sons, Alice couldn't help but think. I wonder what kind of divine authority King Ren obtained from Kinichihao. Would he mind if I asked? Chapter 90, Solar Flash Divine Authority. Since you called me here, it means you must have something important to tell me. Ren asked curiously. Pandora would only appear in person when an individual becomes a Campione for the first time. After all, one could only obtain divine authority by slaying a heretic god, and after that, they would never see Pandora again. However, this time was different. Pandora took the initiative to pull Ren's consciousness into the underworld, something that usually only occurred during the transformation ritual. This situation only made Ren even more curious. Little Ren is truly smart, and you deserve to be Mother's favorite child. After Pandora once again declared her affection for Ren, she wiped away her smile and revealed a serious expression. This time, I summoned you here to warn you. Warn me? Ren was momentarily stunned. Yes, a warning. Though it's not yet time, if you encounter a heretic god with the steel attribute in the future, please be careful. Pandora's expression was extremely serious, showing none of the liveliness or cheerfulness from before. Her beautiful emerald eyes were fixed on Ren. Ren even noticed a hint of irritation there. The god whose name contains the steel attribute is your nemesis. Since you were born in the East, I'm specifically warning you. Pandora continued, her face remaining solemn, adding weight to her words. Ren listened carefully, not wanting to miss any detail. In the Far East, the strongest steel is sleeping. So before he awakens, you need to gather as many divine authorities as possible. You must not lose. Pandora said firmly, her voice laced with undeniable concern. Can you tell me why? Ren knew that the strongest steel Pandora referred to was the King of the End, the nemesis of all Campiones. If there was still a possibility of peace between heretic gods and Campiones, then the relationship between the King of the End and Campiones was purely life or death. You know, wasn't humanity originally a matriarchal society dominated by women? And weren't the highest-ranking deities all goddesses? Of course, Ren had heard this story before, but Pandora's explanation provided more context. Then, over time, the matriarchal society gradually declined and was eventually replaced by a patriarchal one. The once mighty goddesses became subservient to men, and some even degenerated into dragons and serpents. And those dragons and serpents, destroyed by the steel attribute wielded by the heroes of the next generation, were called the Steel Heroes. Listening attentively, Ren slowly began to understand the direction of Pandora's explanation. I am the one who conducts the Campione reincarnation ceremony, and I possess the dragon and serpent attributes, so Campiones are akin to dragon and serpent goddesses. But the gods who become the targets of Campiones, in order to protect their own interests, collectively uphold a protective oath and have chosen the strongest steel to oppose you. The Campione reincarnation ritual began thousands of years ago, but little Ren, do you know why they all disappeared? Pandora spoke with slight worry. Before Ren could respond, she revealed the truth. Because they were all defeated by the awakened King of the End. She stared at him, her eyes filled with both concern and seriousness. Be careful, don't be too reckless. That man is truly infuriating, he's the enemy of women, he doesn't even deserve the title of hero. So if you meet him in the future, little Ren, you must not lose. You have to beat him to a pulp. Pandora encouraged Ren, urging him to take revenge on the King of the End on behalf of the dragon and serpent goddesses. Well, the deep hatred of the dragon and serpent goddesses, as well as the Earth Mother goddesses, is understandable. Warriors became heroes who left their names in history, their achievements being the slaying of dragons and serpents. The most famous example is Perseus, who killed Medusa. Ren thought to himself. He recalled that the King of the End would only awaken from his long slumber when the number of devil kings on Earth reached a certain amount. Currently, there were 8 devil kings, which was quite a lot. Thus, the King of the End would soon awaken. It seems I won't have any time to rest. Anyway, I must make the most of the Holy Grail before other Campiones come to bother me. Marquis Vauban and Black Prince Alec were the most likely candidates to come to London to seize the Holy Grail from Ren. Marquis Vauban was obsessed with collecting more divine authorities, while finding the Holy Grail was Black Prince Alec's aspiration. Meanwhile, Doni simply wanted to challenge Ren to satisfy his maniacal fighting desires. After defeating the Mayan sun god, Kinichihao, Ren had acquired 2 divine authorities. Even so, he still felt it wasn't enough. I understand. I'll make sure I'm ready for whatever comes my way. Seeing Ren motivated by her warning, Pandora smiled, though the worry in her eyes hadn't fully disappeared. Good, little Ren. I believe in you. Don't let me down. Pausing for a moment, Pandora added in a teasing tone, until next time, little Ren. Congratulations, you're going to be a father soon. Without waiting for Ren's response, she sent him back from the underworld. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. When Ren opened his eyes, he found himself back in the real world, lying on the hot ground. Above him stretched a night sky adorned with twinkling stars. I'm back, he murmured softly as he sat up and rubbed his head. However, something strange caught his attention. I remember my meeting with Pandora. She must have done it intentionally so I wouldn't forget her warning about the King of the End. He could feel that his body was different. A new divine authority now resided within him. Solar Flash, huh? So that's the name of the divine authority I seized from Kinichihou. Honestly, this isn't the offensive type divine authority I was hoping for. I expected something related to time or the sun. In Mayan belief, Kinichihou was also associated with the cycle of time and the sacred calendar. That was the divine authority Ren had hoped for. After all, powers over space and time were rare in any world. After all, despite feeling satisfied with his newfound strength, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The Solar Flash divine authority had two main effects. The first was Godspeed. With this ability, Ren could transform into living light and move at the speed of light. As far as I know, only Garu and Black Prince Alec possess the Godspeed ability. But now, I do too. Kinichihou was often depicted flying across the sky in the form of a fiery bird. This must be the origin of the Godspeed ability. Ren recalled the information about Kinichihou. Back to the main topic. The second effect was Blazing Horizon, a secret attack mode of the Solar Flash divine authority. This technique transformed the light energy normally used for speed into an intensely powerful wave of thermal energy. With Blazing Horizon, Ren could fill his body with pure solar energy and then release it as a massive explosion in the form of fiery waves of light. These waves not only swept away anything within their range but also burned, melted, and obliterated everything they passed through. Tisk, just as I thought, killing another heretic god didn't increase my magical energy capacity. It remains constant. Ren clicked his tongue in frustration, feeling the limitations of being a Campione. If one were to use an online game analogy to explain the effects of the Campione reincarnation ritual, ordinary humans would be at level 1, while Campiones were characters who started directly at level 100. With the system capping level 100 as the highest level in the entire game, Ren, as a player, would never be able to gain additional experience points, no matter how many monsters or enemies he defeated. The only thing that could grow was the number of divine authorities he possessed. This wasn't good news for Ren. This world is too complicated, he muttered, massaging his temples. As a reincarnator, he knew more than most people. This world was a fusion of various anime, not just the Campione. That meant threats like aliens from Dandadan existed here as well. Ren recalled the information he had once read. There were 666 alien species in the Milky Way galaxy, including an alien named Ludris, considered the strongest in the galaxy. Even worse, there were aliens called the Core who came from outside the Milky Way. If comparing raw power alone, Ren felt that Campiones were superior. However, he knew full well that aliens didn't rely solely on brute force. They possessed unique abilities beyond human comprehension and advanced technology far surpassing Earth civilization. So this is what Thanos called the curse of knowledge when he spoke to Tony Stark. Truly, awareness of the dangers threatening the human species. However, he quickly shook his head, trying to dispel those negative thoughts. Enough. For now, I'd better go back and rest. There's no point worrying about something that hasn't happened yet. Then, he recited the incantation to activate Godspeed. Radiance of the sun, shine your light into me. Carry this body across space and time, leaving behind a shadow that even the world cannot chase. In an instant, Ren's body transformed into a bright golden light before vanishing completely from the spot. Chapter 91, Godspeed. A flash of golden light appeared momentarily in front of the grand gates of Silver Dusk Palace. The light was blinding, but it vanished as quickly as it came, leaving behind a pale-faced young man leaning against the wall. Ha! 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 Ren panted heavily, his hands supporting his body. A wave of nausea surged in his stomach, nearly causing him to lose his balance. So this is what it feels like to use Godspeed for 5 minutes. The side effects aren't as bad as what Alec and Garu experienced, but still. Ugh. It took a few moments for the nausea to subside, giving Ren time to regain his composure and stand tall again. He let out a long sigh, wiping his face with his right hand. Phew, I guess I underestimated Godspeed. It's not as bad as I thought. He muttered with a faint smile, though cold sweat still trickled down his forehead. Ren's perception of Godspeed had completely shifted after trying it himself. Before, he only thought of it as an ability to move at incredible physical speed, superhuman agility. But the reality was far more complex. In truth, Godspeed wasn't about moving fast, it was about shortening the duration of travel. Instead of traveling from point A to point B at hundreds of kilometers per hour, it was the ability to traverse that distance in mere fractions of a second. Rather than accelerating physically, it distorted the passage of time required for movement. Ren's body, senses, and thought processes all accelerated simultaneously, causing the world around him to slow down. Leaves and wooden debris blown by the wind, along with raindrops, all appeared to move in slow motion from his perspective. Everything moved as if played back in slow-motion footage, while he could dart around like lightning. When using Godspeed, I can perform movements that are physically impossible for a normal human. Regular running is bound by two-dimensional space. Ren smiled faintly, recalling how smoothly he maneuvered during Godspeed. He thought back to Gado's raptor incarnation. Gado uses raptor to make his body extremely light so he can move in 3 dimensions. But Alec's Godspeed is something else entirely, it's 4-dimensional movement. Ren sighed, recognizing the greatness of Black Prince Alec. Even with time under his control, it truly is 4-dimensional movement. Chasing someone like him would be impossible. Now, having experienced Godspeed firsthand, Ren understood why Alec was hailed as the fastest among the Campione of this era. That reputation is well-deserved. However, before entering Silver Dusk Palace, Ren decided to check his physical condition. He stretched out both arms, feeling every muscle and joint to ensure nothing felt off. Thankfully, everything seemed fine. Nothing unusual. Ren nodded slightly. In fact, he could have returned to Silver Dusk Palace from Kenvi Island in less than half a minute using Godspeed. However, instead of rushing back immediately, Ren deliberately used Godspeed for a full 5 minutes, even circling England several times. He wanted to understand the side effects of prolonged Godspeed usage. Besides dizziness and mild nausea, the symptoms weren't as severe as those experienced by Alec or Gado. Ren spoke to himself, recalling their experiences. He remembered how Gado suffered serious side effects after overusing Godspeed. Gado would experience chest pain and severe paralysis if he used Godspeed for too long. But if the usage was brief, these issues could be avoided. Then, he thought about Alec and his Godspeed. Alec faces a different problem. After using Godspeed for about 5 minutes, his body starts emitting a high-pitched sound. This happens due to the significant difference in time flow compared to the normal world. Processing this discrepancy causes his brain to generate that horrifying noise. If he continues using Godspeed for 20 minutes or more without deactivating his divine authority, the side effects become exponentially worse, thousands of times more severe than the initial temporal distortion symptoms. Ren exhaled, feeling slightly fortunate. As for me, after 5 minutes, the side effects were relatively mild. Is this because of the differences in our divine authorities? He began to ponder. Gado's Godspeed came from the Raptor incarnation in the 10 incarnation divine authority. Alec's Godspeed came from the Black Lightning divine authority. Mine came from the Solar Flash divine authority. Although all 3 have similar basic abilities, the essence of each divine authority is quite different. Ren concluded that these differences might influence how their bodies reacted to using Godspeed. For example, Gado requires specific conditions to activate the Raptor incarnation. He needs to be in certain situations, like being attacked by rapid-fire projectiles beyond normal parameters, ambushed by ferocious beasts, or struck by elite martial artists. Such scenarios usually suffice to trigger his Raptor incarnation. On the other hand, Ren didn't face such limitations. The Solar Flash divine authority does not require any conditions. I can use this divine authority at any time without having to fulfill certain conditions. Perhaps that is the reason why the side effects are not as bad as they are. Ren felt his hypothesis was close to the truth, but it still needed further testing. After finishing his self-assessment and ensuring everything was in optimal condition, Ren gazed at the massive gates ahead. He stepped forward confidently, a determined smile on his face. Well then, enough evaluation for today. Tomorrow, I'll have to fight the heretic god again. I need to rest and recover my magical energy. As soon as Ren was seen, the guards respectfully opened the gate. The atmosphere inside the palace changed instantly. The maids and butlers on duty bowed politely as they saw him walking through the grand hall. Upon entering the palace, Ren received congratulations from Alice and Ichika who greeted him. However, Hayasaka was nowhere to be seen among them. He didn't think much of it, assuming she was probably busy studying magic. After a few pleasantries, Ren continued towards the room Alice had prepared for him. Reaching the room, he casually opened the door. However, his first glance fell upon something surprising. In the middle of the room stood a girl with long blonde hair, usually tied in a side ponytail, but this time it was let down freely, flowing softly down her back. She wore a blue bunny costume that clearly accentuated her curves. Blue bunny ear accessories adorned her head, while a matching blue ribbon circled her neck, adding a sweet and seductive touch. AI. Ren was stunned to see himself greeted by a bunny girl. Hayasaka responded with a small smile, raising 2 fingers in a peace sign. Her face flushed slightly, but she maintained a relaxed demeanor. Welcome, peon. Ren-sama must be tired, so I'm providing special bunny girl service. Does Rensama like it? She said flirtatiously, trying to suppress the nervousness building up inside her. The bunny girl persona she put on made her look different from usual, radiating a seductive aura she rarely showed. Like it? Do you still need to ask such an obvious question? Ren smiled lightly. Without hesitation, he approached, his hands gently wrapping around her slender waist, ready to kiss her lips. However, Hayasaka deftly pushed Ren's chest, keeping distance between them. Don't be impatient, peon. First, let Rensama watch my performance. She said with a shy smile, trying to maintain her flirtatious bunny girl persona. Ren sat on the bed, his gaze fixed on her. Sure. Let's see what you want to show me. Hayasaka stepped back, stopping near a wooden pole on the side of the room. Ren immediately realized her intention, and although he could already guess it, a sense of anticipation filled his mind. And indeed, Hayasaka began to perform a pole dance. Her slender hands touched the pole, her fingers slowly wrapping around its surface, as if teasing the inanimate object. She raised her chin slightly, her confident yet flirtatious blue eyes fixed on Ren, as if ensuring that all his attention was solely on her. With a smooth motion, Hayasaka began to spin her body around the pole. Her long legs moved gracefully, creating a sensual rhythm in every step. Her slender thighs pressed tightly against the pole, while she slid down slowly, her body arching perfectly. Her hips swayed gently yet seductively, making every movement feel like an unspoken invitation. Her long loose blonde hair swayed with her body movements, giving a wild impression. She tilted her body to the side, raising one leg, forming a perfect line that accentuated her physical beauty. Hayasaka then pulled her body closer to the pole, spinning faster, creating a swirl that made her bunny girl costume flutter lightly, revealing her curves in a seductive way. Occasionally, she lowered her body, letting her knees bend gently, then slid back up to a standing position, showing incredible control over her body. Her hands encircled the pole, her body arched backward, forming a dramatic pose that highlighted her chest. Hayasaka then slid down the pole slowly, her eyes still locked on Ren, sending a gaze that radiated both boldness and hidden shyness. At the peak of her performance, she wrapped both legs around the pole and pulled her body up, hanging upside down for a moment before spinning down. Hayasaka ended her performance by pressing her body against the pole, one hand holding the pole while the other raised high, forming a peace sign. Her face flushed, but her lips curved into a flirtatious smile. Light skin tone clapping hand sign, 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 light skin tone clapping hand sign. Bravo. An amazing dance. His applause filled the room. Ren stood up from his seat and walked closer, his eyes gazing at her with undisguised admiration. Still leaning against the pole, Hayasaka stood still, her chest still heaving with heavy breaths from the movements. However, before she could say anything, Ren quickly reached out, lifting her body easily into his arms. Hayasaka gasped softly, the blush on her face deepening. I think I need to give you a special reward for this extraordinary performance. Ren whispered softly in her ear, his voice low and deep, full of seductive tones. Hayasaka, feeling her heart beat faster and faster, could only nod slightly. Her breath caught in her throat, and she hid her flushed face in Ren's chest, trying to conceal the overwhelming shyness within her. Tonight, AI is yours, Rensama. She said softly, almost a whisper. Although the words sounded seductive, Hayasaka's voice trembled slightly, revealing a mix of boldness and nervousness. Ren smiled broadly at the confession. His gaze was full of passion, and without hesitation, he carried her to the bed in the corner of the room. As he looked at her, who dared not raise her face, he knew that tonight they would stay up late. And then, soft moans filled the room, as they explored the peaks of pleasure that could only be found in each other's embrace. Chapter 92, Ren's Next Plan. The next day, sunlight pierced through the thin clouds, illuminating the vast land. The warm light brought life back to the city that the previous night had been filled with silence and worry due to a mysterious phenomenon in the sky. The morning news on television was filled with reports of the light flashes that had lit up the night, sparking fear, anxiety, worry, panic, and speculation from the public. At Silver Dusk Palace, London, the perpetrator who caused the commotion, Rokuhara Ren, woke up from his sleep. The morning sun shone into the luxurious room where he rested, bringing a refreshing sense of calm. His body felt refreshed, full of energy, and his magical energy had fully recovered after the long night. However, a small and soft voice broke his tranquility. Rensama, please don't give me that milk again. He turned to the side. Under the blanket, Hayasaka AI, with a blank face mixed with fatigue, was mumbling in her sleep. Her face was flushed, and her partially naked body was visible from the gap in the slipped blanket. The blonde-haired girl had worked hard almost all night, only falling asleep a few hours ago. Ren smirked slightly, then gently stroked her head. AI, if you want more milk, I can give you some anytime. Those words immediately woke Hayasaka. Her usually calm face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly pulled the blanket up to cover her face. Ren-sama is so lewd. Clearly, this milk wasn't that kind of milk. It was the kind that wasn't sweet but sticky. Ren chuckled at her reaction. After a moment, Hayasaka peeked out from under the blanket, her eyes bright but slightly tired. "Good morning, Ren-sama," she greeted softly. After the intense night, there was a noticeable change in her. Her face looked more radiant, and a gentle yet mature aura surrounded her. "Good morning, AI. How are you feeling now?" Hayasaka sighed softly before answering. "It still feels a little sore, but it's not a problem anymore." "In that case, how about we start this morning with a little exercise?" Ren smiled mischievously. Hayasaka blinked, realizing the meaning of his words. This time, she challenged back with a flirtatious smile. "This time, let me be on top, Ren-sama." Without waiting for an answer, she sat on Ren's body, her blonde hair falling loose and touching his smooth skin. Her supple body moved confidently, while her blue eyes stared intensely at him. "I leave everything to you." Ren didn't refuse the service of his maid and concubine. That morning in their large room, the exercise began again. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. 2 hours later, Hayasaka fell asleep again at his side. Her flushed cheeks, soft breathing, and satisfied smile made Ren smile. He looked at the girl affectionately, then got out of bed. After taking a shower, his mind and body felt refreshed. He put on casual clothes, a long-sleeved white shirt rolled up to his elbows, paired with simple black trousers. Not wanting to disturb the girl, Ren left the room with quiet steps. Outside the door, a maid was already waiting for him with a polite demeanor. "Good morning, King. Your breakfast is ready," she reported, bowing respectfully. "Yeah." Ren nodded slightly without saying anything, then followed the maid to the dining room. In the spacious dining room with classic English decor, Alice was already sitting in one of the chairs, waiting with a cup of tea in her hand. She turned when she saw Ren enter, giving a thin smile. "Good morning, King. I hope you slept well in my residence." Alice greeted formally, though in her heart there was still a bit of annoyance mixed with embarrassment from what had happened last night. "Morning, Alice." "Very good, I slept soundly." Ren replied casually, sitting in the chair opposite her. A Western-style breakfast was laid out on the table. He picked up a fork and knife, starting to eat the toast with eggs and sausage. On the other hand, Alice could only restrain her complaints. As the host, she couldn't possibly not know what had happened in Ren's room last night. With her magic, she could sense and even monitor the nightly activities from that room. How can he be so calm while doing such lewd things in someone else's space? Doesn't he realize I might be secretly watching? Or does he not care if others watch? Geez, what an indecent spectacle. Alice thought, her face almost flushed. However, Alice didn't let her embarrassment show. Calmly, she sipped her tea to distract herself, then asked, "King, what are your plans for today?" Ren chewed his food slowly before answering, "To fight a heretic god again. But for that, I need your help, Alice. I want you to perform the ritual like you did last night." "Of course. I'll be happy to help, King." After answering, Alice paused, thinking about something. Then, with a gentle smile, she said, "By the way, if you're interested, King can check out the historical collection in the Witanagamot treasury. We have many relics that might be useful for the ritual or even for summoning a heretic god." From her observation, even though Ren has a temperamental nature like other Campiones, he's not ungrateful. Therefore, Alice wanted to establish a good relationship with him. Hearing that, Ren immediately showed interest. "The Witanagamot treasury, huh? That sounds interesting. The last time I borrowed the Excalibur replica, I didn't get to see the other items." Alice nodded slightly. "Our collection is very diverse. I can accompany you there after breakfast, if the king wishes." Ren smiled thinly, then finished his breakfast quickly. "That would be very helpful, Alice. In that case, let's see what I can find there." Even if Alice didn't know the details of their own treasures, it didn't matter to Ren. With insight gaze, nothing remained unknown. "Understood, King." Alice bowed politely. Although she felt a little nervous with Ren's presence, as the spokesperson for the Witanagamot, she didn't want to disappoint a guest in a world-recognized Campione. However, before she could go any further, Ren suddenly spoke in a light tone, "Aren't you curious what kind of divine authority I obtained after defeating Kinichihou?" The question surprised Alice. Of course, she was very curious, but all this time she felt it was inappropriate to ask directly. Campiones are known to be unpredictable, especially Ren, who has a casual yet dangerous demeanor. She decided to be cautious. "Is it all right to tell me?" she asked cautiously, looking at him indifferent face. Ren waved his hand casually. "It's only a matter of time before my new divine authority is revealed." Moreover, with your intelligence, you should already have a guess, right? Alice nodded slightly. As one of the most talented witches in the world, she did have speculations. She recalled the moment when her spirit body transported Ren to Canby Island by helicopter. After the battle ended, Ren returned to Silver Dusk Palace without needing a ride. Could it be Godspeed or something similar? Alice finally revealed her guess. A thin smile appeared on Ren's face. As expected from the sage princess. You guessed correctly. I see. The same divine authority as Alexander Gascoigne. Alice murmured, more to herself. Alexander Gascoigne, or known as the Black Prince Alec, is the Campione who has been most famous for using Godspeed for many years. The fact that Ren now possessed a similar ability amazed Alice. When that gloomy man comes, I wonder what his expression will be when he has to compete with King Ren in his most prized aspect of speed. Alice chuckled inwardly. With her intelligence, she had calculated that Alec would come when the news of the Holy Grail in Ren's hands spread, and would take it. When that happened, would Ren hand over the Holy Grail to Alec? Clearly, the answer was no. When ambition meets ambition, it can only lead to conflict and destruction. Alice could already imagine the confrontation between Ren and Alec. What she worried about most was the damage caused by the clash of two Campiones in London. It seems I need to prepare everything. Chapter 93, Rokuhara Ren vs Karna Part 1. Not even 24 hours had passed since the battle between a Campione and a heretic god last shook Canby Island. Now, the island has once again become a battlefield, this time filled by the clash of two archers who transcend human limits. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of arrows shot repeatedly produced thunderous explosions, creating shockwaves that shook the ground and destroyed everything in their path. This battle was an unparalleled archer duel, in terms of speed, accuracy, and destructive power. One of the archers, a 17-year-old youth with short, light brown hair and bangs covering his forehead, nimbly jumped to avoid an arrow's explosion. He possessed a handsome, prince-like face, but the gleam in his eyes showed unwavering determination. He was Rokuhara Ren, the 7th Campione, wielding the legendary bow that once shot down 9 suns. On the other side was his opponent, a tall and powerfully built man with an athletic and proportionate physique, reflecting the figure of a true knight. His skin shone golden, his face was handsome with a firm jawline, and his eyes were sharp like an eagle's. Every movement exuded wisdom, courage, and strength. He was Karna, the son of the sun god Surya from the Hindu pantheon, a hero whose name is legendary in the epic Mahabharata. As expected of Karna, the hero of charity. Ren exclaimed while doing a backflip, evading an arrow that detonated where he had been standing. Boom. The ground beneath him shattered into pieces, but Ren was not surprised. He immediately retaliated by drawing his bow, firing an arrow that shot like a flash of light towards Karna. Swoosh. Your archery skills are truly extraordinary, Karna. If not for that foolish oath your mother forced upon you not to attack the 5 Pandava brothers whose strength was far below yours, they would have been killed countless times in the Kurukshetra war. I know I have no obligation to obey my birth mother who abandoned me as soon as I was born. Even so, no matter what kind of person my mother is, I do not hate her. Even if only once, I am grateful that my mother called me her son. Karna responded to Ren's comment about his past with a calm voice devoid of negative emotion, his voice echoing across the battlefield filled with dust and debris from their arrow explosions. TSK. Your virtuous personality and kindness are indeed impressive. Even Indra was ashamed to have tricked you into stripping off your golden armor so that his son, Arjuna, would have a chance against you. You knew it was a deception, yet you still did it without hesitation. Karna did not reply. A barrage of arrows came raining down on Ren, each shot possessing enough force to shatter large rocks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ren parried the opponent's attacks by releasing his own arrows like a machine gun. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows collided in the air with incredible speed, creating small explosions and shockwaves that sent dust flying around them. The rain of arrows pressured Karna for a moment, but he did not yield. In an instant, Karna released several arrows with perfect accuracy, forcing Ren to evade. Poochie. However, one arrow managed to pierce his defenses. The arrow had pierced his shoulder, but Ren did not let the pain disrupt his concentration. With a swift and decisive movement, he pulled out the arrow, fresh blood dripping from his wound. He leaped backward, moving to a new, safer position, while keeping his eyes fixed on Karna. For me, defeat means disgracing my father. Even if death awaits me, I cannot run. That is how I have always lived. For me, who has lived my life with pride towards those who gave me life and raised me, my life is not my own. Karna said with a tone full of conviction. Wiping his injured shoulder, the bleeding had already begun to stop. Ren raised his bow again, his eyes shining with a mixture of respect and fighting spirit. Wow, your personality is such that even Indra was moved by how brave you are. Karna, you're the kind of person I'd most want to be friends with. It's a shame we ended up as enemies. Hearing that from his opponent, Karna smiled faintly, his gaze filled with an impenetrable calmness. You exaggerate, Campione. You are no less formidable. If you had been born in the age of gods, I am certain you would have left your name in history like other great heroes. Being able to kill gods with a mortal body is proof of your qualifications far above the ordinary. The two spoke as if they were old friends, but the bows in their hands remained at the ready. Every word spoken did not diminish the intensity of the battle. Ren and Karna were each trying to kill the other with their extraordinary archery skills. However, behind every attack, there was a deep respect for one another. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions of energy continued to erupt between them, the battlefield bearing witness to this epic clash. Despite his injury, Ren continued to display his extraordinary fighting spirit as a Campione. On the opposing side, with his grace and unwavering resolve, Karna remained a nearly unmatched challenge. Karna. I will show you why I am called the God Slayer. Ren shouted, drawing his bow with full force. Karna raised his bow, his face showing not the slightest hint of doubt. Come, Campione. Prove to me that you deserve that title. No longer exchanging words, Ren drew his bow, releasing arrows at the speed of sound. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom, boom, boom. But Karna easily deflected each of those attacks. As if reading Ren's every move, he unleashed a counterattack of flaming arrows that covered the sky. Buzz. Flames filled the air, engulfing the battlefield in a scorching inferno. There was no room to evade, every corner was covered by the dazzling light of the arrows. Assessing the situation, Ren replaced the sun-conquering divine authority with the solar flash divine authority. In an instant, he chanted an incantation. Splendor of the sun, radiate your light within me. Carry this body across space and time, leaving behind a shadow that even the world cannot catch. As soon as the incantation was complete, his body instantly shone with a golden flash of light. His thought process accelerated beyond human limits. The world around him seemed to move in slow motion from his perspective. Even the rain of fire arrows that had previously seemed unavoidable now appeared to float slowly in the air. Whoosh! Ren moved with Godspeed, his speed so extraordinary that he could observe every detail around him. Afterimages of his body trailed behind, creating the illusion that he was in multiple places at once. The fire arrows passed through his afterimages, but none managed to touch his real body. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The fire raining down on the battlefield scorched the earth, creating a raging torrent of flames. However, Ren, with a speed impossible for the naked eye to follow, remained completely unharmed. Seeing his fire arrows rendered useless against Ren's speed, Karna switched his arrows to projectile weapons. Incredible speed. However, you cannot evade this. Brahmastra. Shwa. The projectile shot forth with tremendous speed, accurately tracking Ren's energy trail. Unlike ordinary arrows, the Brahmastra possessed the ability to pursue its target and guarantee a hit. Still using Godspeed, Ren recognized the danger. Damn it. Realizing that he couldn't completely evade the attack, he quickly formulated a strategy. In the split second before the Brahmastra reached him, Ren used a large rock nearby as a substitute for his body. Boom. The Brahmastra struck the rock with devastating force, creating a massive explosion that shook the ground. Although the attack did not directly hit him, the shockwave from the explosion was enough to send Ren flying hundreds of meters. His body slammed into the ground hard, leaving a long trail in the earth. Rising slowly, Ren brushed off the dust clinging to his clothes. Although his whole body ached, the smile had never left his face since the battle began. Truly incredible power. This guaranteed hit effect is quite troublesome. Fortunately, it's not without a solution. Chapter 94, Rokuhara Ren vs Karna Final Part. The battle between the two legendary archers continued. Ren, who inherited the divine authority of Hou-i, competed with the hero of charity, Karna, in a contest of archery skills. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Each arrow they released was not merely an ordinary projectile. Each carried destructive power that surpassed modern firearms, at least equivalent to the destructive force of a small missile. Every impact created shockwaves that shook the ground, causing the unfortunate Canvey Island to continuously change shape under the barrage of their attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Repeated explosions echoed, deafeningly loud. Clouds of dust and fragments of rock flew in all directions. Flames from the remnants of their attacks blazed around, making the battlefield look like a fiery hell. Ren frowned. He had already landed several direct hits on Karna's body, but the results were disappointing. Karna's defense is incredibly tough. Even after being hit by my arrows, the damage is insignificant. It must be because of Kavacha and Kundala. Karna was no ordinary hero. He was a nearly impenetrable warrior thanks to Kavacha and Kundala, two divine treasures bestowed upon him by Surya, the Indian sun god. Kavacha, golden armor that was attached to his body from birth, was an impenetrable shield that could even withstand the attacks of the gods. No matter how powerful an opponent's attack, Kavacha drastically reduced its impact, leaving Karna virtually unharmed. Kundala, sacred earrings that complemented Kavacha, granted him extraordinary regeneration. Wounds that should have been fatal to him would heal quickly, making it almost impossible to incapacitate him in a prolonged battle. Among all the heretic gods Ren had faced, Karna was clearly one of the most difficult to defeat. Even Kinichihau, the Mayan sun god, whom he had defeated the previous night, did not possess such strong defenses. However, Ren was not the type to give up just because his opponent was tough. If ordinary attacks aren't enough to penetrate Kavacha and Kundala, then I only have one option: deliver an attack that can finish him off in one strike. Across the devastated battlefield, Karna watched Ren intently. As an experienced warrior, he could read his opponent's intentions through their movements alone. Although he had now fallen as a heretic god, the virtues of charity and honor that he had steadfastly upheld in his previous life remained undimmed. Karna narrowed his eyes, then in a calm yet firm voice, he spoke. Campione. I can see your intent. You intend to deliver a final blow to defeat me, do you not? If so, let us conclude this battle with one last attack. Without deception, without tricks. Just one decisive strike to determine who stands as the victor. Ren was momentarily surprised. He did not expect a heretic god to propose something like this. However, seeing Karna standing with his honor as a knight intact, he could not refuse the challenge. All right. Let's do it. Both sides stopped firing arrows and retreated a few steps, each preparing their ultimate attack. Buzz. His body was enveloped in an increasingly bright golden radiance as Karna raised his bow, Vijaya, and the sky above him changed. The sun shone with terrifying intensity, as if responding to Karna's call. Golden light flooded the battlefield, creating a swirling vortex of solar fire around him. Hear me, vast heavens. Oh, boundless horizon. In the name of the Supreme God, I call upon the power that gives birth to and destroys worlds. Let this arrow be the wrath that ends all. As soon as the incantation was spoken, the sky trembled violently. The air around Karna shifted, as if the entire world was holding its breath. In an instant, golden light converged on the arrow. The wind blew fiercely, creating a vortex of energy that threatened to tear reality itself apart. Campione. Prepare yourself. Karna exclaimed, his eyes shining with burning determination. On the other side, Ren did not remain idle. He also drew his bowstring and chanted his own incantation. You who shine in the sky, bringing light to the world and unbearable heat. Abundant light is a blessing, yet also a curse to those who cannot bear its flames. Even the sun has its limits, and today, that limit has arrived. With this bow, I pluck your radiance from the heavens and let eternal shadow swallow your arrogance. As the arrow materialized in his hand, the very space around him trembled as if it could shatter at any moment. Even so, Ren continued to chant his incantation with extraordinary composure. From the hand of an archer, the end of the sun is born. This arrow brings destruction to the rulers of light, and with a single shot, your arrogance will vanish. In my name, and in the justice of the heavens, disappear from the sight of the world. The next moment, both sides released their arrows from their bows simultaneously. Karna, Brahmanda Astra. Ren, Solar Annihilation. Swoosh. The two arrows collided with each other, carrying a shockwave that spread clouds across the sky, shook Kandy Island, and violently churned the seawater within a radius of several kilometers. The sky, previously bright blue, now turned into a sea of fiery red, as if a second sun had been born above the world. Boom. The explosion that occurred did not merely shake the air, but created a wave of energy that cut through the ground and split the oceans, causing massive whirlpools that swallowed anything nearby. The golden light of Brahmanda Astra clashed with the bluish-white light of Solar Annihilation, swirling around each other and trying to dominate. The storm winds born from the clash of energy tore apart trees, lifted the earth, and made the entire island seem to be in the throes of an unimaginable natural disaster. The air temperature rose drastically, even the rocks around the battlefield melted into lava due to the heat released from their attacks. Crush bang. The clash between Brahmanda Astra and Solar Annihilation did not last long. Solar Annihilation was an attack specifically created to destroy the existence and supremacy of entities related to the sun, turning their power against themselves. The greater the target's connection to the sun, the more severe the destruction they suffered. So it was not surprising that Solar Annihilation overwhelmed Brahmanda Astra, pierced its defenses, and shot towards Karna with unmatched speed. Swoosh. Poochie. His body was pushed backward with tremendous force, leaving a trail of fire in the air before finally crashing hard into the ground. Boom. Karna was the son of the sun god, his divinity deeply intertwined with the sun, so this attack had a far more devastating impact. Even with the protection of Kavacha and Kundala, the injuries he sustained were so severe that the radiance of his divinity began to weaken. Cough. Cough. Karna vomited luminous golden blood, his hands trembling as he tried to support himself. Although his body could barely move, his eyes still burned with an indomitable will. He looked at Ren, not with hatred, but with a rare respect he gave to a worthy opponent. However, Ren gave him no chance to recover. Blazing horizon. In an instant, Ren activated Godspeed and instantly filled his body with pure solar energy, merging with the light itself. As he shot forward, his body seemed to disappear in a flash of bright light that burned the air around him. Then, a massive explosion occurred. Boom. Waves of fiery light slammed into Karna like a solar flare erupting from the surface of a giant star. The thermal explosion that occurred was so immense that the atmosphere above Canby Island vibrated, creating towering fire-mixed wind vortices that reached high into the sky. The ground, which had turned black since Ren's battle against Kinichihou the previous night, was now completely transformed into a sea of burning embers. Magma cracks began to appear from the scorched surface, turning Canby Island into a graveyard for any life that had ever grown there. For decades to come, nothing would be able to grow on this land. Ha! 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 Ren stood in the middle of the hellish landscape created by his previous battle. His breath came in ragged gasps, his body weak after fighting all out against Karna. Before him, Karna knelt on the cracked ground. The flames blazing around them seemed like the final stage for the epic battle that had just taken place. He looked at Ren with a faint smile on his face. Despite being severely injured, he still maintained the dignified demeanor of a hero. Your strength is truly extraordinary. Tell me the identity of the archer whose power you wield. Ho-ee. I see. He is a great archer. I have no regrets fighting against you. If I must be defeated, then let it be by someone worthy. His smile widened, as if Karna felt satisfied despite his defeat. Compared to his defeat against Arjuna due to Indra tricking him into relinquishing Kavacha and Kundala, his defeat by Ren involved no such deceit. Congratulations on your victory, Campione. Use my divine authority that you have obtained well. It is a legacy worthy of someone like you. Before Ren could reply, Karna's body began to fade, dissolving into particles of golden light that slowly vanished into the air. With a final, peaceful smile, Karna disappeared without leaving any trace other than the lingering memory of the battle that had just occurred. So this is the hero of charity. Whether it's the Campione world or the Type Moon universe, Karna deserves respect for his character. After Ren said that, he felt a new surge of energy flow through his body. It was a sensation he knew very well, the addition of a new divine authority. Chapter 95, The Dilemma of Usuji Yotsuba Part 1. Japan, Tokyo. 7:30 p.m. The sky outside was pitch black, illuminated only by the dimly flickering streetlights in the distance. Yotsuba pushed open the slightly creaking door of her house and stepped inside with slow steps. Her dusty work shoes were placed carefully in the ginkan, almost like a ritual. I'm home, she said softly, her voice echoing in the empty living room. She knew no one would answer. Her husband, Usuji Futaro, who was always busy with office work, rarely came home before midnight. It was an old habit, saying hello even when only the cold air greeted her. But tonight, for some reason, the silence felt more piercing than usual. Yotsuba took off her coat, hung it near the door, and walked towards the sofa. She dropped onto it with a long sigh. Her eyes gazed at the clean ceiling, but her thoughts were a mess. This house was too quiet. If only we had a child. She murmured to herself, her voice almost drowned out by the monotonous ticking of the wall clock. Surely this house would be more lively. Little laughs, the sound of tiny feet running around, maybe I wouldn't feel like this. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to imagine the scene. But the image soon faded, replaced by the face of her younger sister, Itsuki, although not officially married, who was now pregnant with her first child. Next month, the baby would be born. Yotsuba smiled faintly, but the smile quickly faded. There was a tightness in her chest that she couldn't shake off. Even though I got married first. It had been a year since her wedding day, but her stomach was still flat, with no signs of new life within. She wasn't the type to be easily envious, but seeing Itsuki caress her growing belly with a happy face, it was hard not to feel left behind. Yotsuba shook her head vigorously and patted both her cheeks with her hands. No, Yotsuba. Don't think negatively, she said to herself, trying to cheer up her wavering heart. Getting up from the sofa, she walked to the bedroom to change clothes. Her neat work attire, a long skirt and a dark blue blazer, was replaced with a comfortable loose t-shirt and shorts. As she stepped into the kitchen, a faint aroma of yesterday's cooking still lingered. She opened the refrigerator, taking out a few simple ingredients, carrots, potatoes, and a little chicken. Dinner for one more person, she muttered, turning on the stove, her hands moving nimbly to chop the vegetables, but her mind was far away. Itsuki had already achieved her dream of becoming a teacher. Yotsuba still remembered how hard her younger sister studied, pursuing a goal that was so clear in front of her. While Yotsuba, in the past, she didn't have such grand ambitions. But somehow, she ended up applying as a physical education teacher at Shichian Academy, an elite school in Tokyo where children of nobles and wealthy families attended. She was accepted. Initially, she enjoyed the job. Running on the field with the students, teaching basic volleyball techniques, hearing the cheers when the team she coached won, it all felt good. But lately, everything had changed. Should I quit my job? Yotsuba murmured, stirring the soup that was starting to boil in the pot. Warm steam rose to her face, but she didn't really notice. Her mind was busy replaying memories of the past few weeks. There was a male student who had started acting strangely. Their gazes were no longer as innocent as children their age. There were whispers in the hallways, small laughs that sounded mocking when she passed by, and once, one of them deliberately bumped into her on the field, too close to be called an accident. Yotsuba wasn't stupid. She could guess what was on their minds. For some high school boys, adult women, especially married ones, were tempting trophies. Something that, if they could conquer, would give them an absurd sense of pride. Shichian Academy wasn't exactly a place full of good people. Behind the neat uniforms and polite smiles, there were students used to abusing their family names. Most of the male students at Shichian Academy only dared to look at her, lewd and indecent gazes that made her skin crawl, but never more than that. But there was one exception. One name that made her heart tremble with fear every time it crossed her mind. Ogata Kei. That student was different. Kei tried to get close to her, with a sly smile that his handsome face couldn't hide. Yotsuba had heard rumors about him, and those rumors were not something to be taken lightly. Kei was a notorious delinquent among the teachers, although most students didn't know the real story. It was said that he had once gotten a female student from another high school pregnant, a scandal that should have ended his school life at Shichian Academy. But his family, who supposedly had connections in the government and the business world, quickly covered everything up. Money and power spoke louder than the truth, and Kei remained comfortably in class, as if nothing had ever happened. Yotsuba still remembered the incident yesterday on the sports field. When practice was over, Kei approached her with a casual stride, hands in his trouser pockets, and a smile that was too friendly to be believed. "Yusuji-sensei, you look tired today. Doesn't your husband give you enough attention at home?" He said in a joking tone, but there was something in his eyes that made Yotsuba feel like prey being stalked. Yotsuba only gave a stiff smile at the time, trying to answer in a professional tone. "Thank you for your concern, Ogata-kun. Now, go back to class." But Kei didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stepped closer, close enough for Yotsuba to smell the expensive cologne he wore. "If sensei needs someone to talk to, I'm always here." His voice was low and full of innuendo. Only after Yotsuba firmly insisted that he had to leave did Kei finally back down, but that gaze, the gaze that seemed to undress her, still lingered in her memory. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Tonight, at the quiet dining table, Yotsuba couldn't hold back anymore. She put down her spoon and covered her face with both hands. "Oh God, why me? A perverted man like that, if he's really targeting me, what should I do? I don't want to be his toy. I don't want my life ruined because of someone like him." Yotsuba imagined what could happen. If Kei actually went further, what could she do? Report to the principal. The Ogata family would surely silence her, just like they did with the previous scandal. Resign. That might be the only way out, but Yotsuba didn't want to give up so easily. She liked teaching, liked seeing her other students grow and develop. But Kei's threat felt like a dark shadow lurking in every corner. "I'm really scared. If he dares to assault me, will Futaro be able to protect me?" Yotsuba didn't want to burden her husband with this problem. Futaro was busy enough with his work, often coming home late with a tired look on his face. Adding the story about Kei would only make him worry, or worse, make him feel helpless. But Kei's actions lately had become increasingly outrageous. Although her father was the director of a prominent hospital, Yotsuba knew her family background was still far inferior to the Ogata family. Their power and connections were like a giant wall that she couldn't fight alone. Her mind started to spin wildly, drifting to dark scenarios she didn't want to imagine. Her imagination, perhaps because she read too much doujin with her sisters after getting married, took her to a terrible place. No. Not like the romantic relationship between teacher and student, Itsuki and Rokuhara-san. "I'm worried Ogata-kun doesn't really like me. He's just after my body. It's so different. Itsuki and Rokuhara-san love each other, their relationship is pure even if it breaks a taboo. But Ogata-kun is just lust." Her face turned pale. The image of herself becoming Kei's sex slave, like a cheap plot from a doujin she once read, appeared uninvited. She imagined Kei with his wicked smile, forcing her to submit, and the Ogata family covering everything up with their power. Yotsuba clutched her head with both hands, trying to drive the thought away. I don't want that to happen. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Wait. That's right, Rokuhara-san. A small light appeared in her previously dim eyes. If her father and husband couldn't protect her from this threat, there was one person who might be able to, her brother-in-law, Rokuhara Ren. Ren was no ordinary person. He was one of the 8 Campione, humans who stood at the pinnacle of humanity. Yotsuba still remembered how surprised she, Ichika, and Itsuki were to learn that the world they lived in had a hidden side, and Campione were the apex of supernatural beings. Even the Shinomiya family, one of the 3 largest conglomerates in Japan, submitted to Ren as subordinates. Compared to them, the Ogata family was just dust. Yotsuba bit her lip, hesitant. She got up from her chair and started pacing back and forth in the dining room. Should I ask Rokuhara-san for help? He can definitely make Ogata-kun stop. Maybe just one word from him, and the Ogata family will be scared. But, am I allowed to trouble him? Rokuhara-san must be very busy. Especially since Itsuki will give birth soon. I don't want to bother him with my problems. She stopped near the window, looking at her reflection in the glass. Besides, I don't have strong evidence yet. If I tell Rokuhara-san, will he believe me? Or will I just look like someone who can't solve her own problems? Why has my life become so complicated? Yotsuba took a long breath and sat back down in her chair. But if I don't do anything, and Ogata-kun goes further, will I regret not asking for help now? Rokuhara-san surely wouldn't refuse, right? After a moment of weighing the options, she let out a long sigh. All right, I'll meet Rokuhara-san after he returns from London. Now isn't the right time to bother him. I have to be patient first. Putting the problem aside for the time being, Yotsuba got up from her chair and walked to the kitchen. She decided to prepare a meal for her husband, who would surely come home hungry after a long day of work. With nimble movements, she began chopping vegetables and heating the pan, trying to distract her mind from the anxiety that had consumed her earlier. After finishing preparing dinner, simple fried rice with eggs and chicken pieces, she placed it on the table with a cover to keep it warm. Then, she walked to the bedroom to get ready. As she opened the closet, her eyes sparkled, and a small smile appeared on her face. Her characteristic cheerful and positive nature began to return. Yesterday I failed to get Futaro excited. But this time will be different. I've looked it up on the internet, and I'm going to give him a surprise he won't refuse. She said to herself, giggling. With a burning spirit, Yotsuba began to put on the clothes she had secretly prepared. She took out the special version of her wedding dress that she had ordered online, a version far more daring than her original wedding gown. Standing in front of the mirror, she looked at her body while wearing a white floral wreath veil on her head. Her hair was neatly tied back, and her elegantly made-up face showed no trace of weariness. Yotsuba smiled at her reflection, feeling like a newlywed again. However, the clothes she wore were far from innocent. She was only wearing a set of transparent white lace lingerie. The curves of her body were still the same as when she was in high school, a slim waist, full and firm buttocks wrapped in white lace, highlighting the results of her exercise as a physical education teacher. Through the see-through panties, she could see the black grass that had been neatly trimmed into a heart shape, an idea she got from a romance tips article on the internet. Seeing her appearance, which was so indecent, Yotsuba felt her face heat up. She held her cheeks with both hands, mortified. This is so embarrassing. But, for Futaro, I have to be brave. I want to make him excited again, like when we were first married. After all this preparation, he won't reject me, right? She said, looking down, her voice trembling. Yotsuba reached out and touched her lower abdomen. She could feel a ticklish and slightly painful desire rising from within her. On the dressing table in front of her, there was a bottle of ovulation-inducing pills she had bought a few days ago. She had already taken one earlier before changing clothes, hoping tonight could be the first step towards realizing her dream of having a child. Of course, everything she was doing was for Futaro, the man who had given her happiness all this time. Okay, Yotsuba, you can do it. Tonight will be a special night for both of us. Chapter 96, The Dilemma of Yusuji Yotsuba Final Part. Yotsuba sat patiently on the sofa, occasionally glancing at the softly ticking wall clock. She had prepared everything, dinner on the table, herself in her special attire, and a hopeful heart. Click. When the clock hand showed 11:40 p.m., the sound of the front door opening made her jolt. It was Futaro. Hastily, Yotsuba leaped from the sofa and ran to the entrance, her heart pounding. As Futaro stepped inside, Yotsuba stood before him with a wide smile. Welcome home, darling. Do you want to eat first, take a bath first, or, me? She tried to sound flirtatious, but her face instantly flushed red to the roots of her hair. She wasn't used to acting like this, and the embarrassment almost made her want to hide. Why Yotsuba? Futaro stammered, his eyes widening as he looked at his wife. Usually, Yotsuba appeared simple and conservative, loose clothes and her hair tied up casually. But tonight, she stood before him in a daring version of her wedding dress, transparent white lace lingerie, and a flower veil that contrasted with her immodest appearance. Futaro swallowed hard, not knowing what to say. Yotsuba didn't dare to look at her husband. She lowered her head, playing with the hem of her dress with trembling fingers. It's been 3 months since we, So. I was hoping we could tonight. Her voice was weak, almost inaudible. Seeing his wife looking so cute and vulnerable, Futaro felt his heart touched. He brushed aside all the problems filling his mind, piles of work, deadlines, and accumulated fatigue. He stepped forward, intending to carry Yotsuba in a princess-style hug like in the romance movies he had seen. All right, I'll make tonight special for you. Unfortunately, Futaro overestimated his abilities. He forgot that his physical fitness was terrible. Years of sitting at a study desk and in the office had made him weak, while Yotsuba, as a physical education teacher, was much stronger than him. As soon as he tried to lift her, his legs trembled, and he almost fell. Ugh. Turns out it's not as easy as it looks in the movies. He muttered sheepishly, his face flushing with awkwardness. Yotsuba quickly covered up the situation so her husband wouldn't be more embarrassed. She giggled and then pulled Futaro's hand. Never mind, Futaro, let's just go to the bedroom. Futaro nodded, following his wife with quick steps. Inside the bedroom, the atmosphere turned warm. They kissed and hugged, Yotsuba wrapping her arms tightly around Futaro's neck while Futaro returned the embrace gently. Yotsuba felt her heart flutter, her plan was working so far. She began to warm things up, using her hands passionately to arouse her husband. However, something unexpected happened. Less than a minute later, Futaro tensed up, his breath hitched, and he ejaculated. Huh. Yotsuba was surprised, her hands stopping their movements. She tried again, hoping Futaro could get aroused again, but no matter what she did, gentle touches or passionate kisses, Futaro couldn't get hard anymore. Huh. 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 Sorry, Yotsuba. Futaro panted, his face covered in sweat. Work has been too much lately. I'm really tired. Let's do it next time. Yotsuba forced a smile, even though her heart felt heavy. It's okay, Futaro, just rest. I was the selfish one for asking you even though you were tired after working all day. Futaro nodded weakly and then got out of bed. I'll go to the bathroom first. He walked out, leaving Yotsuba alone in the room. As the bathroom door closed, Yotsuba stared at her palm, still wet with Futaro's thin fluid. She was silent, her eyes vacant. In her heart, she couldn't suppress the disappointment that slowly emerged. This is so different from Rokuhara-san's. Unconsciously, her mind compared what was on her hand to something she had once seen, her brother-in-law Ren's semen, which was much thicker and had a strong scent. She knew this because while helping Itsuki clean their room, she found used tissues in the trash can. At that time, she had accidentally smelled it, and for some reason, the memory was etched in her mind. Yotsuba clenched her hand tightly, trying to erase the thought. I shouldn't think like that. I love Futaro, this is just because I'm disappointed, right? Oh God, what's wrong with me? However, no matter how hard Yotsuba tried to deny the dangerous idea that had sprung into her mind, it didn't change the fact that her body felt hot and restless. Disappointment mixed with an increasingly strong desire, especially since she had taken an ovulation-inducing pill earlier. She had hoped tonight would be a special moment, the first step towards having the child she had always dreamed of with Futaro. But now, with her husband exhausted and unable to continue, Yotsuba felt a fire within her that she couldn't simply extinguish. She glanced towards the bathroom door. The sound of water was still faintly audible, indicating Futaro might be taking a rather long shower. Yotsuba bit her lip, hesitating for a moment, before finally letting out a soft sigh. Just for a little while, this is better than cheating with another man, right? She muttered to herself, almost as if looking for an excuse. Then, Yotsuba lay down on the bed, pulling the blanket up to her waist. Her hand slowly moved, searching for a way to relieve the burning tension in her body. NH. Ah. Yotsuba closed her eyes, trying to imagine Futaro, her gentle and loving husband, was with her, touching her with the love she had hoped for tonight. However, for some reason, the image slowly shifted. Futaro's face faded, replaced by another more handsome figure, Rokuhara Ren, her brother-in-law. Yotsuba inwardly gasped, trying to banish the image, but her body reacted even more strongly. The imagination felt forbidden, yet it only made her breathing more erratic. Ha! No, Rokuhara-san. This shouldn't. This is wrong. We shouldn't do this. Her hand moved faster, tracing her body with longing touches, as if she was trying to release something pent up. Her mind was torn between guilt and waves of pleasure that she couldn't resist. In that fantasy, she felt noticed, dominated in a way she had never felt with Futaro. With just the image alone, her body tensed, and suddenly she reached an intense climax, something she had never experienced during intimacy with her husband. MHMMMMM. Her breath hitched, and the blanket covering her waist trembled slightly from the vibrations of her body. Ha! 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 Yotsuba opened her eyes slowly, panting. She stared at her fingers, now wet with clear fluid, and guilt immediately washed over her like a wave. What's wrong with me? I'm a terrible woman. She whispered in a hoarse voice, almost crying. She pulled her hand close to her chest, looking at the fluid with regretful eyes. I shouldn't think about Rokuhara-san like that. I love Futaro, but why did I? She wiped her hand on her wedding dress, trying to erase the traces of what had just happened. The satisfaction she had briefly felt now sank into a sea of regret. Yotsuba pulled the blanket over her face, hoping to hide from herself. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. At the dining table, Yotsuba sat across from Futaro, who was eating the fried rice she had made. The soft sound of spoons clinking against plates filled the silence between them. Yotsuba stared at the empty plate in front of her, her mind still wandering to a place it shouldn't. Ren's image was disrupting her. She tried to focus on her husband, but guilt and confusion continued to gnaw at her heart. This is really delicious, Yotsuba. Your cooking is always as good as usual. Futaro said suddenly, his voice full of warmth. Yotsuba jolted out of her reverie. She hurriedly raised her head, avoiding Futaro's gaze, and patted her chest with an awkward smile. Ah, I worked hard, you know. I learned a lot from Nino so I could cook this well. She replied quickly, trying to sound cheerful even though her heart was still trembling. Futaro nodded, smiling faintly. Yeah, I know. Nino's cooking skills are indeed the best among the five of you. But now you're almost catching up. I remember back then, when we first got married, you couldn't even tell the difference between salt and sugar. Yotsuba laughed along, but her laughter sounded forced. Ehehe, I was terrible back then. Luckily, Nino was patient enough to teach me. After dinner was finished, Futaro helped Yotsuba carry the dishes to the kitchen. They worked in silence for a while, but Yotsuba could sense that something was bothering her husband. Futaro seemed hesitant, occasionally opening his mouth as if wanting to speak, then closing it again. Finally, after placing the last plate on the rack, he gritted his teeth and looked at her with a serious expression. Yotsuba, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Why do you look so tense? Yotsuba asked worriedly. Taking a deep breath, Futaro then said, I made a big mistake at the office. I ordered the wrong goods, and it caused the company a loss of hundreds of millions of yen. They said I have to compensate for the loss, or I'll be sued in court. Yotsuba's eyes widened, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. What? Hundreds of millions of yen? Futaro, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Futaro lowered his head, his face full of regret. I was ashamed of you, Yotsuba. I didn't want you to worry because of my mistake. I thought I could handle it myself, but I was wrong. Everything's a mess now. Stepping closer, Yotsuba gently held his arm. Futaro, we're husband and wife. If there's a problem, we face it together, okay? Why did you keep it to yourself? I won't be angry, I just want to help you. Her eyes looked at her husband with deep concern. I know. But I feel like such a failure. I don't want you to see me like this, a husband who causes problems for the family. I just want to be someone you can rely on. Futaro replied quickly. Yotsuba shook her head, trying to smile even though her heart also felt heavy. You're enough for me, Futaro. I don't care about this, we'll find a way out together. How much do you have to pay back? Do we have enough savings? Our savings aren't enough, Yotsuba. This is too big. I've tried to negotiate with my boss, but he won't budge. They said it's entirely my responsibility. Futaro's voice was full of despair. Yotsuba was silent for a moment, then said, we could borrow from family, maybe. I can ask Dad. No, I don't want to trouble my father-in-law. I have to find a way myself. Futaro firmly refused, although his eyes showed doubt. Seeing this, Yotsuba could only let out a long sigh. She knew her husband's stubborn nature very well. It had been clear since the past, when Futaro rejected the offer to work under her father, Nakano Maruwa, and chose to find his own job. Futaro was a man with high pride. He preferred to do everything himself without anyone's help, even if it meant struggling harder. Yotsuba remembered how proud Futaro was when he first got a job at that company, even though his salary was nothing compared to the offer from her father. If Futaro had agreed to work at Dad's hospital back then, would this situation never have happened? She thought to herself. Yotsuba imagined their life that might have been more stable, more secure, without burdens like this. But she also knew that Futaro would never accept such a shortcut. Futaro suddenly stopped moving and then turned to Yotsuba. Actually, there's a way to pay off this debt. His voice full of hesitation. What way? Tell me quickly, Futaro. Yotsuba asked, her tone full of hope. Futaro shook his head, reluctant to answer. Don't worry about it, Yotsuba. I was just saying. He said, avoiding his wife's gaze. Wait, don't do that. If there's a way, I want to know. What is it? I'll press you until you tell me. Yotsuba replied, stepping closer and looking at him with a firm gaze. Futaro let out a heavy sigh and finally gave in. All right. The head of the company, Kamizo Guzzo, said that if you're willing to work as his secretary for 3 months, he'll turn a blind eye to my mistake. He also gave me time to pay off the debt in installments. In the past, Futaro Yotsuba had come to the company to deliver his lunch that he had forgotten to bring. So, Guzzo started frequently asking for information about his wife. Letting his wife work as Guzzo's secretary? Impossible. Futaro had noticed Guzzo's lecherous gaze towards Yotsuba. He felt that the other party had bad intentions towards his wife. Disclaimer, again, there is no NTR genre in this novel, only netery, okay. Chapter 97, Book of Knowledge. Trafalgar Square, the iconic plaza in the heart of London, has served as a backdrop in 48 well-known films. This landmark is often chosen for scenes requiring the city's distinctive atmosphere, with its magnificent fountains and the majestic lion statues. Locals are accustomed to seeing film crews scattered there, setting up cameras and spotlights, while tourists and onlookers gather at the fringes to witness the filming process. Among the predominantly Caucasian crowd, a striking young Asian man stood out. His slightly messy brown hair and sharp eyes made him noticeable. The young man was Rokuhara Ren, the 7th Campione, one of the few humans standing at the pinnacle of the world's power. On one hand, his appearance was enough to overwhelm most people, and on the other hand, the inexplicable aura he exuded made others hesitant to approach. Although Ren did not intentionally flaunt his aura, the confidence stemming from his immense power made many feel incapable of competing with him in any aspect just by looking at him. He's an acquaintance of mine, let him through. Suddenly, a soft and flirtatious voice was heard. A woman walked closer, wearing an elegant long coat even though her hair was still styled for her role in the film. She was one of the actresses filming that day. The security guards nodded respectfully and cleared the way. Ren stepped past the security barrier, then smiled at the woman, Nakano Itsuki, his sister-in-law who had become a national actress in Japan and was beginning to enter the international market. I saw you acting earlier, Itsuki-san. You really look like a different person in front of the camera. Your acting was amazing. Ren complimented in a relaxed tone. Itsuki smiled broadly, slightly puffing out her already prominent chest. Ren-kun can praise Wani-san even more, you know. She replied in a flirtatious tone, then linked her arm with Ren's and led him to the staff tent. Ren-kun looks so calm. Isn't this your first time on a film set? Yeah, I've come to places like this a few times. Ren answered ambiguously, not giving any further details. Itsuki looked at him curiously but didn't press. Usually, ordinary people would be busy looking around the film set with great curiosity, the large cameras, spotlights, and actors busy rehearsing their lines. But Ren was different. He stood with a relaxed demeanor, as if all of this was commonplace for him. In his previous life, as a member of the Nine Dragons family in Indonesia, Ren was indeed accustomed to the entertainment industry, especially its darker side. Behind the glamorous glitter and luxury that many people dreamed of, he knew very well how this industry worked. Despite appearing to live in glory, female celebrities were often just playthings for the rich and powerful. Ren himself had been involved in it, he had slept with many female celebrities in the past. Have you had lunch yet, Ren-kun? If not, would you like to eat with me? Itsuki asked, breaking the silence. Sure, I'm hungry too. Ren accepted the offer. Wait here for a moment. Then, Itsuki got some food from the catering table provided for the cast and crew, and they sat together in a corner of the tent. While Itsuki went back to work after eating, Ren used the free time to sit quietly, recovering his magical energy that had been depleted after the previous battle. He closed his eyes for a moment, preparing himself to face the next heretic god. Whenever there was a break in filming, Itsuki always came back to Ren. They chatted lightly, and occasionally Itsuki teased her brother-in-law with a mischievous smile or a flirtatious comment. Ren-kun, if I fall off the stage, you'll catch me, right? She said with a laugh, then nudged Ren's arm with her elbow. Of course. If something happens to Itsuki-san, Itsuki will be sad. Ren replied lightly. So you're doing it for Itsuki, huh? Itsuki whispered in a low voice. Itsuki knew what she was doing was wrong. She shouldn't be so close to her brother-in-law, her own sister's boyfriend. But there was something about Ren that made it difficult for her to resist. The feeling of guilt was mixed with a strange sensation that gripped her heart, like a venomous snake coiling tightly, making her unable to break free. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Huffed. That's enough for today. Fighting 3 heretic gods in a row in one day, maybe only I can do that, right? Even Marquis Vauban, who is famous for hunting heretic gods, wouldn't work this hard. Ren muttered, exhaling a long breath. He stood on Canvey Island, feeling the new divine authority merging with his body after his latest victory. He glanced at the Holy Grail in his hand, its glow now dimmer compared to yesterday. I'm worried, the Holy Grail can only be used 2 more times. He said to himself, his brow furrowed. Ren had not anticipated that summoning heretic gods would consume so much magical energy from the Holy Grail. Let it be. After all, the Holy Grail doesn't belong to me. Guinevere is the one who loses the most. With this, it's not impossible that the King of the End's resurrection will be delayed due to the lack of magical energy in the Holy Grail. Ren smiled faintly. Imagining Guinevere frustrated because her plans were delayed made him feel satisfied. Such a petty woman deserves to suffer a little. Ren activated Godspeed, a power that allowed him to move faster than lightning. In an instant, he returned to the Silver Dusk Palace, his residence in London. The day was already late, and his body felt tired after the long battle. He needed rest to prepare for the next day's fight. With calm steps, he entered his room, leaving the outside world still busy with its own affairs. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. After taking a shower, Ren came out of the bathroom wearing only a loose gray bathrobe. His hair was still slightly damp, and droplets of water occasionally fell to the floor. He walked towards the large mattress in the middle of the room, sat on the edge, then began to chant an incantation. Tales, facts, myths, all are stored in my writings, all secrets gathered in my grasp, nothing can be hidden from my thoughts. As the last words left his mouth, the air around him vibrated softly. A thick book with an old brown leather cover appeared in his right palm, as if summoned from another dimension. This is the Book of Knowledge Divine Authority, the power that Ren had wrested from the heretic god Thoth after today's battle. In ancient Egyptian mythology, Thoth was known as the god of wisdom, writing, and knowledge. He was depicted with the head of an ibis or sometimes as a baboon, often carrying a reed pen and palette to record the secrets of the world. Thoth was the creator of hieroglyphs, the keeper of cosmic balance, and the patron of scribes. The Book of Knowledge Divine Authority has only one ability, called Omniscient Codex. With this ability, Ren can summon a book containing all knowledge about the world, from historical facts to hidden secrets. The book will display the answer to any question asked by its user, as long as the question relates to the past or present. The future is still out of his reach, but for Ren, that's more than enough. What do I want to know? Ren muttered, opening the book and looking at the blank pages waiting for his command. Leaning back, he thought of something interesting to find out. Suddenly, his memory drifted to a woman he had met some time ago, Kasumigakaka Yutaha, the saleswoman who sold him a car when he was with Hayasaka. What exactly happened to that poisonous-tongued girl for her life to fall to the point of becoming a middle-aged man's mistress? Ren asked himself, his brow slightly raised in curiosity. All right, let's find out with the Book of Knowledge. Snap. He snapped his fingers, and the blank pages in the book began to vibrate. Golden writing slowly appeared, forming neat sentences that answered his question. Ren read calmly. After a while. I see. Her father was addicted to gambling, which led to a divorce with her mother. Not only that, that useless father used Yutaha's name as collateral for debt, then ran off somewhere. Because her life was chaotic and restless, Yutaha lost her inspiration to write light novels. Without income as a writer, she worked part-time in many places, and eventually became a saleswoman at a car showroom. One day, the manager got Yutaha drunk and slept with her in a hotel. Since then, Yutaha has become that manager's mistress. The Book of Knowledge indeed could not see the future, but recording the past was trivial. Yutaha's sad life story unfolded clearly before his eyes, but Ren did not feel the slightest sympathy. For him, women like Yutaha, who had betrayed the men who liked her in pursuit of a career, did not deserve pity. One choice has the power to completely change a person's life. If Yutaha could turn back time, I'm sure she would never have left the Blessing Software Circle and moved to the Rouge en Rouge Circle. Ren said lightly. Unfortunately, the world did not allow the word if. Everything that happened now was a self-chosen path from the past. Chapter 98, Scumbag Duo Chat. Since we've come this far, let's see the lives of the Sikano heroines after the story ended. Starting with the defeated blonde dog, Sawamura Spencer Erori. A small smile appeared on his face. To satisfy his curiosity, Ren without hesitation peered into the life experiences of others through the Book of Knowledge Divine Authority. Schwa. The blank page in the book vibrated, then new words appeared, narrating the life of Sawamura Spencer Erori. Unlike Yutaha's tragic fate, Erori's life turned out not too bad. Although the Rouge en Rouge Circle went bankrupt, it didn't have a major impact on her. Her family was quite wealthy, her father was a British diplomat, and Erori herself was successful as a hentai doujinshi mangaka. Her work was quite popular among otaku, giving her a stable income. However, after leaving her beloved childhood friend, Tomoya Aki, to pursue her career, similar to Yutaha, Eruri lost the chance to become Tomoya's girlfriend. After graduating from college, Eruri remained a doujinshi mangaka. Financially, she was much better off than many corporate workers like Futaro. The only drawback in her life was that she was still single to this day. Her parents had arranged blind dates for her countless times, introducing her to good men, but her troublesome tsundere personality always became an obstacle. The men backed off after a brief interaction with her. Apparently, not many men could tolerate tsundere traits in the real world. PFFFTTT. Ha ha ha. This is so funny. Ha ha ha. Ren couldn't help but laugh as he read that Eruri had gone on dozens of blind dates, and they all failed because of her tsundere nature. He laughed so hard that he almost ran out of breath. TSK TSK TSK. All tsunderes are the same, he said, shaking his head, still smirking. They could have won by just going all in, but instead, they stubbornly acted the opposite. Pushing happiness further away with their own hands. Would saying, "I like you," kill them or something? Ren had no sympathy for tsundere people like this. Only daring to hide their love, hoping that others will magically realize it. How could such people find happiness? The man you like isn't a mind reader. How would he know you like him? This is why I don't like tsundere women. When they see the men they like getting close to other women, they get jealous and throw tantrums. But when the man is kind to her, they pretend not to care. Happiness has always been a game for the brave. Cowards can only feel jealous, even though they have no right to be, he said in a mocking tone. Unless Eruri was arranged to be married by her parents, Ren wouldn't be surprised if the girl never married. No man would be patient enough to tolerate her tsundere nature for long. No longer caring about Eruri, Ren turned his attention to the next target. Now, let's see the others. The book of knowledge responded to his desire, and the pages turned, displaying the life story of Hayato Michiru. Compared to Yutaha's messy life and Eruri's lonely single life, Michiru's life is quite good. Her band, Ice Tail, disbanded because it showed no progress. Eventually, Michiru became the second wife of a man named Miyagi Yusuke. H.M. Miyagi. Could it be Onodera Kosaki's husband from the Nisekoi series? His brow rose in curiosity. Ren read further, and the speculation proved correct. Yusuke's first wife was indeed named Onodera Kosaki, who now went by the name Miyagi Kosaki. Oh, interesting. Miyagi Yusuke has 4 wives. First wife Onodera Kosaki, second wife Hayato Michiru, third wife Aragaki Ayase, and fourth wife Charlotte Hazelrink. Wow, this guy is many times better than the original Nisekoi protagonist, Ichijuraku. Ren raised an eyebrow, realizing that all of Yusuke's wives were the loose heroines from their respective series, Sikano, Oremo, and Princess Lover. They were the women who were not chosen by the main protagonists in the original stories. Kato Megumi and Tomoya Aki are getting married soon. Given Megumi's jealous nature, I'm sure Tomoya can't be polygamous like Yusuke. Ren chuckled. The book of knowledge in his hand disappeared. He felt satisfied having peeked into the lives of others, which turned out to be more entertaining than he had expected. Ding! A message notification on his phone jolted him from his reverie. Lazily, Ren reached for his phone. The screen flashed, displaying an incoming message. The name displayed made him snort. Let me guess, he wants to show off his new woman again, right? He muttered as he saw the sender's name, Fuji Natsuo, a fellow scumbag. It had become a habit for the two of them to send him photos of their latest achievements. Ren and Natsuo had long been involved in this twisted competition. Reluctantly, Ren opened the message. As he expected, a photo of a naked girl was displayed, showing off her smooth white skin, with breasts resembling 2 peaches. Her skin was as white as flawless porcelain, with cheeks that had a slight natural blush. Her nose was small and high, perfectly complementing her full and softly pink lips. Her eyes sparkled like black pearls, with long eyelashes. Her long, straight hair flowed like jet black silk. However, something else caught Ren's attention. The girl's body was covered in red scratch marks, finger marks, and even teeth marks. Her stomach also showed signs of rough caresses from large hands. The girl's lower body was naked, with her legs raised in a missionary position. Natsuo's hand was also visible in the camera, pressing the curve of one of the girl's beautiful legs and moving it upwards, revealing 4 used condoms lying in her groin with thick black hair like her head hair. I don't recognize this woman. Natsuo's speed in getting new women is no less than Ito Makoto's. Both of them make women fall for them as if they're catching Pokemon. He immediately typed a reply. Ren, who is she? It didn't take long for his phone to vibrate again. Natsuo replied to his message. Natsuo, she's a first-year student, Asano Raira. A good friend of my woman, Jinguji Rumi. How is it, Ren? I'm amazing, right? In just a short time, I conquered another woman. Ren snorted as he read the message. Ren, not bad. You have talent in this aspect. Ren's short and unenthusiastic reply seemed to bother Natsuo. Natsuo, your tone is as if you're superior to me, Ren. Don't forget, I have 5 women, while you only have 3. You're outnumbered. This fuckboy really wants to beat me, huh? Ren rolled his eyes. Natsuo always insisted that quantity was more important than quality. Since the beginning, that had been the main difference in their philosophies as scumbags. Ren, Too bad, I chose quality over quantity. Natsuo, you know I suffer from mild misophobia. I only fuck virgin women. And I don't need to leave animal-like scars. Ren added in his heart, but he decided not to type it. Natsuo, Hina-sensei, Rue, Rumi, Naori, and Raira. I was the first man to take their virginity. So, don't make it seem like I choose random women. Ren, just admit it, you're inferior to me. Reading the message, the corner of Ren's eye twitched. Although his face remained calm, there was a flash of displeasure in his eyes. Ren, think what you want, I don't care. But Ren's short reply only made Natsuo even more excited. Next, Ren's phone kept vibrating with incoming messages. Natsuo, oh, you don't care. Then take a look at this. Ding, 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 ding. Natsuo sent photos of his sexual encounters with his women. The first photo showed Tachibana Hina, their English teacher who was now 7 months pregnant, in a naked state. Her bulging belly was written on with a black marker, Natsuo's baby. Her expression was a mixture of shyness and happiness as she caressed her rounded stomach, her eyes looking directly at the camera with a flash of obedience like a devout follower looking at their god. Ren, why are you sending me this photo? Do you think I'm interested in seeing Tachibana-sensei in that state? Don't forget, I also have Itsuki-sensei who is pregnant with my child and will give birth next month. Natsuo, this is just a return favor for the Nakano-sensei photo you sent last time. Please look at the next photo. The second photo showed Rue, Hina's younger sister and Natsuo's stepsister, wearing clothes more embarrassing than being naked, a skimpy-made uniform that barely covered anything, with parts deliberately cut out to reveal her intimate areas. In her trembling hand, she showed a pregnancy test kit with 2 clear lines. Her eyes were teary, but Ren could see a strange mixture of unease and happiness in them. Ren, Rue is also pregnant. Seriously? Your personality is even more rotten than mine, Natsuo. You impregnated your stepsister, Tachibana Rue and Tachibana Hina, who are biological sisters. Natsuo, that's precisely the best part. They both know about each other, and it makes them even wilder. Rue is even more aggressive than her sister. And now they're both carrying my children. But that's not all, take a look at this. The third photo showed the Jinguji twin sisters giving Natsuo what they called Shimaiden, Rumi lying underneath while Naori lay on top of her, their bodies pressed together. Their identical faces showed different expressions of pleasure as Natsuo positioned himself behind them. The twin girls' hands were intertwined, their brown hair mixed on the white sheets. Ren, if their childhood friend knows you did this, I'm worried he'll kill you. Natsuo, that can't beat me, okay. It's that guy's own fault for being dense and not realizing Rumi and Naori's feelings for him. I approached Rumi first, then after she fell in love with me, I made her introduce me to her sister. The rest. Let's just say that twin sister bonds aren't always stronger than the charm of a true man. They both belong to me completely now. But there's still one more. The fourth and final photo showed Asano Reika, completely naked, kneeling on the floor, bowing so low that her forehead touched the floor while kissing Natsuo's feet. Her long hair flowed around her like spilled ink, and signs of ownership were visible all over her back, scratch marks, bruises, and what looked like marker writing declaring her as Natsuo's. Natsuo, anyway, I'm superior to you in this regard. 5-3. Ren, if counting numbers makes you feel better, go ahead. I don't mind. With that, Ren turned off his phone and placed it on the bedside table. It seems I need to increase the number of women in my harem so that Natsuo won't mock me anymore. Ren decided that after he returned to Japan, he would make women fall for him regardless of the methods used, even if they were despicable and immoral. Chapter 99, Lewd Alice. Beneath the midnight sky shrouded in a thin mist, the silver dusk palace stood grand yet silent. Pale moonlight seeped through the stained glass windows, illuminating the room of Alice, the frail duchess's daughter. Her weak body lay on the soft, silk-covered mattress, but her mind was far from at peace. It's all King Ren's fault. If only he hadn't had sex in my residence, I wouldn't be this restless. His actions constitute sexual harassment, don't they? Alice took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She had repeatedly closed her eyes, hoping to fall asleep, but every time her eyelids shut, that imagery appeared, Rokuhara Ren and Hayasaka AI having sex in the room she had provided for them. As a duchess's daughter raised with strict etiquette, Alice had never imagined witnessing such a scene firsthand. The sex education she had received was merely rigid theory on paper, and although she had secretly watched pornographic videos, it was all incomparable to what she had seen with her own eyes. Today, King Ren defeated 3 heretic gods in a row, Karna, Atlas, and Thoth. As the god of wisdom and knowledge, his mind is his weapon. Thoth possesses near limitless knowledge of anything and everything in the world. He has almost infinite intelligence and knowledge. So it's only natural that King Ren obtained a divine authority from Thoth related to magic. Alice quickly deduced the reason for the magic barrier in Ren's room, which prevented her from peeking with her magic. The previous night, she had successfully peeked at Ren and Hayasaka's activities using simple surveillance magic. The barrier hadn't been there then, and she could see everything without their knowledge. But tonight, something had changed. When she tried again, her magic hit an invisible wall, a powerful magic barrier, likely erected by Ren after realizing her presence. If Alice forced its destruction, Ren would be alerted. Ha! Campione's intuition is so cunning, King Ren probably sensed me secretly watching him. That's why he put up a barrier in his room. Alice bit her lower lip, frustrated and filled with uncontrollable curiosity. She created a spirit body in exchange for her independent action. After all, her physical body had been weak since birth, even just sitting up in bed required the help of a maid. Even if I get caught, King Ren won't be angry, right? He knew I was peeking at his nighttime activities yesterday, but he didn't say anything to me. That means he doesn't mind. The nickname Sage Princess attached to her was not just for show. Alice possessed keen analytical abilities, and she was confident she had correctly read Ren's mindset. This is just observation to gather knowledge to avoid ignorance when engaging in intimate relations on my future wedding night. It would be very awkward if I didn't know how to serve my husband. With a seemingly reasonable excuse, at least to herself, Alice controlled her spirit body, leaving her physical body asleep in bed. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Because it was a spirit body, Alice could become a spiritual form, thus avoiding the patrolling maids and guards. The cool night breeze blew gently, carrying the scent of flowers from the garden, but it wasn't enough to calm the fluttering in her chest. Arriving in front of Ren's room, the nervous Alice slowly pushed the door open just a crack. As soon as the gap opened, a pungent aroma assaulted her, a mixture of sweat, bodily fluids, and something hard to define. Alice hurriedly covered her nose, her eyes scanning the messy room. Hayasaka's white lace lingerie lay carelessly on the floor, mixed with Ren's crumpled shirt and pants. In the corner, a pile of used tissues was scattered. And on the bed, 2 familiar figures were intertwined. Lying beneath was Ren, who had a peaceful expression on his face, as if he were having a sweet dream. He lay naked on his back with his arms and legs spread open. Between his legs was his maid and concubine, Hayasaka, who was kneeling there, wearing a short red cheongsam dotted with white spots, curled up like a kitten, her head moving up and down as if she were eating something very hard. Oh my god, isn't Miss Hayasaka afraid of getting pregnant at such a young age? They're not even using any protection. Alice thought with wide eyes. This was the second time she had witnessed them making love. Her heart pounded, her breath hitched, her face flushed, and there was a strange itching sensation in her lower abdomen. Unconsciously, a fetish within her began to awaken, a voyeuristic sensation she had never realized before. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Inside the room, Hayasaka raised her head, swallowing the bitter and viscous white fluid in her mouth. Rensama's thoughts are so dirty. You made me wear such embarrassing clothes. She complained in a soft but sarcastic voice. Reaching out his hand to take a few strands of her pubic hair from her lips, Ren entered sage mode to justify his depravity. AI is right, these might be dirty thoughts to you, but this is enough. Everyone has sexual fantasies, and men especially like them. No matter how beautiful and good a wife is, she is still just one woman, and she won't be able to satisfy a man's sexual fantasies. A man hopes his wife can be both a virtuous housewife and a motherly figure, and be a respectable lady in front of others but a whore behind their backs. However, the reason this is called a hope is because the number of such women is too small. Most women only have one personality. Therefore, men will lose the novelty of living with their wives for a long time after marriage. Men who like to play around will go out to seek pleasure, while honest men will want to train their women to become what they desire. If his wife doesn't agree, he will be very disappointed, and most likely he will go looking for new things himself. After hearing that, Alice, who was peeking through the crack in the door, and Hayasaka, who was listening on the bed, both thought the same sentence at this moment, shameless. Ren wrapped his lewd nature in wise words, as if it were a natural social norm. All right, I can't match your rhetoric, Rensama. Anyway, I belong to you. You can train me to be whatever you want. Even if I team up with Itsuki-sama and Maria-sama, the 3 of us can't defeat you in bed. Ren's sexual desire is truly outrageous, just like your questionable morals. Hayasaka said in a tone of resignation mixed with coquettishness. Pa 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 pa. After having intimate relations so many times, Hayasaka was no longer shy and no longer spoke formally when they were alone. She moved her hips up and down, the soft sound of flesh meeting flesh and faint wet sounds blending with their panting breaths filled the room with an intoxicating rhythm. Like two musical instruments played by a maestro, they created their own symphony that only the two of them, and Alice, who had inadvertently become an audience member of that night's concert, could hear. Human desire is a physiological reaction and has nothing to do with moral character. It's very similar to the singers and movie stars on TV, who are packaged like fairies separated from the mortal world, but in essence, they still need to eat, defecate, sleep, and have sex. People will feel hungry if they don't eat, and they will also feel hungry if they don't have sex. It's not good to hold something in for too long, and the same goes for sex. As before, Ren justified his behavior with seemingly reasonable logic. Hayasaka just rolled her eyes at him, continuing to serve him using the skills she had learned well. The two of them moved like two ocean waves meeting each other, creating ripples of pleasure that became increasingly intense. With every movement, with every touch, they sank deeper and deeper into the boundless sea of passion. Their breaths met in burning hot kisses, their hands explored every inch of the skin they touched, searching for sensitive spots that would elicit moans of pleasure from their partner. Hayasaka's body trembled delicately as she reached the peak of her pleasure, while Ren groaned softly, indicating that he too had reached the limit of his defenses. The two of them panted in a tight embrace, savoring the remnants of the waves of pleasure that still lingered in their bodies. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Still peeking through the crack in the door, Alice felt her face burning hot to her ears. Her heart was beating so loudly that she worried the sound would be heard by the two people in the room. Her breath was short, her hands trembling. A strange feeling churned within her. A mix of shame for having spied on other people's private affairs, an unfulfilled curiosity, and a jealousy she didn't understand the origin of. Do all couples do things like that? Will I also, someday? The thought made her face even redder. She realized she had been there for too long. If she were caught red-handed, where would she put her face? Very carefully, Alice retreated slowly. Her spirit body moved silently along the dark corridor of the Silver Dusk Palace, back to her own room. Upon reaching her room, her spirit body disappeared. Alice opened her eyes, her breathing still irregular. Her heart was still pounding, and there was a strange sensation she couldn't explain in her lower abdomen. King Ren is truly shameless. She whispered to herself. But strangely, a small smile tugged at her lips as she finally drifted into a peaceful sleep, accompanied by dreams she wouldn't dare tell anyone. Chapter 100, 7 Divine Authorities. Soft sunlight broke through the half-closed curtains, illuminating the once dark room with a warm golden glow. Near the bed, a pile of used tissues lay scattered, some clinging to dried sticky stains on the floor. The scent of sweat, bodily fluids, and something sharper still hung in the air, creating an atmosphere that was hard to ignore. The large bed in the center of the room looked like a battlefield, its white silk sheets were tangled and pulled away from the corners of the mattress, pillows were strewn about, and there were damp patches that hadn't fully dried in several places. Hayasaka woke up slowly, her eyes blinking to adjust to the light that seeped in. She was still wearing the white dotted red cheongsam that now looked pitiful, wrinkled, stiff in some parts, and slightly torn at the waist. The thin fabric clung tightly to her sweaty skin, revealing the curves of her body in a far from elegant way. She glanced at the side of the bed next to her, finding it empty. Ren-sama has already left, huh? She murmured in a hoarse voice, her hand groping the still warm sheets on Ren's side of the bed. Ugh. It seems he really has a fetish for Chinese dresses. He was more aggressive than any other night. Every small movement she made caused the cheongsam fabric to rub against her still sensitive skin. The sensation sent small shivers throughout her body, making her bite her lower lip to suppress a sigh that almost escaped unintentionally. With faltering steps, Hayasaka got out of bed, her legs trembling slightly as they touched the cold floor. She took a deep breath, trying to ignore the faint ache between her thighs, then walked towards the bathroom connected to the bedroom. In front of the large mirror, she stared at her reflection. Her face was flushed, her hair was disheveled, and her cheongsam looked pathetic. With trembling hands, she unbuttoned the fastenings at her chest, letting the fabric slide down, revealing her naked body covered in marks. Oh my God. Her eyes widened at the red marks scattered on her neck, chest, and inner thighs. Bite marks, kisses, and scratches adorned her skin, evidence of a passionate night. Hayasaka turned around, seeing the scratch marks on her back, reminding her of the moments when she lost control and surrendered to pleasure. Her sensitive area felt swollen and slightly sore, a reminder of the intensity that made her faint in Ren's embrace. She picked up the cheongsam lying on the floor, frowning at its condition. The fabric was torn in several places, the result of Ren's impatient rough pulls. Dried white stains were in several spots, mixed with her own sweat, making the fabric stiff and uncomfortable. Kaguya-sama won't be able to tease me for being inexperienced anymore. On the contrary, her relationship with the student council president is still just SOSO. Thinking about what she had done with Ren last night, and how wild it was, her face instantly flushed. Hayasaka hurriedly turned her gaze away from the mirror, trying to banish the sudden wave of embarrassment that flooded her mind. With steps that were still a bit wobbly, she headed towards the large bathtub that the servants had prepared earlier. The warm water inside was still faintly steaming, and the scent of lavender oil dripped into it immediately greeted her. Soaking herself in the water, Hayasaka let the warmth creep over her skin, easing the tension and pain. She closed her eyes, letting her mind and body relax. How so comfortable this would be, even more satisfying if I were soaking in a hot spring. Last night, was I too obedient to Ren-sama's desires? Her fingers unconsciously touched the bite mark on her shoulder. He said all men have fantasies, but this is more than just ordinary fantasies. The image of Ren smiling mischievously while tearing her cheongsam flashed in her mind, followed by the sound of his heavy breathing and amorous whispers in her ear. Hayasaka opened her eyes suddenly, her face flushing again. Goodness, AI, stop thinking about that. She scolded herself, splashing water on her face to clear her head. Precedes under relation succeeds under relation. Canvey Island was in a sorry state, so much so that it was difficult to call it an island anymore. In fact, it might not be long before the name was removed from the map. How could it not be? Its original area of 18.44 square kilometers or 7.12 square miles had almost vanished, its land shattered into pieces. The analogy of a cake cut with a knife into several parts perfectly described the current state of Canvey Island, cracked, broken, and slowly sinking into the sea. Floating on the surface of the seawater, Ren let the small waves carry him wherever they went. His body felt heavy, exhaustion setting in after fighting 2 heretic gods in a row within hours. His wet hair stuck to his forehead, and the clothes he wore were tattered, barely covering his body anymore. However, amidst that state, he let out a long sigh and said to himself, "Fortunately, I have Karnasman of Steel Divine Authorities, which reduces the impact of attacks by 90%. Otherwise, I would have barely had a chance to survive under Roland's slashes. Even so, the remaining 10% almost killed me." Although the words sounded serious, there wasn't the slightest hint of fear on Ren's face. All that was there was satisfaction, a faint smile that showed he enjoyed this challenge. For him, fighting against heretic gods wasn't just about survival, but also about proving his strength as a Campione. Now I have 7 divine authorities. This number is equal to Luo Hao's, and not too far from Marquis Vauban who has 10. Ren recalled the number of divine authorities possessed by other Campione in this era. Annie, or better known as John due to his disguise, had 5. Alec had 6, Doni also 6, Madame Aisha 5, and Gadu, the youngest Campione, only 1. However, Ren knew very well that Gadu's 1 divine authorities could not be underestimated. Although Gadu only has 1 divine authorities, it has 10 different powers. It's practically the same as him having 10 divine authorities at once. The protagonist is still the protagonist, huh? Ren chuckled softly, there was a cynical tone in his voice. While I have to work hard to increase the divine authorities in my arsenal, Gadu was already so strong from his rebirth as a Campione. It would be a lie if Ren said he wasn't envious of Gadu. In the past, he had once devised a plan to seize Prometheus' grimoire from him, replacing Gadu's role in killing Melkart and Verithragna, and taking their divine authorities for himself. Unfortunately, he was late in realizing that the comprehensive world he was in, a fusion of various anime, included Campione. By the time he finally knew, Gadu had already gone to Sardinia, Italy, and his first battle as a Campione was over. Even if Ren chased after him then, it would have been too late. Whatever. Lamenting lost opportunities is the biggest waste of time ever, and nothing is more precious than time. Ren said cheerfully, banishing the thought. He turned his attention to the Holy Grail clutched in his left hand. Its glow had completely faded, its magical energy exhausted after being used to summon the last heretic god. The Holy Grail is useless to me now. It's no longer possible to use it to summon heretic gods. Should I return it to Guinevere? He murmured, twirling the artifact in his hand. No, the remaining time of the agreement is still long. Let that snake-hearted woman wait longer. Ren smiled faintly, imagining Guinevere's frustrated expression when she realized his plan to awaken the King of the End was delayed again. For him, it was a small bonus from today's battle. With a quick movement, he stored the Holy Grail into his storage space dimension. Activating Godspeed, Ren disappeared from the surface of the sea in an instant. Whoosh! The wind whistled in his ears as he sped back towards London, leaving the ruins of Canvey Island, now slowly sinking behind him.